now. No pictures, please. Good luck.
Big value.
The win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Pauli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles! Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion. This is why people love the EPT.
Hello once again, welcome to Prague and the last day of the PokerStars European Poker Tour and the last day of the main event. Final table time at King's Casino at the Hilton Prague. 5 players returning to play down to a champion who'll receive a first prize of more than €1 million. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me.
Exciting times as we see those 5 players take their seats. You'll get to see every single hand from the FT live and cards up. And over the course of the next few hours, we would like to hear from you. It may not be Chat Pro Saturday, but we still welcome your questions and comments. Use the live chat on Twitch. Use the live chat on YouTube. You can post on X. You can also check out what's happening on the PokerStars Facebook and Instagram pages. So as we come inside the poker room, we can see it's photo time for our 5 finalists. A record-breaking field in this Prague main event. 1,285 total entries over the course of the last 5 days. The field has been whittled down to 5 players. And that quintet is about to compete for the trophy, the title, and the 7-figure score up top. Who are those players? For the benefit of Mr. Kite, there will be a show tonight on PokerStream. He has 228 big blinds. To be clear, no player has ever come into an EPT final table with that big an advantage. It is absolutely the biggest chip lead any player has ever had. 2/3 of the chips in play. Chen Zhao, 81 big blinds. Everyone else reasonably shallow. Umberto Ruggieri playing 34 big blinds. Adam Wagner, 27 big blinds. Porrig O'Neill is the short stack with just 12 big blinds. We played 2/3 of level 29 yesterday, so we'll be coming back with the blinds at 50k, 100k with a 100k big blind ante, and then we'll roll straight into level 30 when things will become a lot shallower for pretty much everyone other than Zhao and Kite, who has such a phenomenal advantage right now.
I think now would be a good time to maybe bring up the topic of making a deal.
Well, we can see the jumps in prize money, everyone clinging on to try and ladder up by nearly €100,000. 271 grand for 5th, 353,000 euros for 4th, nearly $500,000 for 3rd, nearly 650k for the runner-up, more than $1 million for the winner, for the champion of EPT Prague 2023. I mean, Kite could just turn around, Nick, and say, do you know what, guys, I'll take the $1 million, I'll take the trophy, you guys carve up the rest between yourselves.
Yeah, I mean, he's got such a huge chip lead. And speaking of ladders, let's not forget that last hand we saw last night where O'Neill found the ladder as deuces were shoved into Kite's queens. Queens working so well for him yesterday, and indeed did find the ladder. And now here we are, final 5. Can you believe it? And Kite, an absolute monster lead.
So it is relatively deep stacked if you look at, very deep stacked if you look at the average stack, which of course doesn't tell this full story. A 77 big blind average right now, but of course, when you've got one player with 228 big blinds, it kind of skews things slightly.
Yeah, it does. And if I was Kite, I would be looking to 3-bet and get aggressive with Zhao as much as possible. That guy's got 79 big blinds. He's got a stack that he can go very far with, and the pressure is on him to allow the shorter stacks to bust and allow Kite to do his job here and start eliminating some players. So I'd like to see him ramp up the aggression. Kite's so experienced, I think he can pull it off.
Of course, if we do see the stacks even slightly, let's say, for example, Zhao eliminates the other 3 players, we could have a decent length heads-up battle on our hands. This does have the potential to go the distance. On the flip side of that, if Kite continues to be a one-man wrecking ball, if he continues to play well and get fortunate in key spots, he could get this done in a couple of hours.
Absolutely. And let's see how aggressive he's willing to get. Willing to gamble yesterday, had a couple really nice spots and ran exceptionally well over the last couple days. Let's see if he can keep it going.
So Cheng Zhao is 35 years old, originally from Beijing, now lives in Athens in Greece. He is a real estate agent and semi-pro poker player. Says he plans to compete at every single EPT next year. I think he's made the decision to go full-time pro now. Adam Wagner lives here in Prague. Used to be a pro poker player, but is now finishing a doctorate degree in law. Says he hasn't felt any stress throughout this EPT main event because he's not a pro anymore. He's just enjoying himself at the table. Looks at this as a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
Cool.
Porrick O'Neill has been on the poker tour for the better part of a decade, had some great results on the UK IPT around 2012, made the final table in Dublin that year, has since picked up cashes around the world, looking to be the first Irish EPT winner since Steve O'Dwyer in Monte Carlo in 2013. Jon Kite had a big result here in Prague 6 years ago, won the Norwegian Poker Championship for 240k, has the monster chip lead coming into play today, and could become Norway's 4th EPT winner, and its first in 13 years. Umberto Ruggieri lives in Rome in Italy, has been playing poker for 15 years, is mostly an online MTT grinder. Hashtag fun fact, as well as playing Hold'em, he owns 2 bed and breakfasts in Rome.
Huh. Lovely, lovely.
So looks like we are almost ready to get the action started at the final table. We will see every single hand live and cards up as we play down to a winner tonight.
Yeah, I guess so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Confirmation that we're playing out the 50k, 100k blind level.
Bed and breakfast, huh? What about a chair lunch dinner?
I was trying to find something there too, Joe.
I think that's a Mitch Hedberg joke.
Now the owner of a chip and a chair.
I have been informed, by the way, by
Have fun, guys.
our colleagues at the PokerStars blog that O'Neill is known to everyone on tour as Smidge.
Yes, that's his online name. That's what
Fenton called.
Fenton was alluding to yesterday. Yeah.
Well, this is a great fun fact about Jon Kite from Tobias Leknes. A couple of weeks ago, he won a tournament in Bratislava after a 3-way deal with some money left for the winner. He ended up cashing for more than the original first place.
Incredible.
Say that as a bit all the time. Sure, I'll take a deal. Give me better than first place money. Turns out it's real.
I enjoy the details from Adam Wagner there as well. Just saying, you know, I used to play full time. Now I'm focusing on other stuff, but you know, still enjoying the game. I think a lot of people ask me, you know, how does one become professional, and like, what does it mean to be professional? And people aspire to play poker very well, and they think in order to be a profitable player, they have to be quote unquote professional. But I know so many people who have other interests. It's not their full-time job. It's not their sole focus, but it's still a profitable hobby for them. Yeah. And they still compete at a very high level. And I think actually in many ways that might even be the better line, just because it means you can enjoy the game a little bit more and play for fun. And when you have fun playing poker, you tend to play better than when you're right up against it, stressing about, you know, every single dollar.
So hand one was a walk for Zhao in the big blind. There was no small blind in that hand because of the elimination of Rodin last night. Hand two, we start with O'Neill under the gun with Jack-10 of spades. Starts the hand with 12 big blinds, raises to 200,000. King, queen for the chip leader.
O'Neil, the shortest stack. Once he puts in that raise, only 10 big blinds behind. I think I might prefer a call here from Kite. I mean, if you really read into that raise off of such a short stack, there's a chance, you know, you might think, depending on the opponent, that it could be on the stronger side. But it looks like he wants to just 3-bet right here, right now. Max pressure on O'Neil now. And I guess it's going to work. Yeah, wow, right off the bat.
You expect Kite to play post-flop, Nick? Come on.
Well, it's just, I mean, okay. And also, in hindsight, under the gun in this case, where 5-handed actually isn't as under the gun as it is when we're 8-handed. So, yeah, in fairness, probably more 3-betting than flopping.
Okay, let's keep a note, guys. How many hands until we actually see a flop? That was hand 2.
3.
Keeping up the pressure. More than 23 million chips now. Is open with 9-8, but
Hand number 3, we're seeing a flop.
Cheng Zhao, ace-jack.
So this is big stack v big stack.
I don't think we are going to see a flop because this is a 3-bet from Zhao. He's re-raised to 675,000. Action is back on Kite. I know he's got a lot of chips, Nick, but 9-8 offsuit, out of position.
Yeah, I mean, you'd assume that if he's going to open a wider range here, he's going to be willing to let it go versus 3-bet at some frequency. 8-9 suited, you know, probably gets a lot closer. Obviously, you're going to think about doing that. But there is this final table dynamic. He is the other big stack. Kite significantly covering almost a 3-1 chip lead on the second place in chips here, Cheng Zhao. But, yeah, just a raise and a fold seems good. Just because you're going to have a wider range doesn't mean you have to get really sticky and stubborn in those situations.
Yeah.
Okay, so 3 more hands, I guess, is what I said. So this one and 1 more.
What's your prediction?
I'm going to say there's a very good chance the first time we see a flop, it's going to be in an all-in hand. Queen 7 of diamonds, folded. 9-7 off, Zhao, folded. Wagner on the button, 9 deuce off. Nope.
Yeah, no chance of that.
O'Neil is down to 8 big blinds. King 8 in the small.
All in, 100%. Got to do it. Shortest stack by far. Snap profitable shove. You cannot miss this spot. Yep.
Does move all in. And Kite folds the 6-4.
Kite, and no rush for O'Neil to go broke.
Correct.
I assume there's certain, I don't think he's folding aces there to keep this dynamic going, but no need.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right.
For
and
6-4 suited.
We sort of touched on that over the last couple days as we get down to this situation with such an extreme short stack, a danger zone short stack. We find ourselves in an interesting spot where Kite can really lean on the other players because they are going to be much more patient, a lot tighter, waiting for that elimination and significant pay jump here.
Is there any other game that works like this? Where it's beneficial to keep a weakened opponent around?
Pot Limit Omaha?
No, other than poker.
I'm joking. 7-card stud?
It's like when a cat catches a mouse and it doesn't kill it, just enjoys toying with it.
Yeah, but it doesn't, I mean, yes, that's something to that, but there's no other mice that use it to, like, send a message.
O'Neil all in again, this time from the button with ace-10. 9 deuce folded. Big blind faults.
2 in a row.
Yeah, and that will see O'Neil pick up a few extra chips. Now, hovering around the 13 big blind mark. And we have played 5 hands so far and have yet to see a flop.
Okay, so this one is the one I meant when I said 3 more.
Starting again from now.
Yes, all the examples people are trying to write into chat are not
Very good.
correct.
Oh, just aces.
I mean, it's been a while since he's had a hand. It's been overnight.
Ooh, King Jack for Ruggieri. Thinks better of it.
And that's why you keep the 13 big blind stack around.
Zhao with ace 4.
Well, we saw him attack the open with ace jack.
We're going to see a flop. Hand number 5. That flop is 9-8-3. Check, bet, fold. There's the check. There's the bet.
James is going to be as right about this as I was about it being 3 more hands till we saw a flop. Or is he?
He's folding. He's got the demeanor of a man who's folding.
What was it Fenton said yesterday?
Only one for you.
Hippo side-eye.
Yeah.
Shows the aces. Shows everyone he's not messing about. Well, we spoke to this player after play concluded last night, and most important question we could ask, how do you like your name to be pronounced, sir?
Good call.
I just tell all my foreign friends John Kite. That's the easiest way to pronounce it. It's been fortunate from the beginning until now, so hopefully it continues. There's not like any real big pros, so I'm pretty happy with the table, but it's been a lot of fun. Talkative until the TV table, and yeah, I enjoyed playing with everyone. So I think I have more than half of the chips in play, so can't run better than this.
Tells all of his foreign friends it's John Kite. We're all foreign. So should we just stick with John Kite? Or are you adamant that we should try and come close to the Norwegian?
He didn't give us another option.
Yeah, I was told that I pronounce it the closest to anybody who's ever pronounced it on a broadcast. So I'm going to stick with it, but you guys can kite it up if you want. That's fine.
O'Neill has got the James and Joe, the JS, the JH. Wagner's got deuces in the big blind. Wagner shoves on O'Neill, who calls all in and is in a great spot here to double up. And this will be a switcheroo. This would see them pretty much trade stack sizes, Nick.
Yeah, absolutely. And suddenly Wagner, if he can't find the improver, becomes a shorter stack. Handcuffs come off, but obviously significantly shorter stack and harder for him to climb his way to a first place finish.
At all in och koll.
And if there's one thing we know about the James and Joe, it's practically invincible.
But you know what they say about deuces, guys?
King for Trey on the flop. Wagner drawing to 2 outs. 2 cards that O'Neill has to fade to double up and survive.
You know what we said about deuces last night? You run into an overpair, you go broke.
7 on the turn. One last chance for Wagner to hit. Just one more street for O'Neill. River card is a queen. Jacks do indeed hold. And O'Neill is now going to have a stack of close to 3 million. 2.78 million, 27 big blinds. Adam Wagner has dropped down to 11 big blinds. Oh, and the blinds are up in 14 minutes.
27 bigs there for Patrick O'Neill. And yeah, what a switcheroo there. So Wagner now in the 10 big blind stack, the player that needs to make the moves. And handcuffs go on Patrick O'Neill now, who has to wait for Wagner to make a move so he can find that sweet ladder risk-free. Or at least that's the idea.
Yes, yeah, correct. Yeah.
A smidge optimistic there, says Klopp and Top. Very nice. Well done.
And Swedish Kebab highlighting that Wagner didn't learn the lesson from yesterday. Do not run deuces into an overpair.
Yeah,
it is suboptimal.
That's not ideal. No, it's not. You know, first under the gun there, I really do wonder a little bit here. Obviously, Patrick's going to have some raised folds, sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's not unreasonable, but I wonder if you ever just kind of flat the one big, just see the flop. I mean, you're only really going to be happy when you flop the set.
Yeah.
Obviously, applying max pressure with the 3 bets. So,
How many black chips you have?
in the context of a final table, I think the strategy changes significantly, but I can't say for sure exactly what the right move would be.
A luck of the Irish. That's what they say.
Oh, I like that. Luck of the Irish.
Somebody write that down.
Yeah. Ooh, I like that. Luck of the Irish. It just kind of works.
No gin tonic today? After, of course.
Here comes the chip leader. 8-6 under the gun. Makes it 225. Ace-4 for Wagner in the small.
Same girl. Same. Not much has changed for Jan Kite. Don't matter who's got the 10 big blinds, as long as someone does.
He's playing 232 big blinds right now.
I think as we get shallower, we're going to see John start to really ramp up the aggression. Just absolute pile drive those chips in there. Some of these really, really cute ICM max shoves. Super wide exploits.
Oh, I appreciate we've still got a couple of hours to go until today's mini EPT Prague tournament start online. But today is the day that we have the mini main events with the power passes added to the prize pool. The winner of the $5.50 mini main and the winner of the $55 mini main, both are going to receive gold power passes. There are silver power passes for the runners-up. So check out those tournaments in the lobby. And again, we say this all the time. If you open PokerStars and you can't see the mini EPT series in the lobby, that probably means it's not available in your particular part of the world.
That's right. And power passes, gold power passes indeed, mean that you could find yourself in situations like John Kite. Live events, flagship events at PokerStars, EPTs abound.
Yeah, we got Paris kicking off EPT 2024 in February. A gold power pass would earn you a package to go to EPT Paris next year. So Zhao opened legitimately with ace-5 off. This is cheeky. A 3-bet with 6 deuce offsuit.
Yeah, but this is what I was mentioning earlier.
Oh, wow. He folds and shows that he's folding an ace.
I mean, I would argue that is a little bit of a dangerous game, James. I know that we were doing the show one game kind of thing, but I think everybody knows, or anybody that's studied ICM knows, that John is supposed to be really aggressive versus Zhao because the handcuffs are on him the most, waiting for the short stack to bust.
Absolutely.
By showing you're willing to just lay down an ace there, you're kind of giving him free rein to just go absolutely ham, and he's already going ham with that combo that he's 3-betting in the first place.
Hand 10 of the final table. Action on O'Neill, who's got 7s. You sit there thinking, okay, I have to raise the button and inevitably fold to the 3-bet from the small blind.
This is a tough spot. Yeah, right. 25 big blinds for Patrick. As we know, Wagner now the shortest stack with 10. So it's not a spot that you can miss, but you're feeling really bad about getting this all in really against any action. Looks like Kite's got a folder though.
Yeah, I would have said that about 6 deuce offsuit, mate.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Sorry, when you say folder, do you mean like an icon on his desktop where he keeps all his 3-bets?
Like a place where he stores his papers so they don't get creased, yeah.
Because,
I mean, I really want to see it, though. I really want it to happen. Obviously, conventionally a fold is what I mean to say, but just a little tiny 3-bet here, so savage. Okay, he's letting it go. Big blind, defend.
Ruggieri calling.
Wait, there's 2 other
10.
people in this tournament?
King 5-5, 7's still good. Not much for Ruggieri. Checks to O'Neill.
So a couple schools of thought here, guys. Definitely a board you can continuation bet on very frequently. In the context of the final table where those chips are so valuable, some players might opt to just play this slow with what has tons of showdown, but a little bit of protection. I prefer to see just the 1 big blind bet. Yeah, 100K is pretty much where I would be. And I think you'd get a lot done on this board. A lot of protection, take this down a lot of the time. 1 big blind, I'm not sure if that's enough to get queen high to fold, though.
Certainly not a fold.
And you open up the action to the raise. Now, I would argue that a king probably doesn't check raise this board that often at this stage in the tournament. I would argue that a 5 probably doesn't check raise at some frequency. But some players will just flat the 5 here, looking for more aggression on later streets. However, can O'Neill put that together in such a high pressure spot? And he does make the correct call. Let's go to the turn and see how we get on.
Ace on the turn. So if Ruggieri can pull the trigger again here, he might be able to push O'Neill off 7s.
Yeah, he might be able to, but you got to imagine that some ace highs will c-bet call on this board. It looks like he wants to take the aggression up again.
600,000 into a pot of $1 million.
Excellent poker from Ruggieri.
And O'Neill folds the best hand.
Absolutely beautiful stuff from the Italian.
I have 3s.
He calls that one the bed and breakfast, Joe.
No late checkout.
Oh, man. Call him the minibar, because he's expensive.
Ruggieri officially 3rd on the leaderboard with 36 big blinds. Action folded to Kite on the button. Ace, Jack of diamonds. Gets his fair share of premiums.
Yes, he does.
Opens to 225. Zhao defending the big blind with King 9. Ace, 6, deuce. And Zhao finds himself in another check bet fold situation. Literally rinse and repeat from the last orbit. Oh.
Yeah, that's why against the button raise, like, Kite does not have to have an ace, and King High is doing well. You know, Kite's going to raise any 2 cards on the button, so King High is going to be ahead of a lot.
Yeah, Mr. Zhao calls.
It's not a call. It's a
raise.
raise, yeah.
Oh.
And, you know, he's just, once again, Kite's just got it.
He does just got it. I feel like King 9 might actually be a bit too strong to check raise in this board,
Yeah.
though. I feel like you're just going to have the best hand a ton. Now, Kite will be very aggressive.
I definitely was
on
not
later
expecting
threes.
a raise when I went, but I did think that a call was fairly likely.
Right. Yeah, interesting line. I mean, Cheng Zhao has had a couple really beautiful, beautiful hands over the last days of coverage.
Kite calls the raise. Turn card is a jack. He improves to 2 pair. And Zhao will now be drawing dead. He had 2% equity on the flop, Nick. He still had a chance.
Yeah, Kite licking his lips now. He's like, you keep going, buddy. Keep reaching for chips. He's glancing.
No.
He glanced.
I don't see, this is weird to me because it doesn't get much drier than that board, right?
Right.
Okay, Zhao is just looking at his chips. He hasn't bet again.
He's betting again.
I don't know what Kite is calling with there.
I mean, he could have 4-5. He could have 3-4. He could
he's
have.
going big.
Okay,
He could have
all
a
right.
6. He could have a deuce.
He's going big.
Sure, all right. I mean, that still seems pretty narrow for hands that are going to fold the turn.
Yeah.
A 6, I guess.
1.1
This could get a 6 to fold.
million.
If Kite looks confused, it's probably just because he's like, why do I always have it?
I think he wants to raise the turn, guys. I think they're really deep. If he's going to get value from, 6 deuce suited, ace-6, ace deuce, he's just debating whether or not it's worth putting in the raise right here, right now. But with that 1.1 million bet, there's still chunks in there to play for.
Does Zhao now wave the proverbial flag of surrender?
I mean, guys, if Zhao piles in more chips here, Kite will be always glancing. He will be a monstrous chip lead. How can you stop the snowball at this point?
He's already a monstrous chip lead. I don't know what you call it if he ends up
Titan chip lead.
$4 million in the middle. Zhao with 5.9 million behind. And Kite clearly hoping that Zhao has a weak ace here. 2.75 million. Zhao with just king high.
You're right about the check bet fold that was just on the river.
You'd have a lot more chips if you'd done it on the flop. Kite wins another pot, now closing in on the 26 million mark, close to 260 big blinds. Cheng Zhao has dropped down to 58 bigs. By the way, every player at the final table is below average apart from the chip leader.
Also, I don't mean this to be insulting, but that shirt, is it a dress shirt or pajamas? Because he's wearing slippers, so I'm very confused.
Joe, he's stacking up those chips. You know that episode of Rick and Morty where they're like bottling Simple Rick's like brain juice to so that they can feel like the wholesomeness of his life?
Maybe?
I want to bottle whatever it feels
Yeah,
like
right?
to stack
Yeah.
those chips. And what Kite's feeling right now, just going, I seem to win every pot.
I would definitely pay a lot of money for a VR experience of Jan Kite's ride to the final table, that's for sure.
Just another ace, ace-3 suited, 5-handed final table, no big deal. It's raising bigger now, 300,000. Xiao's like, I'm over this. I'm done.
Let's see.
Raise and take it. And that will be the last hand of that blind level. Blinds are up to 60,000, 120,000. With a 120k big blind ante, it's level 30 of the main event. And that means Adam Wagner is now playing 6 big blinds. Rodrigo O'Neill playing 15. Umberto Ruggieri, 30 bigs. Chen Xiao, 48 bigs. John Kite, 217 big blinds.
This is unbelievable stuff.
That's it?
This could be another raise and take it.
Looking likely.
Oh, I'm now feeling sorry for the other 4 players. This almost feels unfair now.
I love it. Watching the devastation. Watching Godzilla walk through buildings. Didn't even notice they were there. Unbelievable. We're going to need a bigger table. Amazing. All the chips are on one side. The table's going to fall over.
Just
It's all off balance.
Sorry. It was a non-picture. Red 6, 7, 8, 9. I think.
Black, so we cannot be sure, but yeah,
No,
please,
no.
can you be closer?
Yeah,
A
it was
walk
red.
for Kite,
Good timing.
Now
who
he's-
had ace-king in the big.
Not only is he getting
I
ace
shouldn't have said
king,
anything. Maybe show.
but also cards are
Maybe I
getting
should,
flashed.
Yeah.
Yeah, people are trying to give him
Glitch
free
in the
information.
Matrix.
Yeah.
Suddenly, boom.
Zhao is showing his ace. The other players are flashing their cards. Unbelievable.
Yeah. Walk with ace king. Come on, guys.
Thank you to StatTrick for crunching the numbers and giving us this hashtag fun fact. Kite now has 68.5% of the chips in play. He has close to 70% of the chips.
It's not that impressive when you're heads up, but when you're 5-handed,
It's almost unprecedented.
that's a lot of chips.
This is one for the record books for sure. Folding around to the button.
Can you put 1 stack in 20? Just so I can see how much the other stack is.
That's nice. Just give me 1 stack in 20 so I can see how much bigger the other stacks are.
Yeah, just over 3 minutes.
This is pretty sick, guys. The pressure on Umberto Ruggieri. You could probably shove almost any 2 profitably here, blind v blind. That's how mad this is. Ruggieri needs to be so absurdly tight. He would probably fold jacks at this point, blind v blind. Seriously. There is a 6 big blind stack. Why would you risk that pay jump?
So should you just fold now or
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can't just like flop quads. Just peel flop quads.
I mean, with the big blind ante in play, Wagner is about to put like a third of his stack in when the blinds come around.
God, you guys are boring. I'm playing for the win. You know what I mean? I'm playing for the win.
Joe, I urge you to study Waisiel's theorem.
You lost me at study.
Action's going to start on Wagner. The short stack at the table. 6 big blinds,
Is there a Waisiel's theorem movie I could watch?
yet to be adapted. Kite with 9-3 offsuit on the button.
The disrespect. Do
Okay,
it.
so the last time he raised the button, ace-jack. The time before that, aces. When is Xiao going to learn his lesson? Just fold.
I love this.
Just fold. Yeah, he knows.
Yeah, boy.
He knows.
Let's
Got
go.
him.
Let's go. Keep it going, Kite. The utter disrespect. And look at those chips. Oh man, I'm so jealous right now.
You know what would be
This
the
is
ultimate
insane.
disrespect? Let's say Kite busts like one more player. If he just like leaves for 3 hours.
This goes for a walk.
Yeah, he's like, you guys just keep playing. I'll be back. It's
He
all
goes,
good.
Griffin Benja's been raving about the spa here. I'm just gonna like check out the sauna, get a massage. See you in a couple of levels.
Start posting on Instagram. It's me at the bridge, lol.
Or he doesn't even go anywhere fun. He just talks on his phone in the background.
I have so much stuff on my phone.
So much stuff to do.
I have all the games. I have a jousting game.
James will appreciate this. Hello. No, I'm at the EPT. It's crap.
Ace 10 in the cutoff. Now, that situation you alluded to, Nick, has now occurred. Wagner is in the big blind, so a third of his stack is already in.
Yeah.
And he is all in, but he's going to get called.
Oh, no. Wait, is he dominating?
Wagner
I think I saw paint.
gets it in good.
I can see the river. Yeah, but it's better that I have this hand. Normally I have like 8-7, you know?
Oh, yeah, 10 on the river.
It's for you, it's better. No, all in.
Well, this is going to be a huge dent into Kite's stack. He's going to give up 6 big blinds here. He's only going to have 219 big blinds at the end of this hand.
Unbelievable.
Something like.
Counter, please.
It is a domination situation in Wagner's favor. He is a 4-1 favorite to double up.
8, queen, chop it up.
Oh, no. No, come on. Opportunities very much on the cards now.
8, ace. A lot. But 10 I don't want, you know me.
It's a low card, so Wagner gets the full double up.
Right.
Wagner now playing 12 big blinds, O'Neill 14 big blinds, so they're pretty much tied, Nick.
Yep, that's right. Very significant change in dynamics now. And now 2 shorties that need to prove themselves. 2 shorties who need to gamble.
You know? I am, to be honest. Yeah, ace 10, that's like the best 10 you can meet. I don't know for how long, but... Yeah, let's see. Let's see.
That's right, guys. We need a lot of love in the chat for Kite, as Tom says.
Nice. I have a good hand. When
Feel bad for him. What a downward spiral. Let's start a GoFundMe.
Not so good against that.
He will never financially recover from this.
What a cooler for Kite.
You have like 1-3 behind? A bit more?
A little bit more, yeah.
Oh.
1.5 behind.
1 point.
1.5 and some
Yeah,
change.
thank you.
Raise.
1-7 total.
Yeah.
Oh, the side folds all around the table. What you got? Ace-8 of spades.
I'd be tempted to ship this, guys. Shortest stack, joint shortest stack, I should say. Kite's opening range so wide.
All in?
Yep.
Buddy.
I just have a count. It's like 1-7.
I'm not sure with the big blind ante. It might be a little less. I'm not sure.
Rain and Hellfire says easy call. Sharky says easy call, right? I don't think so.
No,
No.
guys. No.
You don't want to be gifting double ups as the chip leader.
Yeah, you're in such an advantageous situation. Why would you change the status
call.
quo?
Weird.
No, guys. No.
Bad folds.
You guys, it's not Chat Pro Saturday, okay?
It's final table Sunday, so Let's keep the poor analysis
Oh, we have 2 million.
out of the proceedings.
So that means Patrick O'Neill now up to 17 bigs, slightly out ahead in chips versus Adam Wagner's 12 big
Next time we
blinds.
shall snap it up.
Yeah, you're gonna have to get a good hand.
Yeah.
Wagner on the button.
Done for you.
Yeah, but I had some...
He folds, and now it's blind v blind. O'Neill in the small. And he caught one of his cards, the 4 of diamonds.
I have I have 2 million, do I?
You have 2 million.
I believe so.
All in.
Shove small to big.
First is very good.
Oh boy. Oh,
Oh, no.
no.
Kite calls with ace king. O'Neill
All in.
gonna guess it's a pair of 4s here. Yep.
Good luck,
So
man.
this
Good
is a classic race. The pocket pair against the 2 overcards.
Not ideal.
Yeah, the way Kite's been running, I'd be pretty
Oh.
terrified if I was pocket 4s here.
Told you I have good hands.
Yeah, you do.
Ah, what to do?
Suffice to say, it is a race that Patrick
Yeah,
O'Neill needs to
sure.
win to survive.
As konge mot 4.
It feels too tense to even do a gag. I got him, but
King high flop. Kite near enough a 9-1 favorite. O'Neill drawing to 2 outs.
Take a 6. Yeah.
Take a 6.
King in the window, huh?
yeah, Kite will take the 6 of hearts.
It's a 4,
Oh boy.
but it is the 4 of
Ooh.
hearts. So even though O'Neill's back out in front, he has to fade a heart on the river.
Welcome to poker.
Not like this. Not like this.
Has anyone faded a river against Kite?
Now they have a full house on the river for Padraig O'Neill. He has doubled up through the chip leader.
You guys,
And he now has 36 big blinds. And Kite's dropped below the 200 big blind mark. Will he ever recover?
I mean, that's 2 in a row. One more, and that's called a winning streak. Losing streak, sorry, losing streak.
you guys wanted drama. It doesn't get much more dramatic than that.
Finishing
Turns
the
the
back,
set,
they don't want to have
rivers the boat.
Is it 2 million?
2,105,000.
Thank you.
Told you bad fold with the queen 10.
Oh, turn. The only 4 that's...
Yeah, I
correct.
Mean,
There's only 2, but...
look at the dominance he still has, Nick.
Yeah, I know. He'll never recover from this loss. That's how you know Queen 10 was a bad fold, because he lost with Ace King versus 4s, right?
Yeah, but I didn't bet with him one time. Come on. Did I? No?
One return for you.
Stay out of your way, didn't I? You
Yeah.
can't play rivers against you.
No, but like, I never outdraw you, you know. Yeah, but it was flipped. That's fair.
Good vibes at the feature table. Loving it.
By the way, the reason why the deck has been changed before the conspiracy theories start is you may have spotted the fact that we couldn't read one of the 4s. The RFID chip in one of the cards had broken, so we've replaced the deck because we had a dead chip in one of the cards.
I thought you had ace 4 when you first showed your hand.
Yeah.
Oh, I was so happy. Oh, 2 4s.
If I had ace 4 suited, I would have.
You do the same or no?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think so.
I guess so.
One pass.
Can't believe Kite is down to 19.7 big blinds.
It's 197, Joe. There's no decimal point between the 9 and the 7.
Oh.
Three pass.
So just the one short stack at the table now, Nick. Wagner playing 12 big blinds. Ruggeri's got him 2-1. So
Yep.
a situation that Kite can still take advantage of.
Absolutely. And you'll notice here, Patrick O'Neill folding off of 36 big blinds on the button with an ace, a weak ace there offsuit. And you're going to see this. You're going to see a lot of adjustment here.
365.
A lot of risk premium adjustment as we focus now on the shortest stacks and sort of this implied collusion to try and eliminate the shorties for the benefit of the bigger stacks to find ladders.
King, King 8. And it's not really about the fact that Kite hasn't connected, it's more about the fact that Ruggeri hasn't connected. So he can just throw out 225,000, and it's really, really hard for Ruggeri.
Yep, blind v blind, queen high going to be the best hand here at a decent frequency. But does Ruggeri want to get tangled up with the big stack at this stage?
The problem is every time Kite's shown a hand, he's had it.
And when people have made good calls against him with high cards, he ends up making it later.
Exhibit A. Now he has showdown value. Checks to Ruggeri. Why do they do it to themselves, Nick?
Oh, man. I think Jan calls every time.
And Ruggeri does not improve on the river. Just check it back, buddy.
I think queen high is good enough to check back here, honestly. Kite can have straight draws on the turn, flush draws on the turn. I don't think you need to turn queen high into a bluff here, but looks like he wants to.
I mean, if this gets a fold from a 7, then well done.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Or from ace high.
As we've learned from the poker books, if it works, it must be the right move. JK.
I mean, Kite has not snap called. Might be worried about an 8 or even a king.
Kite tends to have really good live reads. I wonder if he's sensing weakness. Nice move.
Credit to Ruggeri.
Yeah.
The bluff gets through.
Absolutely. So that's the second time we've seen Ruggeri pulling the trigger.
No, better. Way better. But I cannot beat the king.
Stacking chips doing very well to find some nice little moves here.
Can I get?
Huh?
Can I get? Can I get?
You can know. If you bluff ace high, that's good for you.
If I have ace high, don't bluff.
Yeah, that's what I think.
I have value with you.
Yeah.
Undeterred, he will raise the button with King 5.
275,000. 10 plus. One pass.
Okay, steadies the ship.
Tight fold. I know you have it this time. Next time I call. This time you can have it. Lucky flop. Very lucky flop. But very good.
Who's flop for bluff you?
For
bluff and you?
to bluff me.
I don't know.
Oh, you bluffed me?
I don't know.
You didn't. I don't believe you. Find out in the break.
5 pass.
One free.
Queen 3.
260.
The chip leader raises.
1 plus.
Oh boy.
And runs into aces.
All in.
Wagner all in.
8 plus.
And a quick fold from Kite.
Yep, aces top 3 hand, right, Joe?
Deuces again?
Arguably.
He learned from the...
Are you queen, man? Cool.
I remember him. The guy who didn't...
No, this is
yesterday. The guy who was in 6. Was he French or Russian?
It said Russian.
Yeah, but he spoke French with
Did he?
the guy. I think so. Maybe
No?
maybe he spoke Russian. I don't know. My French isn't that good. No, but...
Thank you.
Yeah, his flag was Russian.
No.
You don't have to play every hand.
Yes, you do.
250,000.
It's a rule.
We came here for a show, James, and we're getting one.
There's 2 rules here. You have to play every hand, and you can't eat all the fully loaded nachos.
3 plus.
And you don't talk about Fight Club.
All right, 3 rules.
I think I know what it was. Someone told me it's French, but I think they just thought it's French because it's the same 3 colors as Russia, right? It's just that the flag is the other way.
Does happen from time to
At
time.
least the same colors. I guess
Takes it down with the dirty diaper.
that's the reason why someone said it's French.
I can understand why someone with the last name Rodin you might
Yeah,
think
but
is
same 3
French.
colors. Yeah. You know.
Thank you.
Ruggieri
And raise 200.
starts the action here, opening under the gun with pocket 5s. Oh, he just folded it.
Lots of big players to act behind.
3 plus. 5 plus.
Definitely opening up the gates.
Gates of set miming hell.
And Kite's got a pretty nice little set mime.
I love all these people saying how tough it must be to have that massive lead and then
Oh.
see it slowly dwindle.
Who wants to set mime when you can just take it down pre-flop, Joe?
Right, well, this is what I mean, is that Ruggieri's got to fold now, right?
Yes.
Yes.
You can't call with 5s here. This is why
Which is what James was saying.
I was
yeah.
half joking when I said I would fold here, but I wouldn't have opened with 5s in this spot.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
I had the best time.
I can dominate the UA2.
The point I was making is that Kite came into this
maybe
final
not
table with
this
22.9 million chips. He currently has 23.5. So even though he's down from where he was at one point, he is still up
Hard
on
to
the
play
day.
with 9
I
solid
have
position.
Yes,
pocket.
indeed.
Yeah, I have 9s.
Ah, okay.
If you have better, it's
Okay,
good
no,
too.
no.
But
Small blue blinds.
it's hard to play
Okay.
9s out of position.
Yeah. Nice.
Ah, you called it pocket 8. Oh, mwah.
Ace-4 for Zhao, first to act.
250,000.
Raises to 250k. Still got more than an hour to run at the 60,000, 120,000 blind level. So still more than an hour to play until our first break of the day.
5 plus.
Yep, so slightly wider open here from Zhao. He is one of our chip leaders, but with John still in the hand and to act behind him, I don't know if maybe you just want to avoid some of these spots. I would argue ace-4 offsuit in particular, not a particularly high-value combo. I'd actually rather have, you know, Jack-10 suited, Queen-Jack suited here than ace-4 off. I think Kite should consider 3-betting here a ton of the time, just because you apply so much pressure. Flatting also totally reasonable with such a pretty hand.
Heads up.
Okie dokie.
Took 8 check.
Kite flopping top pair, the wheel draw for Zhao. And Kite just improves the trips on the turn.
I want John to lead for like 550K here. Oh, really small, about a third pot instead.
What, no full house? No massive improvement for Zhao?
This is actually a really good run out to get paid by some ace high combos that check flop, especially versus under the gun, ace king, ace queen, ace jack, ace 10. A lot of those hands probably can level themselves into a call on this river, so I'd like to see a chunky river bet from Kite. Like real chunky.
10 seconds. Sit 8 bets. 1,520,000.
Oh, it's perfect. It's so perfect. That's the size. Slight overbet, Joe. I love poker so much.
No, he can't get called here.
Absolutely must use this size. It's polarizing, Joe. That's the point. He could be bluffing.
Ace high hero call, question mark?
No.
Oh, you can tell Zhao doesn't want to fold, but he knows he has to.
Does he, though?
If Zhao calls here, he goes from second to third on the leaderboard.
I'm telling you, John's played this like an absolute boss.
Oh, my word, he's counted it out. He's considering making the ace high hero call.
What did I say about that size, Joe?
You're losing to other ace highs.
Other ace highs don't bluff, Joe.
Two time bank cards have been played by Zhao. That's a third time bank card. Zhao!
Zhao-wee.
He's just dropped down to 3.23 million. He hasn't dropped down to third place, he's dropped down to fourth place.
Easy game, easy life.
Easy game, easy life, says Kite.
Who's
go
back up to nearly 26 million, back up over 200 big blinds. Zhao has dropped below 3 million. Or will be after he's posted the blinds in the next hand. Zhao playing around 25 big blinds now.
Hello.
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 It is Padraig O'Neill, who came into this final table as the short stack, who now is officially second in chips, but with 33 big blinds is significantly below average.
This is insane, you guys. Effective stack of this table, we're talking like 30-ish, even small. It's just the average is nuts here because it does not tell the full story like James was saying.
Have we ever seen a 6-1 chip lead in a not heads up situation?
No.
Yeah, sure.
This is absolutely savage, guys. Average stack right now is 7.7. No other player has 7.7. The next biggest stack is 4 million. That is insane.
Trey deuce offsuit, raises the button, standard.
ATC.
Always takes the cake.
FTA.
First to act, that one I know.
Yep.
So Ruggieri, interestingly, is flattered in the small blind. Zhao in the big blind.
Yeah, you got to at least call here. 6-5 off does fine multi-way for the small open.
Oh.
Ace 8-6. So everyone other than Kite flopped something here. He knows better than to bet this. Oh, wow. This could get interesting between Ruggieri and Zhao.
We've seen a lot of aggression from Ruggieri so far. A lot of spots where he has been unwilling to release his cards. And I feel like this is a spot where he loses quite a big pot to Zhao.
Zhao betting 300,000. You don't have to win every pot.
I feel like Zhao maybe could have sized up very slightly here because really your opponents are probably going to have to call with most eights. They're going to have to call with all their ace combos. They're going to have to call with a ton of flush draws, especially if it's overcard to an 8. If it's like, you know, Jack 10 of clubs or something like that. It's only a couple hundred difference, but it's worth a couple 100,000 difference, but probably worth considering. And indeed, when your opponent does have some weaker ace combos, maybe some suited aces in the small blind like Ruggieri, might have indeed ace 10, even slightly better than that, they're gonna have to continue, and you're gonna be sizing the pot in a way where you get more in the river as well. So small difference now makes a big difference on later streets.
Ruggieri, who has top pair, makes the call. Queen on the river. Ruggieri checks.
And now I'd like to see a really big bet, guys. I feel like your opponent probably isn't going to call with an 8 on the river anyway, so you're only really targeting that ace combo. Plenty of those in the small blind when they call versus the button open, especially a button open as wide as John Kite.
I mean, Zhao should know how to value bet trips. He just paid off a huge one. Just do unto others.
I want to save some of these time bank cards for later. Getting through them pretty quick.
I guess I size like 1.1 here, something like that. But there's an argument that you should go even bigger, I imagine.
Raise.
Raise, okay.
You're not allowed to raise, buddy. It's a bet. $1.2? All right, I dig it.
As Ruggieri sniffed this out. Oh, God.
Ruggieri doesn't have a club in his hand either, so slightly more likely his opponent's going to have some missed flush draws, which is not great for the call here. But it's so hard to fold ace 10 in this spot. Your opponent's going to have a 6 or they got to bluff. It's really that simple.
Especially against a player like Zhao, who has been quite aggressive, has fought for many pots.
I do not fault Ruggieri here for calling. This would just be, I don't know. It's so difficult. So difficult to fold here.
Slams those chips down. Show your hand.
You can show the trips.
Don't slow roll the guy. And the chips move round in a circle.
Cheap bet any flop.
So that sees Zhao move back into second place.
I call you fold.
Ruggieri drops down into fourth
That's
place.
why I don't bet flop. You know that.
Ruggieri on 15 big blinds now, Nick. Wagner on 12 big. So again, we've got 2 short stacks now.
Yeah, and positioning is going to be really important here. So Wagner and Ruggieri are the 2 shortest stacks. Wagner is going to be Kite's big blind for the time being. Ruggieri behind him. Patrick O'Neill, 33 big blinds in between Wagner and Kite.
By the way, great observation from Gunjammer there. The way that Ruggieri took it out on Kite, it was his fault. You bet I know to be in the hand. What are you making me call?
That's funny.
Chip leader opens again. King 7 in the cutoff makes it 250,000. Zhao in the small with 9-7 off, folds. Wagner, 7-4 off, folds. Raise and take it for Kite.
Right
Next.
back in business.
Yeah, you're going to much prefer to be in Ruggieri's position here as one of the short stacks, just because Wagner is going to be getting 100% opens. Having said that, plenty of opportunity for Kite to lean into those short stacks regardless when we are shorthanded here. 5 players remain.
So quiet the last 2 days in this room.
Because no one has anything to celebrate. You have all their chips.
Just like 3 turbos and 3 day 2s. Or 2 days.
5-minute levels in one of them.
Huh?
5-minute levels in one of them.
Yeah,
it's tough to beat.
That's insane, actually.
There's a couple of 10Ks concluding today. The official EPT High Roller, which is down to the final 14 players. And there's another 10K, which started yesterday, that's down to 13 players.
Wait, 14 and 13?
Yeah.
Wow.
One has hour-long levels, one has 30-minute levels.
Because one of them was, had like 20-something people at the start of the day, didn't it?
Yeah, that will be the one which, well, no, the High Roller came back with 24 and is down to 14. The 10K, which started yesterday, the 2-day event, started with around 27 players today. But again, 30-minute clock. It's not a turbo, but...
So many eliminations in just an hour.
Yeah.
How many people in the 330 that started today, James?
The 330, there's 2 330s, right? There's the one that started yesterday.
Yeah, sorry, the one that started today.
Okay, today's 330 has 99 entries right now.
Oh, wow.
Registration still open until 3 p.m.
Right. That would be a nice little finisher.
I can't do it on this broadcast, James, but please remind me for the podcast. I have an unbelievable Sandy the Degenerate story that it'll be worth waiting for.
Put it in your notes.
I
Put
know
it in your
the story.
notes.
I know the story, and it's absolutely peak.
I can't. It's
Save
going to be
it.
so hard not to talk to you about it off the air.
I mean, Keith didn't have to do anything there. He just had to sit there and let the chips come to him.
He just had to have that stack in front of him. It resembles the Prague Castle.
Is that the one with the rifles in the tower?
The armory.
Whoa.
I mean, that's just asking for disaster, dude.
I'm so jealous right now, you guys.
I mean-
I really don't get chip envy, but geez.
Have you ever heard of modern engineering?
On the one hand, I do admire the architecture. On the other, you just know that someone's going to knock him over.
Blind v blind.
1.5?
He's all in.
1,000,008?
He's all in.
1,000,006.
Yeah. $2 million. I changed it.
Jack 5 on the button.
Goodbye. Next hand. Next.
What we need to do is, you know, in Speed, where they do that video loop
Yeah.
to fool Dennis Hopper, we just need Kite raises, wins the pot. Kite raises, wins the pot.
Four of those, and then Kite gets a walk.
We can go to the bar, just leave that on loop.
Like in green. Looks like Irish almost.
Really?
Like Christmas jumper.
Christmas jumper. Oh, this guy.
Yeah.
I like it. I like the Christmas jumper.
Thank you to Feckenal for referencing the prize money.
He can dress like this.
And again, we should highlight that the jump is around 100 grand.
Yeah. Very good.
So you've got, for example, Ruggieri right now playing 13 big blinds, Wagner playing 9 big blinds, but whoever goes out next gets 271k, and whoever goes out in fourth gets 353.
If you're like chip leader, it's going.
Yeah,
like
of course.
these, like,
Of course, yeah.
Just don't go out next.
So Kite raising with King Jack of diamonds, Ruggieri with ace 5 offsuit on the button. Oh, that's right, Bob. No one's playing for a 100k jump. You have to play for the win. Yeah, that's absolutely modern poker thinking.
Bob also wants to know what time today's free roll starts.
Story checks out.
Wagner has a hand he can defend. Decides against it. Kite scoops another one.
Yeah, but 50-50. Give ace 10.
Okay.
Yeah. You're both thinking about it.
Well, that is John's brother Ariel watching from the bottom of the stage. They put some screens down at the bottom of the steps so people can sit on the empty poker tables and watch the action from inside the poker room.
You got in and he got, then I fold.
I like the gingerbread jumper.
Of course.
Not my gumdrop buttons.
No more showing.
What a boss, man. Absolutely wrecking him. I'm loving this.
Oh, ace 6 suited for Wagner.
Yeah, I'm all in here against the chip leader. He's playing 100% of hands. You just got to go at some point.
There it is. Wagner all in. O'Neill folds.
Or 1170.
Over one.
1170.
Yeah. 1-1-1-1-7-5. 70. Yeah, you are better than me.
Nice open, Robbie.
Tough fold with Jack 4. Nuts.
Wagner shows the ace of hearts.
Only one picture card this time, not two.
So Wagner and Ruggieri tied at the bottom of the leaderboard, 13 big blinds each.
I know who I'm gonna call light, that's for sure.
And we are halfway through level
Definitely
30.
The guy who can go home in 5 minutes.
45 minutes left on this first session, 45 minutes till the first break of the day. Still 5-handed. Action folded to Wagner on the button.
1-7 now.
Ace 5 offsuit.
Same thing here, Nikki.
Yes, gotta go, gotta go.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Huh?
very clear push.
Like 1-7, something like that.
Oh, as a short stack. O'Neill's definitely getting this in though. So just Kite to act behind. He's all in for sure.
All in.
The reshove from O'Neill.
Kite with queens.
No.
This time I can fold, it's okay.
So it is Wagner at risk and behind. So Wagner on the verge of being the first player eliminated today. Unless he can get lucky and spike an ace. That is Dan Wilson, Podrick's friend. You may know him as Nuke the Fish on Stars.
Yeah, quite the player himself.
8-4 deuce on the flop, 10's holding. Additional equity because Wagner stood up. Turn card is a jack. No additional outs for Wagner. An ace or a 3 required. The river is a queen. 10's hold. And we lose Adam Wagner, the last local player in the EPT Prague main event.
Thank you.
Eliminated in 5th place.
Thank you.
Cashes for 271,660 euros.
Check. Out.
A6.
Couldn't call.
Yeah, it's like, what do I do now? What do I do with the rest of my
Luck of
life?
Irish.
$250,000 though.
1 million online. It's up.
And Podrick O'Neill now playing 5.4 million, 44 big blinds, second in chips, but trailing the chip leader by a considerable margin because John Kite's got more than 220 bigs right now.
Put it past you. Wouldn't put it past you in this tournament.
And we still have a short stack. Umberto Ruggeri playing 11 big blinds.
I think I have to call ace queen.
Well, I don't know. I
Nice hand, man.
don't know. Thank you.
Not sure.
You can open push, you can.
And I just said, like, he's the lightest guy to shove. then you wake up with 10s. Right up.
And then there were 4, all now guaranteed more than 353K.
Pretty hand on the button, but
yeah, it is shot clock. Yeah.
O'Neill can just allow Kite to do the work here. Blind v blind, Kite is going to be piling in the pressure into that 11 big blind stack of Ruggeri.
1-4?
Yeah, this is a shove for sure.
1, 2.
Easy all in. 8-7 suited slam dunk all in blind v blind for this stack. Yeah, boy.
Shoves on him and he calls. He calls all in. Ruggeri.
Oh. Not even live for you.
Is that jacks?
It's a big pocket pair. It's kings.
One time.
The bigger boys.
8-7 mot kongen
8-7 suited actually one of the best combinations to have under these circumstances. That's why we see 8-7 suited played as a pre-flop shove at shorter stack depths. So going to have a significant equity. I mean, when you're running into kings, you're never going to be doing great, but still doing okay.
That is Ruggeri's sister Anna and her husband.
8-7 of clubs.
Yeah, running into it, equity never going to be fantastic, but what a hand to crack kings. Clubs not live, though.
Kite's won so many all-in run-outs when he was a dog. I don't think he can keep doing it.
Jack 10 tray on the flop. He has got a gut shot now.
Always something.
Yeah, also swear.
9 queen.
So Ruggieri just has to fade a 9 on the river, and he survives.
You know what they call me? John River Kite.
It's a queen. Ruggieri survives. Doubles up through the chip leader. Now has 25 big blinds. Kite, by the way, still has nearly 210 big blinds now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Kite's doing it right there. It looks silly when you run into kings, but the shove there is going to be unbelievably profitable, especially consider how much tighter players will be in the face of huge pay jumps. Final 4 here in Prague. Waking up with kings. That's a good strategy, James.
Oh, is that
Q
for 1 point?
cap. No, only in.
Okay.
Big blind special.
This is the worst time I
Gonna see John Kite down to 209 big blinds. I'm sure he's devastated.
Very close.
I'm a Phoenix Arabian.
And back we go to the raise and take it game.
Thing is, if there's a queen on the turn, then I'm really dead. Queen came in.
Yeah, I got queen.
King Queen under the gun for Padraig O'Neill. Starts the hand with 5.39 million, 44 big blinds. Raises. Round to Zhao in the big blind with ace-jack suited.
A non-Kite hand?
There are a few. And this is one of them, Zhao calling. And the players with very similar stack sizes, second and third on the leaderboard, go to the flop, which is Queen 8 tray with 1 club.
Zhao checks to the razor, but probably gonna see a turn card no matter what.
Service.
Continuation bet from O'Neill. 275,000. Zhao folds.
Does not want to see a turn card.
Nope.
Just thinks that under the gun range, I guess, is pretty tight.
Now is the moment of gin tonic.
Moment of.
One gin tonic.
Oh, I also tried to order, but.
Did he just order a gin and tonic?
He did.
Hell yes!
I also ordered.
My man.
Well, Kite was teasing about it this earlier, saying no gin and tonic today.
I ordered with a lady. But.
Oh man, nothing's going your way today, is it? Take a couple hands off, you'd be fine. Go to the bar. I'll help you carry it back. A queen and a 10. We're raising again.
You only see one of Ruggieri's cards. Serious 3-bet. O'Neill in the big blind with ace-9 of spades.
Well, pocket eights. Now that we've seen the ace of spades, I don't know what else you'd be 3-betting.
This is the guy who 4-bet 10 deuce yesterday.
Okay, all right. Maybe maybe you can bet. Maybe you can 3-bet a bunch of other cards then.
All in.
Oh, wow. What are you going to do now? Fold.
Wait for a better hand.
Oh man, the power poker is absolutely unbelievable.
Back
Really
up.
enjoying this.
Back up over 26 million as Ruggieri drops below 20 bigs. Knew that there was no way he was calling an all-in before his gin and tonic arrived.
You have to order. Okay, thank you. Changing a lot of decks.
Kite, such a huge advantage over the rest of the table. I know we keep saying it, but it's because it's true.
Yeah, really awesome poker here. As we started the day with final 5. And now, Kite putting on a bit of a clinic. Just an absolutely monster chip lead here, and can he navigate some bust outs?
O'Neill opening small to big, ace-8, ace-6 for Kite, ace-6 suited.
And quite possibly a re-raise. Excuse me, or a raise, I should say, but a big one.
Yeah, so O'Neill just called in the small, Kite making it 400,000 from the big. That is a call, and these two will go heads up to the flop. Queen 10-7. Decent chance of a chop here.
920K in the middle. Does Kite want a c-bet? No, gonna play it cool.
With the paired board, there is now an 86% chance of a chop.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of those where both players just really happy to get to showdown James. I think it probably goes check, check on the turn again, possibly the same on the river. Yeah, as expected. Would you believe it? Playing the board, both players. I say playing the board, playing the queens and sevens with the ace kicker.
O'Neill checks.
Presume Kite checks behind here. Yep. So both playing queens and sevens with an ace kicker. This is a chop pot, and you know what they say. Everyone loves a chop pot.
Yeah. No diamond on the turn, nothing. Yeah.
Next time, please just fold pre-flop.
Please
Take
just
some
fold.
time, check, you know. Question is, do you check your queen there or not?
I don't think you have a queen.
Huh?
I don't think you have a queen.
Yeah, I know. The question is,
When
do you?
Shadow Dan says much better than yesterday's disaster, is he alluding to one involving Griffin and Sam Grafton?
Yes.
Yeah, well,
Good hand. Very good.
Absolutely no effort made by Sam Grafton in his Chop Hot song singing whatsoever.
what's Benja's excuse?
Well, he was remote, so.
Oh, yeah. Okay, fair enough.
The first time we did it, Sam made up a tune, his own version.
Everyone loves a job.
And then the second time, he just waited for us to finish, chop hot.
It's kind of his brand, though, isn't it?
Hey, deuces for Kite in the small blinds.
Have some of that, mate.
Same spot again, blind be blind.
Oh!
Oh.
Ruggieri with sixes, and he is the short stack at the table.
Yeah.
17 bigs.
He folded fives.
He's got a call here. Mandatory call.
And when he folded fives, it was a different dynamic. He wasn't the short stack.
Right.
Wow. All in again. No. Fuck.
It's a disaster.
Well, Joe, you know what they say about deuces, mate.
Really?
They have yet to win. We've seen 3 all-ins with deuces, all 3 times into bigger pairs. No deuces have been spiked.
Team Ruggieri very excited. John's brother Ariel has been joined by John's girlfriend, Carolina. The flop has a 6 and a deuce on it.
Okay, so a deuce has been spiked.
Oh, man.
3-4. Come on. It's been long since it's been like death by quads, right? That's a long time since I've seen that.
In order to invoke the hashtag, we're going to need a deuce on the river.
Just a 3.
A 3 would chop it.
Don't forget about 3.
That gin and tonic is getting drunk.
River card is a jack. A set of 6s gets the job done for Ruggieri, and he doubles up. Now playing 38 big blinds. Cheng Zhao is now the shortest stack with 35 big blinds.
John Kite must be so confused right now.
2.
Hasn't spiked a river yet today.
2-2 something.
I mean, I would be more confused about the fact they kept losing all-ins, but I'm still monster chip leader. Still has almost 200 bigs.
And he's still got more chips than he started the day with.
It's unbelievable. Yeah, again, blind v blind, guys. I think John's doing everything right there. I think Big Blind doing everything right there. You know, this is just how it goes. Short-handed poker, high variance.
Sometimes the hands play himself.
Yep. You can push 2-2, 3-3, 4-4, 5-5. You raise 9-9, 10-10, Jack-Jack, no lean direct. Good call.
Still four-handed with 25 minutes left on the level.
Pocket starts flop.
How dare you?
I'm turn.
You just never see this stuff live.
I feel it's been sweat like every all-in.
That wasn't much of a sweat, no.
No, but like on turn, there's like always something.
Yeah,
Normally the turn's quick and like there's no sweat. You know?
Yeah. We went the way you run.
Normally like every all-in, it's been like chop outs, like with ace king, ace queen or something.
It has.
It's never been like king in the window and no out, you know, something.
Shout dominated. But is gonna peel.
Ace 8-4. Continuation bet from Kite. And Zhao folds. Spare a thought for Tara, watching on YouTube. I had important-ish stuff to complete today. It's all going to hell due to wanting to watch this game. Oh, sigh.
Sometimes people say that like on stream, like when I'm streaming. I kind of like leading people astray. I like the idea that people are at work like not working and they're just watching the stream.
Also, you qualified it, Tara. You said important-ish, which implies it's not actually that
Probably not
important.
that important.
Yeah. It's not like, you know, you've got to perform heart surgery this afternoon.
I'm also missing important-ish stuff for this today.
Zhao with Jack 10 of clubs in the small blind. Raises to 250,000. Ace tray for Podrick O'Neill in the big blind. Makes the call. These two will go to the flop. 10-5 deuce. Top pair for Zhao. Wheel draw for O'Neill.
The real deal O'Neill wheel.
So Zhao, 31 big blinds behind is the effective stack. Top pair, good kicker, backdoor clubs. Probably c-bets this most of the time.
Another one.
What do you mean another one?
Play.
It's a 400K bet into
Next time,
620. It's quite
eight.
big.
I pushed those as well. Yeah, I know.
400,000 apiece. Turn card is the 5 of spades, pairing the board. Zhao now an 86% favorite.
Zhao definitely going to be concerned that some 5x combos are in there. And obviously, final table dynamics might want to slow it down, do a little bit of pot control on the turn.
Zhao is not slowing down.
Yep, decides to continue. Also totally reasonable. Will have the best hand plenty. Like I said, the 5 is a bit of a scare card, but also quite specific. Only 2 left in the deck. That will give O'Neill either trips and or potentially quads, although perhaps 5s played slightly differently pre-flop. We'll never know.
So 600,000 into a pot of 1.4 million.
What do you want, John?
O'Neill calls again. And an 8 on the river.
The 8 of spades on the river.
Not irrelevant. And if O'Neill should choose to try and represent something, with the ace of spades in his hand, it could put Zhao in a tough spot. That being said, Zhao has not checked the river. He has bet.
Wow. Was not expecting 3 streets from this hand. Flop and turn maybe, but continues betting now. O'Neill, guys, let's not forget ace of spades in hand.
Yeah.
Can still represent the 5.
Do it.
This is actually a huge spot to just bang it in his face.
Not just a smidge, all of it.
This would be unbelievable techers from O'Neill. Can you imagine making this move on the final table? If he pulls the trigger here, I will be so unbelievably impressed.
All in?
Yes!
Oh my God, unbelievable
man.
stuff from O'Neill.
This hand is not over yet.
Zhao does have the best hand. Top pair with the 5s on board. If he calls, wins a huge pot. If he folds, he'll leave himself with 16 big blinds.
Look, no matter what happens, this is an absolutely beautiful play. Put Zhao in such a tough spot.
We've seen Zhao putting his opponents in lots of tough spots over the last few days. I think we've seen Zhao mostly make the big laydowns. Would you read into the checking of the cards again at all, Nick?
Yeah, it's a tricky one. I've asked a couple, of our guests throughout the week about that. Very mixed messages about how frequently checking cards is actually a sort of reliable tell.
Because to me, it looked like he wanted to see if he had the ace of spades.
Some players would be checking to make sure they got 2 spades before they make a huge mistake on a
Sure,
final table.
Absolutely.
So yeah, that's why it's a little bit
Or make sure
inconsistent.
that they have 5-6 offsuit.
Exactly. This move from O'Neill, honestly, I don't care what happens. He's already won my heart. This is just stunning poker. Oh!
Folds the best hand.
Hell of a play.
Great move from Padraig O'Neill, who's now playing 7.7 million, playing a 64 big blind stack. Zhao now the shorty with 16 bigs.
The real deal O'Neill.
Seriously, guys, that was the play of the tournament for me right there. And in such a high-pressure situation, he might be my new favorite player. Padraig O'Neill, unbelievable stuff. And now going to be sitting about 63 big blinds deep, second in chips. Still significantly behind Jan Kite, but whatever.
Over the course of the last hour and 45 minutes, Chen Zhao has lost 6 million chips.
King 5 of spades is a good hand. Come on. It was such a setup. Full house, trips, 2 pair. Yeah. You 2 million exactly?
Yeah.
Thank you.
$15 minutes left on this session. 15 minutes before the first break of the day. That's Vincent hand.
The Irish rail is growing. Somebody shine a big 4-leaf clover in the sky. Lads assemble.
Oh, wow. O'Neill with the Spraggy, ace-7 offsuit. Completes in the small. Kite with 9s in the big, raises.
Yeah, don't imagine Mr. O'Neill has limped to fold ace-7. See how he responds. Yep, just going to call.
Ace, Jack 6. Kite out flopped.
Go ahead, John. Make a bet.
O'Neill probably wants to lead here. I like something around 500K, maybe a bit more. 600, yep, just a smidge more. I think John might still find a call here once in a while, but decides to fold it. And Mr. O'Neill's going to take down another pot.
Why no checking?
Up to 8.2 million.
Don't want me to fire. Huh? Yeah, king queen.
Hey, hey, shout out to Hero Value in the chat.
On that turn, huh?
Yeah, we saw through your clever disguise in this tournament.
I'm not sure if Benny knows about that yet.
Oh, he knows. Jacob. Zhao with queen 7 under the gun.
Not now, Zhao.
Already.
Oh. Well, has some fold equity with 16 big blinds.
Sure. Not anymore, though.
Oh.
No, it does get the fold. That's reasonable. That's reasonable. That was a pretty wild shove, though, I got to say, for 16 bigs.
I mean, you're practically on the button.
Action starts with O'Neill. Folds. Kite. He's opened pretty much every single button. This one, no exception.
Already.
Zhao all in again.
Two in a row. Can he go 3?
Potentially. He's moved up over 20 bigs now.
Playing like a demon.
Guess he doesn't have to. The more he does it, the less he has to.
Well, seeing as how John would literally raise 3 deuce off there, I suppose any high card is going to be pretty good as a 3-bet jam.
8 million. Yeah.
Yeah, a bit over.
Over 8? Yeah.
Probably 8 with all this. Like,
What do you get?
8 million. If I double off you, we could have some fun. Similar stacks, right?
With you and after with you.
Kite first to act. Ace King. Well, I hope Zhao doesn't try and make it 3 in a row because it's not going to get through.
Kite card rack. Now available for purchase. YonKite.com.
Meanwhile, Ruggieri seemingly has a decision. No. Zhao with ace queen.
Oh, no.
Oh, there's no way out from here. Mandatory. Mandatory all in.
He is going to do it 3 in a row. And it might be his last hand.
Already.
Does indeed shove. A fold from O'Neill, the snap call from Kite. Domination situation in Kite's favor. Zhao at risk.
S-konge mot S-dame.
Team Kite. Excited but nervous.
Just sit there and relax.
Not in the hand, so
Huh?
not in the hand. I'm cool.
Zhao taking his mask off. This whole table is sickness.
Reminder, Zhao came into this 5-handed final table, second in chips, the only player other than Kite with a playable stack. But he's on the verge of elimination right now, looking for a queen on the turn or river.
They catch a club on the turn.
I would give him additional outs, but it's a spade.
Always a good shot for chop.
Not a club, not a wheel card.
Is the chance of a chop with a 4 on the river. Queen for the win. Does have outs. The river is a blank. He is Zhao here.
Good game. Well played.
Cheng Zhao, 4th place finisher in the EPT Prague main event. Cashes for 353,240 euros.
7 minutes.
And we are down to 3 players.
Presume. Yeah.
One of those 3 players has 26 million chips, still has more than 200 big blinds.
Nice spot.
What does he want to have a look at the numbers?
It's nice when you can relax. Yeah.
Has a player
I guess you two are happy.
been dispatched by anyone besides
Everyone's happy. That's good.
John Kite?
Everyone's happy. Sitting at this
I believe he's eliminated everybody at the final table, if I'm not mistaken.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Somebody confirm?
Well, we know he got Ruggieri, right? The last person to go out. Not Ruggieri, sorry.
Please push.
Not yet.
the EPT champ by
Looking into the future.
Wow.
Wagner.
I doubled him twice. What do you mean keep doing this?
Doubled me sometimes as well, didn't you?
Right?
Yes.
Earlier today.
There's only been 2 eliminations today.
Right, and then the last person yesterday, he got Mattel.
Yeah, Queens versus Deuces.
Yeah. Just hold.
If I just
No,
hit the
sorry.
9 or deuce,
Mattel was before the Queens versus Deuces.
But he got Mattel and he got Rodin.
Yep.
Yes.
already. You know? So you can say.
So it's 4 of 7.
Now we're starting to play poker, huh?
Did he get Marley?
No more folding for this guy.
Yes, because Marley shipped suited ace against his ace king. Or was it queens? No, queens.
Got Marley.
Yeah.
That was 8th place.
That was king queen. Thank you guys. You're right. Yep, ace 4 versus king queen. That's right.
So again, a blind v blind battle between O'Neill and Kite.
O'Neill got Wagner. Thank you folks out there. Kind of all blends together sometimes. Set of 6s here.
Oh my word. That's 350,000. And O'Neill decides not to go any further. 26.5 million chips for Kite. We've only got 5 minutes left on the level. 5 minutes till the first break of the day.
I'm so jealous right now. Kite running so hot. Just making hands, just running good. Such a force over the last couple days here in Prague.
Now it's dangerous. Don't push anything.
No more all in. No more all in. Now we play poker.
$240.
Button raise from O'Neill with ace-3 of diamonds. Gets a fold from the chip leader, Ruggieri, in the big blind. Looks interested. King-8 off.
200? Call.
Ace-10-6. O'Neill, 95% favorite here. Ruggieri's checked to him.
Not much you can do, buddy
Don't
boy.
you bet anymore. No, 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 no.
So at the current level, we've got Kite 220 big blinds, O'Neill 64 big blinds, Ruggieri 32 big blinds. Blinds going up in 3 minutes' time. That's when we hit the break.
I mean, even if Ruggieri did go out next, and let's say he went out at the hands of Jan Kite,
yeah,
who would have 250 big blinds, and when they went heads up, O'Neill 65, Kite 250. The chip discrepancy sounds massive, but 65 big blinds effective heads up is still pretty deep.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Still can be tricky to get 65 big blinds all in heads up. May become a bit of a war of attrition. If we see that scenario come up. Kite's not in this hand though. O'Neill flops best.
It's been a while since we've seen a stone cold bluff. A zero equity bluff.
$250.
Yeah. 55.
Yeah, 45 back. You give 300.
Yeah, that's correct.
Oh, yeah.
Pair of eights looking pretty good. See if Ruggieri, I imagine, doesn't just fire once there and give up. Not a massive bet relative to the size of the pot. Oh, yes it was, excuse me. Sorry. That is a almost full pot size bet.
Man, O'Neill's got a hand that can definitely hero still.
I said this yesterday, Nick. I've been really impressed with what we've seen from O'Neill. Not surprised that he is so well respected within the Irish poker community. I can easily see him making this call with just an 8.
Sure. No, just so collected, so calm, so in the zone. Navigated this final table like an absolute champion. I think you have to call here a ton, to be honest, from a theoretical standpoint.
$45. I'm gonna call.
Wow. Beautiful
Makes
stuff.
a great call to end the first session of this final table, and will chip up to 9.2 million.
On break.
So when we come back from the break, the blinds will be up. We'll be into level 31, 100,000, 150,000 blinds. That will give O'Neill a 60 big blind stack. Ruggieri will have a sub-20 big blind stack. And look at Jan Kite, 26.5 million, still more than 175 big blinds, still dominating this three-handed final table. More live action from the Prague leg of the PokerStars European Poker Tour when we return. It's a 19-minute break, and then we will be back. Can Kite close it out? Or will we see the beginning of his descent? Will we see O'Neill potentially double up and prove to be a contender? Don't discount Ruggieri either. Could be a lot of poker still to play in this tournament. So we'll be back on the other side of this break as the main event final table continues.
So we are starting this hand about 42 big blinds effective. Peter Jorgna is the shorter of the two stacks.
Balea raising with 7-6 offsuit, seems pretty standard.
Yep, lots of raising from position. Heads up, you're going to be very aggressive. Jorgna with a hand he can defend quite easily. 10-6 of hearts.
And he does defend, calling for an extra 400k, and we will see the first flop of this level. And that flop is 10 high, 10-5-3, so it's top pair for Jorgna. Balea does have a gut shot straight draw.
Yeah, absolutely. These are boards you want to see bet very aggressively. You have gut shots, heads up, you're in position, you have absolute position against your opponent. So even though Jorgna does have a top pair, a c-bet here will take it down a lot of the time when he hasn't connected. Also sets you up for bets on later streets as well, James, if you want to try and convince a 5 or a 3 to fold. So I do expect a continuation from Balea pretty much every time. 2 million in the middle.
Balea does make a c-bet of 600,000. And with top pair, just a call from Jorgna?
Yep, I think with a hand like 10-6, you just want to play it slow here.
Oh.
But wait.
That is not a call. Jorgna check raises with a pair of 10s.
I mean, check raising top pair is never going to be a bad thing to do, James. It's just that it's probably more conventional when you check raise when you have a stronger kicker than a 6, especially as the 6 gives you opportunities to turn and backdoor some straights in this particular situation.
Okay, so the raise is to 1.5 million, 900,000 to call, and seems that Balea is planning to make that call.
I really like this float, James. With the 6 of spades in your hand in particular, you can actually represent much stronger hands on later streets if the spades start to fall. If your opponent slows down, they might just have pure bluffs that you can get to fold as well.
Makes the call, and we go to the turn. I'm calling it, Nick. Action card, 4 of diamonds.
That would be quite the action card.
Oh, come on! I got the right color. I didn't get the right suit, but I got the right color.
The commentator's curse strikes again. James Hardigan is to blame. It is a turn straight for Balea. And as I said, Jorgna now has the straight draw to go with his 10, so he's going to be even more sticky in these situations.
Of course, so 0%. He cannot win the pot outright. But of course, a rivered 7 would chop it. I mean, a deuce would be disastrous for him. In fact, a 10 or a 6 would also be disastrous on the river.
Yeah, I think the 10 more disastrous than the 6 because, of course, he might give Balea some straights if a 6 falls, but the trips are really hard to get away from without losing some more.
So having check raised flop, Jorgna barrels turn for 2.6.
Yeah, full 50% pot on the turn, and there's so much in the middle now. I mean, heads up, EPT main event, you just turn the nuts and you're getting led into. It feels pretty fantastic, James.
And remember, this heads-up battle is worth a huge amount of money. They both locked up 780k, but the winner gets 1.17 million. And before you ask, no deal, because deals aren't allowed under French gaming law.
Balea not interested in a deal when he's got the nuts on the turn. I'll take all of it, thank you very much.
So you know what?
Yep.
I'm feeling another prediction.
Okay.
I think it's always coming 7.
Oh, man.
I think we're going to see a river 7. I think we're going to see another dramatic chop.
That would be pretty wild. I mean, this is just this card is such a strangely action-y card. Actually, it's so weird how the 4, seemingly innocuous, just creates so much more additional action. If he just flats, SPR is still above 1, James, so it might be tricky to get the rest in on the river. But if we see Jorgna lead river after having called the turn from Balea, it's going to easily go in. SPR way less than 1. Looks like he's going to try and raise right here, right now, though. That's one way to do it.
So Jordan leading for 2.6. Balea raising. And just going to verify the size of this raise. 5.6.
Yeah, very small raise.
4.6, sorry.
I think he was thinking along the lines that I was thinking on the turn here, James. He's going, how do I get the whole stack on the river? And if he doesn't raise right now, there's not always going to be SPR less than 1, which is one of the easiest ways to guarantee an all-in less than pot. And he's made it a size that Jordan just can't fold. I mean, you have top pair and you have the straight draw.
Yeah, and of course, he can't see that one of his straight draws is no good and the other would just chop the pot, so...
It's just, yeah, it's just too small for him to fold because he's thinking his opponent might have a strong hand here, but he's thinking his straight's going to be live a lot of the time if he can get there on the river.
Time bank cards being played by both players. Remember, the shot clock continues, 30 seconds per decision. You need more thinking time. Play those time bank cards. Buy yourself an additional 30. Well, that is a call. This hand is going to the river. We have got 16.2 in the middle. Jorgner's got 9.3 behind. And I'm telling you, it's always coming 7. We are going to be singing. This is going to be a chop pot.
That would be another very dramatic chop pot, the second of today, in fact, if we see that card fall.
River card is the 4 of clubs, pairing the board. Okay, so my prediction of the turn was substantially better than my prediction of the river. But what is interesting here is action is on Jorgner. Can he make some kind of blocker bet here?
This is so weird. SPR is so low now, guys. He's got 9.3 million behind. There's already 16 in the middle. I mean, I think Jorgner just wants to try to get to showdown as often as possible. I mean, so many spade draws have bricked. Some of the hands Balea might semi-bluff raise the turn have bricked as well. You know, what if he had like ace-6 of spades or something like that? I don't know. Maybe that's a card he might just... I'm not even sure if he'd play it like that, but in any case, Jorgner obviously has a hand that can win at showdown quite easily. I'm assuming he's going to just check here.
He moves all in!
What?
And Balea cannot fold this, surely. This is an HTC situation. This has to call. I know the board's paired, but his hand's too strong.
That was so unexpected from Jorgner. He has so much showdown. Is he kind of turning his hand into a bluff, James?
Balea asked for a count. I don't see how he can possibly...
I don't think I can fold this one.
He doesn't think he can fold. I don't think he can fold. HTC plays here. And if/when Balea makes this call, we will have our winner. Makes the call, and it's over.
Congratulations.
Year of Romania! We have our first ever Romanian winner on the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Razvan Balea takes down the first ever EPT Paris main event. Peter Jorgner is the runner-up for 780 grand. Razvan Balea, who qualified for $530, will cash out for 1.17 million.
Wow, what a result. Year of Romania.
Congratulated by his wife Andrea and his friends, other members of the Romanian poker community on the rail.
Wow, what a final hand, James. What a final hand here in Paris.
My dog wants to say hi as well.
The first ever EPT winner from Romania. Razvan Balea, welcome to Poker in the Ears.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Thank you for being here. The Year of Romania is real. And I just got to know, look, I know we talked a little bit right after the event. You're on stage. Obviously, we did a quick interview there. We might retread some of the same ground. But look, I don't admit to this often, but I've been saying it's the Year of Romania for a long time. And you're the guy that did it. You did it, man.
Yeah.
That's got to feel great.
Yeah, it's amazing. Actually, I just told thought about it, but yeah, it's like a dream now, and it's a dream come true. And now I just want to take it a bit easy because a lot of stuff are coming to me now, you know, like media attention and friends and all over. Yeah, so I'm really happy that I managed to do this.
I mean, I was going to say enjoy the attention, but I also completely understand where you're coming from about wanting to take it easy, because you are someone who works really hard at this game. You are a grinder. You put in a lot of hours as a player. You study the game. You put in a lot of hours learning about poker, and you're a poker coach as well. How do you have time to do anything else?
Not much time. I don't have much time to do anything else, but now I hope I will have some time as well, more time than before, because now I achieved something great, and now I have some money as well, and I can do more stuff with my life as well. Yeah, it's pretty hard to be a poker player these days, but it's amazing. It's amazing when you achieve great things, and now my dog wants to say hi as well.
Oh wow! Look at that pooch.
This is Ace.
This is
my
Ace the dog.
Oh right, Ace, of course. Yes.
This is my Ace from my hand.
Oh, Ace up your sleeve.
When I need an ace on the river, I call him.
Oh, fantastic!
Very cute. So I know that I'm sure part of your approach and part of your coaching would be to teach players to keep their emotions in check, right? It's something that all poker players have to do. Obviously, keeping the bad emotions in check is what's most important. While you were having that sun run, were you allowing yourself to feel the good, positive emotions, or is it still no emotions?
Yeah, I think you need to accept every emotion that is coming to you, right? So I learned during these years, and especially last 2 years, that I had a lot of emotions while playing, while studying. So I learned how to accept them, and this is the most important thing, I think, not only in poker. So if an emotion comes to you, just stay with it a bit, because you can't avoid it. You can't do. I had times that I was playing some games after a bad session, for example, just to forget what was going on. But I learned that you need to accept it first, and then it will go away, and you need to be prepared for what is coming, right?
Yeah. Overall, looking back at it, are you happy with how you played? Do you look back and say, wow, I made a lot of mistakes and I was just very fortunate? Or do you actually think this was one of the best tournaments I've ever played from a theoretical point of view?
Yeah, I think this one was the best tournaments I ever played, for sure.
Excellent.
And yeah, the best focus I ever had in a tournament.
Yeah.
For sure.
And of course, we have to talk about the final hand. And I always find it much more interesting when the final hand does play through the streets. You know, often it's a coin flip, it's an all-in pre, and yes, it's dramatic, yes, it's suspenseful, but when it comes down to that river decision, it just makes it all the more meaningful. And I just want to know what went through your head at the moment when you made that call on the river, and without showing his cards, Peter just said, congratulations.
That was, even now, it's an amazing feeling when I think about it, when he said congratulations. Yeah, it was like a fully relief, and in the same time, a big joy that I knew that time that I'm a champion, I'm an EPT champion. So yeah, I never thought to fold that hand for sure, but I wanted to take my time because it was a call for the title, right? So in general, I take pretty fast decisions because I play a lot online, so I need to take decisions more fast. I like to play fast, but that time I thought that I should properly take my time and adjust the ranges properly, and yeah, I never thought to fall for sure.
So Guillaume back up to around 120,000 as a new player arrives at our feature table.
We may have lost Benjamin Spies and Kent Lundmark, but at least we've got Florian Kostler.
Action is on Florian.
Sunglasses and all. Classic.
Holds the King 6 under the gun. Daniel Guillen is out. Pocket 4s for Jorma Nuutinen. And he raises. Makes it 2,400. Pocket queens for Jake Cody.
Expect to see a free bet.
5-8.
If this were Jeopardy, I would answer, what is Daniel Negreanu's listed height?
So a re-raise to 5,800. Not much of a hand for Xuan Lu. She folds. Mohanen's out, as is Ruskia Konstantin. So back on Nuutinen.
See if Nuutinen wants to dig out his miner's helmet and his pickaxe, go searching for a 4.
Hi-ho, it's off to the flop we go.
Not yet.
Oh, sorry.
Nice try, pal. He's going to have to dig pretty deep considering Xuan Lu already folded a 4.
Well, that 4's not going to help him anymore. Queen, Queen 7, quads for Cody.
Huh.
Nuutinen checks.
5-5.
What is Daniel Negreanu's actual height?
Jay Cody bets 5,500.
It's likely Nuutinen will call at least one time and hope Jake's got many of the unpaired hands in his range, even though we know he's more dead than Mel Gibson's career.
He calls. We go to the turn. 5 of clubs.
Bad card for Nuutinen since it doesn't look all that scary. Not as bad as a 4 would have been, though.
Jake bets again.
Jake Cody, no fool. He's going to try to get paid on every street here. Could easily see Nuutinen calling again, thinking Jake's just barreling.
He does call. 10,500 apiece. To the river we go.
Jake's probably already trying to calculate the cost of Nuutinen's river ride to Value Town.
It's the case 4 on the river!
Oh, the price of that ticket just went up to everything you've got.
What a horrible spot for the Finn. The one card he thought he wanted to see is the one card he so did not want to see.
This is going to be a shame.
17-5.
Cody bets for value, 17,500.
Not sure if Nuutinen is Hollywooding, but he better enjoy the camera time while he can.
I'm rolling.
He shoves. You've got quads, Jake.
I call.
This is happening way too slowly for a guy with quads. Come on, Jake.
Oh, wow. Nice river.
I'm surprised he thinks it was a nice river because actually it caused him to lose. Oh, I see what he did.
Yeah. Jake Cody gets the double up.
Jake made a really small bet there, hoping he'd get a crying call, but in classic Jake Cody fashion, he flops quads and still somehow hits the river.
He's now up to more than 151,000. Welcome back to Prague and the 2023 season of the PokerStars European Poker Tour. It's actually the last leg of the season and the last day of the festival, the final table of the main event here at King's Casino at the Hilton Prague. 3 players remain from a starting field of 1,285. Those 3 players competing for a first prize of more than €1 million and the EPT main event trophy. It's James Hartigan joined by Griffin Benja. Hello, Griffin.
Hello, everyone. So happy to be here and to be able to catch the end of this thing. It's awesome.
Yeah, and I don't know how long it's going to take for Jean Quite to close out this final table, Griffin, or if Porrig O'Neill is going to continue to be on the ascent and become a contender, or if Umberto Ruggeri's going to come back from nowhere. Anything could happen, although the smart money right now does have Quite on winning and lifting that trophy.
Yeah, just an incredible run here from Quite. Just been in complete control and everything just going so incredibly well. 176 big blinds, 3-handed. It's almost unprecedented. So he does seem like the man of destiny, but O'Neill's been playing really, really well. I was talking to a couple of Irish poker player friends who hold him in quite high esteem within the sort of echelon high-stakes tournament Irish players. So we'll have to see. But yeah, Umberto, the short stack is definitely has a long way to go.
Yeah, just 18 big blinds at the new blind level, which is 100,000, 150,000 with a 150K big blind ante. And you say almost unprecedented. As far as an EPT is concerned, Griffin, we have never had someone with this bigger chip lead, with this advantage at an FT. It genuinely is unprecedented.
Yeah, I really don't remember seeing anything like it. So yeah, this is going to happen. He seems like the kind of guy that's been up to the task. You know, feels very in control. And when players like that get momentum and they're running good and they, you know, suck out here and there for some big pots, it can just be an absolute avalanche. And it's been very entertaining to watch.
Yeah. And a prediction from Heisenberg watching on YouTube. If O'Neill eliminates Ruggieri, it could be a long heads up. That is true. There's no guarantee that this will be over in the next 90 minutes. Level 31 is underway. And the first hand of this level, the first hand back from break, we see blind v blind. O'Neill completing with 4-3. Kite raises from the big, gets a fold from O'Neill.
Yeah, and I think that that's going to be a dynamic that we're going to have to pay very close attention to. You know, we are only three-handed, so position doesn't seem like that much of an important thing, but that is direct position that Kite has and is going to be able to pretty much raise. We only saw one card there, and it was the worst card you can have in the deck. So yeah, that really means that he's probably raising most of his range in those blind-on-blind situations. And, you know, we talk a little bit about ICM, and I understand it can be a complex sort of topic, but, you know, the bare bones of it is a situation like this. You know, if you're O'Neill, you need to make sure that you get heads up here. You need to get that pay jump when you have over 3 times as many chips as the player in third. So you've got to stay out of Kite's way. Those are the rules. You got to let Kite run the table over until it's heads up and expect to see a lot of that.
It's possible he never have 20 stacks.
2 million. In this.
425.
So Kite finding it hard to keep track of how many chips Ruggieri has because he's not keeping his chips in stacks of 20. Ruggieri is all in and Kite is folded. By the way, you'll notice that we have repositioned Ruggieri at the table.
Yeah.
Then he wouldn't ask you every time how much you have.
Only asked him 30 times in the tournament.
Yeah. I want joke with my chips.
Yeah, take the small ones, but leave one stack of 20.
It's 100.
Playing for over €1 million, an incredible turnout here at EPT Prague 2023.
You see, it's not
1,285 players.
Like, how can I know?
And worth highlighting the other payouts, Griffin. 459K for the next player out, 643K for the runner-up.
Waiting for this. I've been nice 4 days. Not anymore.
Wow, Ruggieri's getting it both barrels right now. Sort your chips out, get your cards in the box.
Colina, nå jeg par 9. Da må jeg vite hva han har.
Tens versus Queen Deuce on a Queen high flop. What do you think about Ruggieri just calling pre-Griffin with the tens?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a very intentional design to limp raise, limp shove off this 20 big blind stack, and O'Neill doesn't bite, and this is incredibly unlucky for him to find this queen high flop. So this is not good news. There's a lot of good turn cards here for Ruggieri, but you know, a long way to go. Not one of them.
Ruggieri, just 2% equity here. We did see Kite fold a 10 on the button. O'Neill going for a second street of value. 600,000 into a pot of 750,000. Ruggieri calls again. He's got 15 bigs behind. King on the river. Check.
Yeah, and that's actually quite a good card for Ruggieri. I think O'Neill was going to be comfortable pretty much barreling this all the way down if it was a brick river. Pretty much any card between, I would say, deuce and even 10 would probably feel very comfortable in betting again. 10 obviously would not have been good for the Irishman. But the king is the card that he's going to have to check back. And but it's a nice pot to take down, almost 10 million now. Peaking.
Absolutely. 66 bigs at the new blind level. Ruggieri, 15 bigs now.
Look, he's a playing card. That's cool. I like that shirt.
He's a king.
Go off, king.
Better to be king for a day than schmuck for a lifetime. You know that quote, Griffin?
No.
Martin Scorsese, he's
like
the king of comedy. Rupert Pupkin, as
nice.
played by Robert De Niro.
Yeah, I watched that actually for the first time a few months ago. Quite enjoyed it. I feel like they ripped off that Joker movie, though.
I think King of Comedy holds up incredibly well and almost feels more relevant today than it did in the early 80s.
Yeah.
Blind v blind. Kite in the small with Jack 3.
Yeah, no free passes here. You know, it does, you know, it's another interesting concept of ICM, especially three-handed when you have a big lead. You kind of don't mind that it stays three-handed for a while. You know, you kind of want to keep Ruggieri in there because O'Neill kind of has to play timid and stay away from you. So, but, you know, Kite's not going to give any free passes. Don't expect to see any walks. But I don't think he's necessarily going to be going for Ruggieri's jugular, if you will. And this limp from Jack 3, I think, is an indication of that.
Ruggieri has flop best, pairing his 9. Ruggieri still hovering around the 15 big blind mark. Queen 9 on the button. Chip leader raising. O'Neill's big blind. And he folds it.
Three. Grazie.
Let's talk a little bit about the 3 finalists we have at this final table. Starting with John Kite, the chip leader, winner of the Norwegian Championship here 6 years ago for 240,000 euros. So a few decent results in Prague over the years. Suffice to say, this would be his best ever result. Looking to become Norway's 4th EPT champion.
Give him 4 green.
Yeah, sure. Lindsay.
Umberto Ruggieri has been playing poker for more than a decade. Grinds online MTTs mostly. Also owns a couple of bed and breakfast spots in Rome.
Nice.
He's guaranteed his biggest live result ever today. Padraig O'Neill has been on the circuit for a while now. Burst onto the scene during the UK IPT in like 2011, 2012. Made the final table in Dublin in 2012. Has cashed at various tournaments around the world. And did you know, Griffin, that no Irish player other than Steve O'Dwyer has won an EPT?
I did not know that, but yeah, that makes sense. A lot of very talented Irish players on the tour, but yeah, in my memory, other than O'Dwyer, no champion. So this is obviously a very big moment for Irish poker fans. Like I mentioned earlier, some fans of O'Neill within the high stakes community.
Klopp Top asking
Good
about Max
representative
Silva.
wearing the green.
Max Silva has never won an EPT, but thank you for your question.
Yeah, it was right there in the name. If his name was Max Gold.
Vincent Hand has never won an EPT. Guys, when I tell you that no Irish player other than Steve O'Dwyer has won an EPT, don't just start throwing names at me of people who haven't won EPTs.
That's how Chat Pro Sunday works, James. You know, they just name Irish players until you're like, oh my God, you're right. Fintan Hand when he won in 2017. This is a great opportunity for O'Neill to close the gap between Kite here. 3-bet pot, ace-9 of spades, probably one of the worst hands I think O'Neill would continue with pre-flop. Not a lot of incentive to play big pots with Kite at all, but you kind of have to protect against getting, you know, overbeat up, you know, and letting him run you over too much. You'd probably fold something like ace-6 suited or ace-8, ace-9 off. So the fact that he finds himself here with a 9-high flop and now a pot of over 4 million, this is really going to be a great opportunity to get into that 8-figure territory, try to climb that mountain that is Kite Mountain.
The rotation for O'Neill, guaranteeing him this pot.
Yeah, and surely some relief for O'Neill to have seen that check on the turn. And in a normal poker situation, I think you probably want to try to find some value here at the ace-9, but because of the new rule set of this three-handed dynamic, Padres just trying to get there to showdown, and it does effectively. Look at that, almost 80 big blinds, 11.7 million chips. Great hand there.
Gunjama on Twitch says, hot take, O'Neill winning this thing. I have to say, it is not beyond the realms of possibility. Yes, Kite has a big chip advantage, but O'Neill, who started the day with just 12 big blinds, is now playing more than 75 big blinds and has been very impressive to watch every single step of the way in this MTT. And here's a question, Griffin. Obviously, Kite's been up and down a little bit, but he's always been around kind of the 22, between 22 and 25 million mark, basically, is where he's been for most of the day. If he did lose a huge pot, if, say, for example, he did surrender that massive chip lead, how do you think that would affect him psychologically?
Well, it really depends, you know, the kind of player you are, the kind of experience that you have. You know, I think that it's very important at this, on a stage such as this, an EPT final table. This is a very rare opportunity in someone's poker career. Oftentimes it will happen, you know, only once, sometimes never at all. So I think Kite, you know, even though he's someone that only has about you know, just over $1 million in scores, this is someone who has a couple of nice, you know, $250,000 scores, has clearly has some experience playing for good amounts of money, isn't always someone who's going to have had, you know, 200 big blinds on the final table. So I think we'll probably have some perspective. You know, it's one of those situations where you, even though it's going so well, you still hope for the best, but you prepare for the worst. And it could definitely happen that we could see, you know, something develop where the sort of the coin flips. And I don't think that he's just going to, you know, shatter. And he seems too composed for that, a little too experienced. So I expect him to be up for the challenge.
1,500. Registration is closed now, and Steelers start please.
And again, the blind v blind dynamic as O'Neill actually outflops Kite here.
Rare for the Spraggy to be performing so well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's, you know, we talked a bit about sort of bottom range. I think that, you know, O'Neill might limp fold. He's probably going to limp fold something like Queen 7, maybe even King 7 off. Probably going to continue something like that some of the time, but, you know, not a lot of reason to battle too much with Kite, but this hand's going to be too strong and has outflopped him, but that's not a good turn card.
By the way, we've referenced the fact that O'Neill started this hand with around 11 million. When he moved over the 10 million mark, it is the first time in this whole tournament that any player other than John Kite has moved over the 10 million mark.
Wow. So Kite, O'Neill kind of finds himself at the, you know, the bottom of his pair range here. I don't know if I would expect to see him turn his hand into a bluff, but it's going to be a bit difficult for the chip leader to bluff on this card, and he's just going to give it up and be annoyed to hear 7, I think. Yeah, and that's the annoyance. It's not that he had a better hand. He expects that. It's that he had the worst hand that he could have had in that spot that would have probably folded to a river bet.
And interesting dynamic emerging. I mean, Ruggieri now playing 10 big blinds, but if we look at O'Neill versus Kite, O'Neill's got more than 80 big blinds now. Kite has a 2-to-1 chip advantage over O'Neill. When you consider that a short while ago he had like a 6-to-1 advantage over the player in second place, O'Neill is definitely in this thing.
And some cute little needle there from the little Irish train that could, slowly climbing his way up to Kite's 24 million. You know, Kite joking about not getting lucky. Oh, wow, here we go.
Kite shoves small to big, and Ruggieri calls all in with ace-deuce of hearts.
10-5, ace-deuce. 3 all-ins, you always have a hand in big blind. Not like one time you didn't have a hand. Wow.
Ruggieri's sister and her husband. Ace, 8-5. Ruggieri, pretty much a 4-1 favorite. Kite's immediate outs are 10s and 5s. Diamond gives us a sweat.
Yeah, could be some interesting turn cards. We see a diamond. That's a very bad card for Kite.
Yeah, so that means Ruggieri just has to fade a 5 on the river. It's a 4, and the Italian will double up through the chip leader. Ruggieri's going to now be playing around 25 big blinds. Kite's dropped down below the 150 big blind mark.
Umberto.
Still a solid chip lead for Kite. But O'Neill has done a great job of chipping up to 12 million, and Ruggieri has now doubled up to stick around 3.65 million.
James, has Umberto Brenes ever won an EPT?
He has not. Even though the shark was hungry. Can we just ban people who talk about people who've won EPTs who haven't? Annette Oberstedt has not won an EPT. Laji, you're banned.
And some raising chips for,
3 million behind.
For Gary and
2 million and this. Around 4 million.
And Kite's decision here, yeah, between shove and raise is really going to be important in the Italians' tournament life, because I think if Kite made it 800,000 here and induced, this is the kind of hand candidate that Ruggieri would, I think, shove in. But facing that shove, you know, having 22 big blinds behind, yeah, sometimes Kite is going to shove in the king jack and, you know, maybe the queen 10 suited into you and you're folding a, you know, 20% edge. But a lot of the time it's going to be hands like what Kite has. So
yeah.
Kite going with the aggressive sort of all-in action did, I think, you know, lose an opportunity to eliminate Ruggieri in third, but also, you know, I'm not surprised to see it.
12.
Just under. Really average.
Yeah, yeah. First time in like
in a while. Yeah.
Since 2 tables or something.
Yeah. It wasn't a good start for you sitting there, to be honest. Average stack.
It's funny you had me to your left the whole.
But yeah, since 16 left, yeah.
400.
Kite raising small to big with 8-3. Ruggieri defending with queen 7 of clubs. Ace 9 tray. A pair of 3s for the chip leader. And a quick fold.
If only poker were that easy, James. Just raise the 8-3, flop bottom pair, get a snap fold, playing for $1 million.
It's a fair question from Mr. Awesome USA. If someone has dual citizenship, which nation does the tour use for their home? Where they currently live? It's which passport they use to register for the tournament. So Steve O'Dwyer, we all know that Steve was born in the USA, but he does have dual citizenship. He has both an American passport and an Irish passport. He travels around Europe with his Irish passport. That's what he uses to register for poker tournaments. Therefore, he counts as Irish. Neil's still ahead with king high on this 10 high flop.
350.
Pots like this are kind of interesting, but I think as a general rule, you're going to want to continue with, you know, a king high with a backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw on a spot like this. But, you know, like we've talked about, James, it's just not worth it right now to fight for these kind of pots, to try to, like, you know, to fight with the bottom of your calling range. You need to just let Kite do his thing. Let's eliminate, you know, Ruggieri, and then you and I can have a good time and, you know, and play for this $1 million.
I feel it's warmer up here than down there.
Yeah, it feels warm.
Yeah.
I feel warm.
Can't wear a hoodie here.
No.
Like down
And
there.
just to address a follow-up question here from Kashif on YouTube, who says, so an Indian player can't play in the EPTs? No, of course they can. Just because it's a European poker tour and goes to destinations in Europe doesn't mean only players from Europe can play. We normally have many Americans, Canadians. We had a Chinese player who made the final table. I'm just saying that Steve registers as an Irish citizen using his Irish passport, but he also has a US passport, but his results go towards the country of Ireland.
Yes, all players welcome, and we would love to see some more Indian players on the tour, surely.
Very strong turnout from Japanese players during this festival here in Prague.
Yeah, awesome.
Bree Shalen says, can you ban people from watching the stream? Sadly not. Adrian 555
Quite a mixed
says,
strategy.
The commentators never read Twitch comments. Why? You shouldn't need to ask. Jack 9 on the flop. That's 2 pair for Kite. Ruggieri with the flush draw.
Yeah, and a straight draw. Very disguised sort of mega draw here for Ruggieri in an otherwise innocuous limped pot. You know, yeah, I'm not thrilled by this raise at all from Ruggieri. I understand what he's thinking. Like, this is, you know, Kite's going to bet his whole range here. You know, I have a straight draw, I have a flush draw. I'm prepared to go all in, so why don't I just raise? Well, the problem, Ruggieri, is that you never have an ace here. You know, you would have shoved this ace pre-flop or raised it. So what you're representing doesn't really make any sense. So Kite is probably going to fight this pot with whatever he has, and it looks like it's a quick click back, and they're getting it in.
Wow.
And here we go. We get to the point where we have an all-in and a call.
8-7 clubs, add it twice.
Ruggieri at risk, but does have 11 outs.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Maybe too many outs.
Yeah.
I thought you had like ace-2, so jack 10 or something. I don't know.
10 of spades. Queen of flower.
Queen of flower, I love that.
How about the 10 of clubs? Ruggieri improves to the flush and is going to get another double up unless Kite spikes a jack or a 9 on the river.
And this is technically a street flash draw. I just have to say, James.
He got his flower on the turn. It's the 8 of hearts on the river, and that is going to be a double up for Ruggieri.
So many lives. Double him up 4 times today.
Nah, if I unfold, it's the same. In the turn.
Maybe I fold.
That's right, flower power for the Italian. 33 big blinds now.
Wow, that much?
Come on, man. Give me my chips.
Davok says, I just got here. Give me a quick rundown of what's happening. There are 3 people and they're playing poker. Thank you for your question.
It's a good time, good time.
It is a good time. As William is fond of saying, I have a feeling that tonight is going to be a good night.
And don't look now, James, but John Kite with under 22 million chips. Three pretty strong three-handed hands. Ruggieri now actually finding himself with too much chips to shove ace-9 off. You know, you got 33 big blinds. You don't really necessarily want to just stuff that in. And O'Neill with a very under-repped, strong pair three-handed to 7s, but again, not incentivized to squeeze and play some potentially big pot with Kite. Now, were this heads up, I think the Italian would be very inclined to continue with this ace-9, ace of diamonds, and might probably still be thinking this is going to be good some of the time. You know, you can sometimes back into the nut flush. You can maybe rep the nut flush if, you know, the board comes out a certain way. And O'Neill actually is the one with the best hand and comes in with the raise. And I'll tell you what, James, this is going to fold out the best hand and going to fold out Kite's. So really tricky move there. And this is nice. We got a little fight in the Italian. Let's go.
Ace-10?
Maybe. Or ace-9. I don't know.
Still the dominant chip lead for Kite, 21 million, 10 million for O'Neill, and 6 million for Ruggieri. Just under an hour left to play on level 31 with the blinds at 100,000, 150,000.
And finally, Kite gives him a free flop.
Ace, king, 4. We've only seen one of Kite's cards. Four of hearts, so we know that O'Neill has a flush draw. For all we know, Jack High could be the best hand right now, Griffin.
Yeah, not a lot of reason, I think, to bet here. You're never going to be folding out a worse hand. Even Queen High, I think, will continue if Kite's packing a Queen 8. So you just want to sort of induce bluffs in your check call here. When you are behind, you want to check call to try to hit that heart or jack.
Is that 3 enough?
A very large percentage of the time.
You call the turn anyway.
Yeah.
Yes, he does.
Finally check the strong hand on crucial.
Real Pokerful sends greetings from Holland. And we will send greetings back from Prague. Olaf asks if there's snow in Prague. Nope. Actually, it's reasonably mild here.
This is my spring vacation right now, coming from Montreal, where it's -8.
Kite raising small to beg with King 10. Ace-6 of hearts for Ruggieri, who calls. Jack 6-3, all diamonds.
Definitely been a bit of a lull in Kite's run good, I would say, over the course of this level. Not really hitting any flops. You know, the one big, as Ruggieri spikes that trips on the turn.
Yeah.
You know, the only time that the Norwegian flopped big and played a big pot was with that Jack-9 against Ruggieri, and then lost to that flush. And now a pretty fair fight pre-flop in King 10 versus Ace-6, and is now drawing dead by the turn, and a very disguised Ace-6. Might hear from King High sometimes, to be honest. Like, what are you really trying to rep here? That you just have a 6, that you snap check back to flush? You would never value bet an ace high here. So that's why we see the call from Kite. I know sometimes when you look at the cards, you're thinking, what's he doing? Well, not always going to have 3 of a kind.
Okay, we've got a double paired board now. It's the full house for Ruggieri. Kite checking. The irony is, Ruggieri doesn't really need the 6. The ace is good enough.
Yeah, and I think the important thing, if you're in Kite's spot in a situation like this, that's a very strange sort of like sip of the water there as he grabs one of his time bank cards. I think the important thing to remember if you're in Kite's shoes here, when you think your King High might be good on the turn here, is Ruggieri really going to take a big swig of his water, throw at the time thing, nonchalantly, and then find a bluff against a perceived range of ace high, right? Like, Ruggieri is going to think that Kite a lot of the time has ace high here, probably won't be folding very often. So really, is he going to be wanting to bluff here? And I think that's what Kite is going to realize, that this is probably strong. That looks like quite a large bet. So I think Kite is going to find the fold here and be like, really? You just have a full house here?
That is a very suspicious glare.
Yeah. Yeah, there is something in Kite's eyes where he wants to keep Ruggieri in check, but I think this is a very important moment.
Oh, wow, he shoves on him!
Oh, he's ripping the jack! Oh, my goodness.
Ruggieri can't fold.
If you're wondering what's happening here and why Kite is doing this, it's because he thinks if Ruggieri does have it, what he has is a 6, that a jack would have bet the flop. He wouldn't have snap-checked the flop with a jack. So if he does have a very strong hand, like a jack, like a 6, a jack is really the only kind of hand that would do this check shove. This is a crazy move. He's trying to get him to fold a full house. He doesn't, think Ruggieri's bluffing with a better hand. He thinks he has a 6. This is a very high-level poker play, and I don't know if Ruggieri's going to fold, but if you're in his seat, you're thinking jack makes sense by this stage. Oof. I would caution Ruggieri in that do I really think my opponent is going to check a jack on the flop? That's the problem, though, right? Is this story he's telling? Is he going to check a jack on the flop? Is he going to check a jack on the turn? So that would be my concern. That would be maybe why the reasons I would need to give myself to make this big call. Does this line make sense? I understand what he's saying on the river, and it would be very brave to be bluffing here. But is this how my opponent plays a jack? And I think that if Ruggieri can find that, he can make a big call and really throw this three-handed match into a complete, like, different sort of thing, right?
It will completely change the dynamic if Ruggieri finds a call here. He's just played his last time bank card, by the way, Griffin. He's played all 3 that he had remaining. He has to make a decision in the next 30 seconds. And he calls! He calls all in and gets a huge double up. Huge hand, which is going to completely change things at this final table. Kite has just surrendered the monster chip lead that he has held for most of yesterday and all of today. Yes, he's still number 1 on the leaderboard with 14.7 million. But that's right, he's dropped below the 20 million mark. 14.7, playing 12.3 for Ruggieri and 10.9 for O'Neill. It's pretty close, Griffin.
Yeah, and I just do it. I understand that a lot of people might be seeing that and be like, "Oh my God, what a blow up from Kite!" But that is an incredibly advanced bluff that I think is going to work. Maybe even more than it isn't. This is just the timeline we're now on, where the Italian was not going to let it, happen, and we just have a completely different situation now, three-handed. And you alluded to it earlier, James, when you said, how is Kite going to handle if things if things fall off the rails a little bit, if he finds himself in those low mid-teens and it's closer? And look at those chip counts, 14 million for Kite. Ruggieri now has leapfrogged O'Neill remarkably, and the Irishman with just over 11. So it is anyone's game here. We're only at 150 big blind. They're all playing close to 100 big blinds. This is amazing.
It's suddenly become very even. It's suddenly become very deep stacked. 98 bigs, 82 bigs, 73 bigs, and still more than half this level to play. And it will be fascinating to see how Kite recovers from that hand.
Didn't he use the last timer?
No, I have 1.
Oh, he has 1 left. I thought he'd use his last as well, but...
You get more tomorrow anyway, right, James?
Well, at this rate, we might need it tomorrow.
Yeah, yeah, I know. Okay, so right away, a very interesting hand between Ruggieri and O'Neill. These are incredibly strong three-handed hands. Not hands that you would want to get in for 80 big blinds in any situation, but ones that, O'Neill has every reason to 3-bet, but doesn't. Would prefer to keep the weaker hands of Ruggieri's range in, not just 3-bet this and get folds, and you never want to play for stacks. So I like this from O'Neill, staying very under-repped and has avoided a disaster here, because once you make it, 900 and Ruggieri makes it 3 million, what do you do?
By the way, I'm very happy that Ruggieri got the double up, and I'm broadly sympathetic towards his constant need to sniff. I will not tolerate the celebratory slurp. That needs to stop.
I think the dude's working on a gin partnership.
Joe Stapleton rejoining us on stream for this very different dynamic three-handed battle now.
Hi, Joe.
My, how the tables have turned.
Yeah, and QB for Trolls points out it is almost evens-Stevens.
Boing, boing. Quite a strange bet here from Ruggieri here with the ace-king. You're not going to fold out any better hands, and you shouldn't really get a call from any worse hands. I would say pretty much the only worse hands that you'll get calls from is something like an ace-jack. And the River King, of course, you could get a call from a jack, a queen X of hearts as well. But it's just a bit irregular to bet the turn, right?
825,000. That's a fold. Ruggieri narrowing the gap between himself and John Kite. Stop already!
Break to go to battle.
Bring him another one.
For me, it's better.
Floor, can we have 2-minute break?
Apparently the players want the clock to be paused for 2 minutes so they can have a wee. We're going to take this opportunity to remind you that it is the last day of the mini EPT Prague online series, and that means it's main event Sunday. There are 2 mini main events at 6:15 and 8:15 this evening. One is $5.50, the other is $55. The winners of both those tournaments will receive gold power passes worth $10,300, which could be redeemed for an EPT Paris package if you want to go to the first EPT of 2024. The runners-up will receive 2.5K silver power passes, which could be redeemed for an FPS Paris package, should you want to join us in Paris at the start of next year. How you choose to redeem those passes is up to you. You have the power. But they will be added to the prize pools of those tournaments starting at 6:15 and 8:15 this evening. Talking local time, Central European time, and a reminder that if you fire up the PokerStars client and check the lobby and you can't see the mini EPT series, that means it's not available in your part of the world. Talking of the EPT 2024 season, all 5 stops have been confirmed for next year. It is a repeat of the 2023 schedule. We're going to Paris, Monte Carlo, Barcelona, Cyprus, and then back here to Prague just before Christmas next year. Stops we've come to know and love. Joe, I'm not surprised we're going back to Cyprus because everyone was so high on that event when we went in October. And Paris, we've got a brand new venue, which is bigger than last time.
I'm excited for Paris, now that we know a little bit what to expect from Paris, and we know that things are going to be even better than last time around. Also, in addition to these stops, now this is the European Poker Tour, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a few more streams from non-EPT stops next year as well.
Check out the full schedule for EPT 2024 on the PokerStars Live app. And yes, if there are any other tours, including the local tours, they announce their dates, you will get to see those on the app. It's a great one-stop shop for all the information on PokerStars live events. So the players will be returning from this unscheduled break shortly, and we'll continue this 3-handed battle. A reminder that we will be streaming EPT Paris. There will be live coverage on Twitch and YouTube. Just putting the finishing touches to the actual broadcast schedule. Not sure yet whether there will be any side events. Hopefully we'll be able to bring you the final table of the FPS, but for sure we'll cover the last 5 days of the main event, including the final table of that one. And yeah, the Palais de Congrès will be hosting EPT Paris. Much bigger space. Know that there were some capacity issues last time. Hopefully those will be eradicated. And with the addition of PowerPath in France and Spain in the next few weeks,
oh yeah,
I can expect a lot of French qualifiers, a lot of Silver Pass winners playing the FPS, a lot of Gold Pass winners playing the EPT main. I imagine it's going to be a very big event, and you'll get to watch it if you can't be there on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. So let's talk about where things stand right now. Midway through level 31. Blinds are going to be 100K, 150K for another 45 minutes. John Kite still in the catbird seat, but only 8 big blinds separate him and Umberto Ruggieri. And Porrig O'Neill isn't exactly that far behind with 67 big blinds. 3 big stacks, Griffin.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, Kite's kind of decided to notch up the difficulty level of this final table, maybe put it on hard mode. Things were going a little too well the last few days. So, you know, that massive bluff not going through, and he's got a lot of work to do and a lot of momentum going in the Italians' favor. And do not count out O'Neill, still over that 8-figure mark. This is going to be, you know, it's going to be a long day. Strap in.
Absolutely. This is not going to be a turbo. There was that chance when we came into this final table today, looking at Kite's stack, looking at where everyone else was, that he might just steamroll the table. I think that is now off the table, and we'll see how this plays out. And we could Earlier on, I would have said it wasn't going to happen. We could now see the players look at the numbers. We could see deal negotiations, maybe not now, but later on. With these money jumps, 459k for the next player out is the advertised payout, 643k for the runner-up, and more than €1 million for the winner. Of course, with the prize pool made up of the players' money, the players can decide to redistribute that prize money in the event that they do discuss a deal. In the event they do look at the numbers, remember they will have to have a set aside. They still have to play for some of the prize pool up top, and of course the main event title and trophy. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. With these deep stacks, they may just decide to play for a while and may wait for the blind to get a little bit shallower, maybe 2 or 3 levels down the line before they start looking at the numbers. Do we have players back on stage? I see 2 out of 3.
I see Kite, I see O'Neill.
I have been informed that the reason why we do not have Umberto Ruggieri is because he's outside having a cigarette. We gave these people permission to abloot. They had permission to use the facilities and nothing else. Unpause the clock, shuffle up and deal, blind him out.
Yeah, I will say these situations can be quite stressful, and sometimes, I'm not your vices. You get a little break like this, but yeah, Umberto's got to get back here. They were talking about a 2-minute break, and that's we got to get going here.
It is weird because it feels like the tournament is dragging on at this point, but we're still way far ahead of where we would normally be at this point with 3 super deep stack players here, threads up.
It's too warm for that.
Yeah, and I will say too that the player that this break favors is definitely Kite. I think he probably needed a little bit of a reset. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't think it was disingenuous when he needed to go for a little wee, but it was, probably pretty advantageous for him to take a little breather, maybe speak to his rail a little bit. Perspective, right? I still have the chip lead, 3 left in an EPT for the trophy, for $1 million. So many things have had to go right. The big flip with Jacks to Ace King 2 days ago, the King 5-5 river. So many things for Kite have gone in his favor to put him in this position to have already guaranteed nearly €500,000. Let's take a breath. Let's throw on a different shirt. Let's try to reset here and get back to status quo.
And crucially, Ruggieri has inhaled toxins and shortened his life, and we are ready to restart.
Yeah, but imagine how cool he looked.
Probably looked awesome. All right, so we have O'Neill limping the button. Kite says limps are for the bank. And bumps things up to 475,000. The blinds are still 100,000, 150,000. That was an unscheduled break mid-level. Little threads up poker. Everyone now guaranteed 450,000 euros. Merry Christmas to those who observe and to those who are on the Christmas card lists for these 3 players. You're probably going to get a little bonus this year. Kite with Ace King in the small blind.
Yeah, I think you can expect to see a bit of a mixed strategy here. Certainly could see a raise of 3.5 to 4x, but if we do see a limp, it's with the design to limp raise, and let's see if Ruggieri is going to fall into the trap. This is a very pretty hand,
Not
and
so
one
far.
You could mix in with some raises. Yeah,
Jack
but
high
let's just
flop.
see a flop with the 10-8.
Jack of clubs, somewhat interesting for Ruggieri, but is going to need more help than that. 450,000 in the middle. Kite bets the minimum, 150. And Ruggieri is going to try to turn some equity for the min bet. Does not, however.
Jack, brick, 6, turn 6. Sound familiar, Kite?
Does it? Oh, Jackson sixes.
Board, yeah. I mean, there was all diamonds on the
Too
other.
soon.
You know, 6 on the turn, Jack high flop. Yeah.
And Ruggieri is going to try to swipe this one from the ace king high.
Yeah, and although this is going to give Kite some flashbacks, ace king high, way too high up in your range when you're playing against, you know, the straight draws, the 5-7s, the 7-8s, and then all the floats that include hands like what Ruggieri has.
Kite checks the queen of hearts river. Ruggieri gives up.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh no! Well, why not sip and then do the time bank thing and then put one, you know, pot size bet? It would have been great. Been so meta.
Give up, huh? Never give up.
What you call?
Of course I call. First time you give up in like 4 days.
You drew in the turn.
Huh?
You drew in dead in the turn with 6.
Drawing dead.
Can I have 6?
Yeah, again. A6.
You drew in dead.
Huh?
Kite back over 100 big blinds after that hand.
First time you give up in 4 days. Wow, yeah.
And is this going to be a walk? Yeah, a walk for O'Neill in the big blind.
Stream will tell you.
Ace 10.
Walk with aces on.
Yeah.
A little disappointing. Free money's always good, though. Isn't unearned money the best money, Griffin?
Absolutely.
If you bet river, you fold.
Money that you just find on the street or in your jacket pocket. That's better than any other money.
Depends how much.
Yeah.
Maybe I raise.
No. You have value or colorful.
Don't forget, it's 1 million euros to the winner and 2 new best friends.
You know, Ruggieri obviously hasn't gotten as much attention as far as, you know, the way that the Kite has sort of run away with the tournament lately and all this sort of stuff. And, you know, I think that maybe Kite and O'Neill play maybe a bit more conventional types of, like, you know, strong, aggressive tournament poker. And Ruggieri kind of mixes it up a little more and does things a little more irregular, but definitely good instincts. The Italian clearly showing that, you know, some tendencies that are a bit different, but really has shown that he can battle with these guys. And I think that the conversation between Kite and Ruggieri there about that ace king 10-8 suited hand is very telling, because Kite was saying, like, oh, like the first time you give up, like you're always betting, you're always going for it, and then you finally don't when I'm ready to catch you. It's his way of saying, like, I'm gonna get you eventually, but it's been harder than I expected.
It's hard to tell whether it's pure skill or instinct or just sort of randomness that leads him to check there when he's definitely getting looked up. Zagging when your opponent zigs. O'Neill opening ace 8. Pocket 7s for Kite.
It's the year of the 7. Last year's the year of the 6. This year's the year of the 7.
Yes, the thing is, it's always coming.
The 7's always coming.
And that is a sizable re-raise. That's going to get a snap fold from Ruggieri.
Yeah, and I think O'Neill's probably finding himself about the top of his fold range. I think that he'd probably continue for, you know, with something, certainly with something like ace 10, ace 9 against this size. I think it's going to be close either way. I think ace 8 is pretty much the exact hand he's willing to say, you know what, you might be bluffing here. You might have the king 4 suited here or whatever, but I'll let you have this one because this is tough. You know, if I continue here, it's going to be, you know, if flop comes ace high, I might have to go broke, and you can just have ace queen, and that's not that's not how I'm finishing third in this tournament.
It's not how Patrick O'Neill is finishing either.
So 600 tournament leaders.
10
We
million.
are starting this tournament in 5 minutes.
9.5. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tournament is on the left side of the room when you enter.
Okay. Okay.
Ace deuce suited now for Kite. In position.
Yeah, and a good start for Kite. You know, since we came back from our little wee break,
Well,
started this
sorry, if he was just gonna mock.
impromptu mini in-between level with about 14 million. So he's made about 12 big blinds.
And artisanal sourdough for O'Neill. This hand is a new favorite. And oftentimes we'll see more chips put in the middle with ace-5 suited. This time O'Neill's playing it straight and flops the nut flush draw. Kite with the backdoor nut flush draw. And a relative high chance of a chop if this board runs out and we get to showdown. $275 the bet from Kite. Called, and the turn is a deuce, so it's domination rotation for now.
Wow,
there goes the
turn card.
Yeah, there goes the chopping. O'Neill with still nearly 35% chance of rivering the best hand, as it goes check, check, and does in fact get there the hard way.
Wow.
Spikes the gutty. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The little wheel for O'Neill.
Yeah, and every reason to bet here. Should never really expect Kite to be value betting or bluffing very often on this run out. We saw that, you know, the continuation bet on very standard on the flop. When you see the check on the turn, it's often just either a give up or medium small showdown value, something like a deuce or a 4 or a 7. So Padre chart has now gone for like the small sort of blocky size. This is designed to look like, okay, I'm trying to value bet with like a 7 or a 4. I'm trying to get you to make a loose call with like an ace or a king high or a turned deuce or a rivered 3, something like that, where the price is so good and I could have some misses. I could have 6, 8,
boy!
And it works. Induces the massive raise of like 8x. Wow, beautiful work from the Irishman here.
Kite has not changed up his strat at all after that break. And is still playing haymaker poker. $2.1 million. That was a large raise based on the size of that river bet. Like a 6x from 350,000 to 2.1 million.
Yeah.
Now, Griffin, I know the answer to this, but other people might not know the answer. Are you now moving all in, or are you just calling just in case there's a 5-6 out there?
I personally, I think you probably have to raise again because the likelihood of your opponent having 5-6 is kind of small. I think that Kite would probably be two-barreling that most of the time. He's not taking free cards on the turn here. He's going to try to blast, get you to fold a 4, or you see in there you do see the shove.
O'Neill
so
does
ace-5
shove.
is the effective nuts. When Kite has, you know, something like pocket 3s, you really want to charge him here. You can't, you know, or if he has Jack 3 or 7-3 or something, and to maybe make a hero call.
Thank you.
No hero from the pair of deuces.
Bet so small with 5-6.
And that is, I think, maybe the most important pot of the tournament, because even though, you know, the 10 million chip plus pot between Kite and Ruggiero is obviously massive. That pot right there, you really saw the sort of armor slipping off of Kite a little bit. He still has the 14 million. He still has the chip lead, but that was the one where it's like he started to get some momentum, and then he got outplayed. Frankly, he got induced. You know, he bet this. You know what was it like? A 20% bet on the river by O'Neill, and got induced to a massive raise. It's a big swing in this three-handed battle.
Yes, and so there hasn't been a change of the chip lead as far as Kite is concerned, but poor O'Neill did, in fact, slide into second place there. And considering the stack sizes, they're really close, all three of them. Ace-6 suited against King, Jack in the small blind for O'Neill. Top pair for the real deal. And it's Ruggieri who's betting in position after raising pre-flop. No discounts, O'Neill.
I tried that.
Turn card is a queen. Kings and queens with a jack now for O'Neill. Ace high for Ruggieri.
Yeah, I think this flop bet from Ruggieri is another example of sort of the unconventional betting decisions every once in a while. This is not the kind of board you really want to continue on with Ace-6 of diamonds specifically against a small blind flatting range. Going to have a lot of hands all over this texture, like a King Jack, like a Queen 10.
Five of hearts on the river this time. O'Neill is gonna lead for a nice chunk of 100K chips.
Yeah, and I want to say this isn't going to necessarily be a snap fold from the Italian. To this size, I think it probably will be. You know, if it was something closer to $1 million, maybe you consider that it could be a Jack 9, a Jack 10. But yeah, a quick fold to the pot size bet.
I wanted to read a statement here from Twitch chat, and Griffin, I want you to listen carefully to this, because I think there's a lot of depth here. Patrick DeGrosse says, O'Neill player poker, the other guys, they're chips. And I'm just going to read that again because I really want the gravity of that statement to sink in.
Yeah.
Griffin. O'Neill player poker, the other guys, they're chips.
It's kind of like the new he's playing chess and they're playing checkers. Like, I get it, you know?
Yeah, it's just... It's weird that something with so much depth could be written in Twitch chat with so few words, but just just a craftsman of the language.
Well, here's one actually that I just made up that you might like. Maybe he's a man of few words. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just called being efficient. Padraig O'Neill, 13.9 million chip leader, we're calling it, but by my count, is exactly dead even with John Kite. Too close to call at this point with people put it in the blinds every hand. But I'll say this, Kite is no longer the chip leader. And it makes sense.
That Kite has sailed, am I right?
I don't think it works like that, buddy.
Come on.
325.
It's practically spelt like kite.
Yes,
You're not gonna give me that one?
The ship is sailed. Just say kite. And just use a phrase that uses the word kite.
Oh, because the expression is ship has sailed,
ship
not
has sailed.
kite has sailed.
Yeah, so...
What's the kite? Is there a kite expression?
Not really.
Why did I think there
Go
was
fly a kite
expression?
is one. 3 ways to this flop, which is 7 high. Pretty great for 2 10s. Checks around the flop, jack on the turn. O'Neill takes the lead. And I'm not surprised because O'Neill, player poker, the other guys, they're chips.
Yeah, quite a spot of bad luck here for Ruggieri with the massive premium pocket tens. Gonna have every reason to continue here. And for his sake, I hope there's a card that he can get away from, but probably gonna call again. Yeah, that brick on the river.
Four spades on the river after the bet call on the turn. Ruggieri first to act. Pretty gross spot. Oh, looks like Ruggieri checked. Yeah, now you let O'Neill set the price. This is the gross part. 1.5 million. 3/4 pot. Ugh, how do you lay down tens here, Griff?
Yeah, it's extraordinarily difficult because there's the bluffs aren't necessarily all split, and he does make the call incorrectly. You know, he's not going to have the ton of hearts or those 5-6s or 6-8s because of the lack of action on the flop, right? It's more pure bluffs, like, you know, diamonds, maybe an 8-9 suited. You know, you block a lot of the straight draws with the pocket tens, so he's not going to have a lot of 10-9s or 10-8s. So I think that's why you got a lean fold there. So I think that's a bit of a mistake from the Italian, but listen, when you get a hand that good, sometimes it's tough to fold.
So now, undoubtedly, Padraig O'Neill is, in fact, the tournament chip leader with 109 big blinds. Jan Kite with 86 bigs. And after that hand, Ruggieri down to 57. And I just want to remind everyone, O'Neill, player poker. The other guys, they're chips.
Can I ask you a language question?
Sure.
Joe?
Yeah, of course.
So you just use the word undoubtedly.
Yes.
Is undoubtedly also a word, and what's the difference, or is there only an undoubtedly?
I don't think undoubtedly is a word.
Why do I feel like I've heard that word before?
I mean, you could have heard it. I'm not denying anyone's ever said it.
Undoubtedly. Yeah, it's a word.
There you go.
It's often used to mean without doubt or refer to something that can't possibly be doubted.
My guess is it's one of those words that became a word because too many people were misusing it.
Gotcha.
Like, what's the one that became a word? Irregardless.
Ah, nice.
O'Neill flops a flush draw. Kite with a very strong second pair. Blind on blind. You got it, Johan. O'Neill player poker. The other guys, they're chips.
Oh, my goodness. Now, you know, two pair against the flush is a, you know, a brutal sort of run.
Ooh, boy.
For
Oh,
Kite.
boy.
It's
What
not
a turn.
One, yeah. It's not one that's going to get Kite in, like, play for stacks trouble. I don't think he's going to put in a second bet. You know, he is going to be on defensive mode once O'Neill comes out firing, if he does. Now, that check is trouble for Kite. If O'Neill's intention, if his design in this hand is to play this as a check raise, which I think it could be a large percentage of the time, Kite is going to have a very tough decision on the river if he doesn't boat up.
$1.2 million.
1.2 bets 2/3 pot.
Yeah, it's going to be a big bet. You want to protect and get value from all the hands that are going to check call. Here, your king high, king X's, you know, your jack tens with a club, maybe your an ace 3 with the ace of clubs. You want to charge this guy right here. Let's see if O'Neill goes for the jugular or decides to keep in Kite's bluffs. And I think also something to consider, Joe. is you don't want to get it in here against the queen, king, or ace high flush. It could happen, right? It would be disastrous to finish third place and get coolered like that. So maybe, and now that river is going to probably force a check, and the pot's not going to be that big. But let's look at Kite's face after this pot, about how unlucky he's going to feel, how this level has gone, and it's just been brutal for the Norwegian.
Have been some pretty bad runouts for Kite of late. Oh, I heard something. Yeah. Yeah, this is what breaks the camel's back a little bit. He needs this reset. He needs this level to end.
Knock off the iron.
Kite did run unreal hot up until about the first hour of the day today. And O'Neill now pulling away from Kite, approaching a 2-1 chip lead.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Ruggieri hanging on with a very comfortable 55 big blind stack.
So I've just received an email from my father.
Okay.
This is how he communicates with me. There's undoubtedly and indubitably.
Yes.
Indubitably means the same thing and should be allowed to fall into disuse. Stick to undoubtedly.
There you go. And the people were claiming undoubtedly was a word. We had someone else fire back saying that it's not really recognized by most dictionaries, and you should probably not use it if you don't want people to think you're an idiot. Couple of fun hands here. O'Neill opening with 10-8 suited. Kite calling with king 10 off. Ruggieri, 2 9s. And is going to make it 1.2 million. Probably going to shut this hand down.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a large size, right? I guess it's not. No, it's not. It's 4x. I think there was reason to consider, surely, for O'Neill there. Kite, though, with king 10 off, you know, even though king 10 is obviously has a better hand ranking than the 10-8 suited. 10-8 suited going to have much more playability, much more interaction with a mid-board. King 10 going to be destroyed by a hand like ace-king or a king-queen, king-jack. So I think that's the right fold, even though it's technically flipping against the 9s. And Kite cannot catch a break here.
It's always nice when the commentator says all the chips going to go in the middle in this one, and then they fade it. No, I mean the last one.
Oh, okay.
Commentator will be like,
I don't like hearing updates on things we've said.
From that one.
Got lucky in that river, yeah.
No, not really.
Oh, I just got an email from my father.
All the chips on the turn.
Subject line, your mother. Text in all caps, is driving me nuts. Except driving is spelled wrong. Kite with king, queen on the button. There you go, John. Don't call it a comeback. You know, I feel like mentally this tournament has felt like a foregone conclusion since, I don't know, last night. So it kind of feels like things have, quote unquote, fallen apart, and they're certainly different than the way they were. But we're talking about the shortest stack here, three-handed, having 60 big blinds. This is far from over in any direction. Okay, we're going to go heads up to this flop. Unraised pot, Jack 9 versus 9-7, and Kite hits the 7, domination rotation.
Finally, I got him.
We'll see. We'll see.
O'Neill's just gonna snap, limp fold the flop.
For 1 minimum bet. Bye. Yuri asks, when next break? Just about 16 minutes.
Such a good flop for me. You just check fold.
For that flop?
Yeah. Wow.
Now, it's been a recent addition, I'd say in the last 2 years, that when things go three-handed, the blind levels get reduced to 45 minutes. Now, we didn't do that in this tournament because we got to three-handed so quickly. However, after this break, that rule will come into effect, and we'll be playing 45-minute levels from here on out. O'Neill's going to raise king trade.
Now,
suited, yep.
Yeah, trying to start to establish that chip lead with nearly 18 million chips. Kite grumpily shuffling his cards. And I think this is a little too much aggression, too much chasing. I understand you got a pretty hand you want to play. You shouldn't flat it. You know, you might get away with this one. You know, something like king 3 of spades. It's going to be a hand that, you know, maybe O'Neill's going to want to fold, but I would love to see a little 4-bet here. You got the blocker. Just sniff it out. This would be such a message sent to Kite, but he lets him, you know, take a little blood. He's, you know, been battered enough. You know, might just think that Kite is willing to 5-bet shove and a sourdough suited, you know, so not even give him that opportunity. Play the small ball. That's what's been working for O'Neill. Got a comment here on YouTube. Kite needs a break. Needs the break. His head is gone. One time for Smidge. Yeah, I heard that the nickname for O'Neill is Smidge. I heard that from a couple Irishmen. I don't know if it's been mentioned on the stream. I think that's an adorable nickname.
That's his online name.
Oh, that's that what it is? Okay, makes sense.
Juan Smidgy says, I dislike McGregor. Ruggieri entering this pot with king 9. No raise. O'Neill is going to check his option with 7-5 offsuit. And away we go. 8-5-5. Welcome to Tripsville. Spontant says, what did he say about O'Neill playing? And I believe you're referring to Patrick DeGrosse, who said O'Neill player poker, the other guys, they're chips. A bet from O'Neill gets called by Ruggieri, who really does not want to improve. $800,000 the bet this time from Podrig.
Yeah, really wants to charge those, you know, ace highs that might have picked up some more equity, like an ace 10 or ace X of hearts. Also, definitely wants to charge an 8X or a floated 10X. You know, if you know, Ruggieri could certainly have something like a queen 10.
Oh my goodness!
You know what?
Everyone.
King 9.
Just
good enough.
Completely choosing the wrong moments to go toe-to-toe with O. I think I would just burst out laughing.
That worked on me.
I'd be like, what are you doing? Oh my God, I call. I mean,
listen, this can't be understated. It's not easy to play 5-6 days of poker in a row, and you know, sometimes the moves you make are not going to go well, and there's going to be thousands of people watching you on the internet judging you. And
yeah,
this is one of
look,
those moments.
no judgment whatsoever on it, except for bad timing.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Yeah, and I think this would be a very big mistake from Ruggeri, not just because we can see the cards, but because of the story that O'Neill is telling. This was an over pot-sized bet, 800K into 750 on the turn, and then calling a check raise. O'Neill's not sitting there with, you know, 7-8 off. He's pretty loaded. He has a big 10 or a 5 here, and those hands are probably not folding. So waves the white flag. Ruggeri does, and I think it's the right move.
Chip Rates podcast weighing in on YouTube. Here to rail the big deal O'Neill, I assume, who says Smidge has resting punt into me face. Accurate.
That's good.
Accurate. I don't know if you heard this or not, Chip Race, but O'Neill player poker, the other guys, they're chips.
So now O'Neill is trying to decide, do I ever want to even bother betting here? Probably. My hand's too strong, right? Ruggeri, until the check, was representing as strong or even stronger than my holding. Once he checks, I clearly have the best hand, but what am I trying to get a call from here, right? So is going to go for a little bet, but I don't think it's going to get the
2.4 million. Not massive relative to the size of the pot, more than half, but it sounds huge. Ruggeri. Just taking some inventory. Can he really be thinking about doing anything but folding here?
Call with king eye.
Did he use a time bank on this? His last time bank? He said he's
I think that he did, and that's a mistake. Well, okay. Why does he think that, right? He thinks that he might have something like a jack 9 of hearts.
He said
right?
7-9, I think, is a possible holding as well.
Yeah,
Does
7-9,
fold, and is going to have to surrender that last time bank card.
Show bluff.
Didn't bluff today.
No bluff?
No bluff.
Okay. No, I fold that before.
No, you used you used 1 minute.
Ah, okay.
He said 10 seconds. Yeah. Used exactly 1 minute.
No bluff.
So yeah, things slipping a bit into the status quo of, you know, where Ruggeri falls on this, you know, three-headed monster. He's really found himself now down at the bottom again, whereas they were all kind of floating around that 11 to 15 million mark.
No value bet river 10. No value bet river 10.
Yeah. Still 44 big blinds.
I can this action with 5 to bluff flash draw, bilateral. Don't value bet 10. You or 5
I would always
or
value bet
full
10.
or bluff, total bluff. I can call with king eye. Fuck.
Close to the 12. Wow. You had the deuce, huh?
You would have opened that. Yes. Deuce 6 offsuit.
So Ruggeri's explanation there, I think, is important to take in.
Sure. Break it down.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where, you know, if you're watching this, you're thinking,
bluff.
King 9?
Explaining again.
King 9?
Yeah.
To be king queen, you would have called.
I think
Take
it's possible. It's possible.
Yeah, it's cool to hear how they think about the cards they want to call bluffs with. Big. So what he's pretty much saying, Joe, is that the reason why I'm thinking about calling with king high here there.
Say hello to your Irish people.
Is because the value bets are only going to be full houses and 5s.
Son might be smiling at the screen. My son might be smiling.
that he's not going to
screaming.
be value betting a 10. I'm going to let these guys go here because this is.
O'Neill with a suited king, a much better one for Kite, who's going to be under-repped here with king-queen suited in the small blind. Ruggieri in for cheap with Jack-7. We are going all three ways. A threads-up pot, 10, 7, 6, 2 diamonds. Another flush draw for O'Neill. Pair of 7s for Ruggieri. And O'Neill fires 300K, gets a snap fold from Kite. Romantic Batman says, what does it mean under-repped? It just means that you would often raise a hand that strong, and since you don't, it's harder for folks to think you are that strong. Ace on the turn, misses everybody. Ruggieri checks. O'Neill with the opportunity to continue this semi-bluff. Fires $1 million this time into 1.6.
Yeah, and very by design, really attacking hands just like this. You know, one of those 6 or 7 pairs that doesn't interact as a straight draw, so not something like, you know, 7-9 or something that might be more inclined to peel off when you're still drawing to, you know, a straight. And look how effective it is, folding the best hand, one that was a 76% favorite. Nice play from O'Neill.
O'Neill player poker. The other guys, they're chips. Padraig O'Neill more than doubling his chip stack since the start of the level. And has 137 big blinds. Kite in second now at 78. Ruggieri 38. A couple of people in chat saying that they're surprised that I answered that question about what does under-rep mean. I answer genuine questions all the time for people that are new to the game. The ones that I'm sarcastic with are the people that are just asking questions to hear their name read. How late did we play today? Is this live? How much for first? Just all that stuff doesn't matter. It's just you being needy, entitled dodos.
So this is the first time that O'Neill has found himself with the sizable chip lead of over 20 million chips. And, you know, we did talk about it earlier in the level, but we've, you know, we have 3 or 4 Norwegian champions. We've had Italian champions. Never had an Irish-born champion in the EPT, as I understand. Of course, Steve O'Dwyer, representing Ireland, has won an EPT. So this is a very exciting opportunity for an entire country who's very passionate about poker. A lot of people, you know, watching right now on Twitch and YouTube that are just very, very excited for Smidge, and I think that's something that it's just happened so fast, right? He hasn't had the chip lead at all, and suddenly now this is really happening. I mean, what an incredible level for O'Neill.
It's because O'Neill player poker.
God, you finally got me.
Ruggieri folds. O'Neill 10 deuce in the small blind. Not my favorite.
No, but there's no walks at this stage. This is the kind of hand I think he would have snap folded blind on blind when Kite had that big chip lead. But now you're not getting any free chips. If I'm not raising it, I'm limping, and 10 deuce is good enough. Nice work from Kite. Finding little ways to fight back. I mean, he's not going to go down without a fight. He will go down firing, you know?
Probably put in 50K too much, so you got the max.
No. It was the right move. You got to limp. You can't fold now.
Oh yeah, can't get away with anything with you. So yeah.
Andy Lee on YouTube says, dude, stop repeating the same thing. It's not funny anymore.
Very strong hand at the same time.
Happens sometimes. You're right.
You sound like that one kid who made one funny joke and now can't stop. What? Stop repeating what? That O'Neill player poker and the other guys their chips?
It's funny because I thought it was a little bit funny, and now that we're at like the 6th or 7th, I find it hilarious.
Maybe Kite will player poker here.
$6.25.
Comment here on YouTube. The oldest tournaments in Ireland, the Irish Open. About time one of ours takes down an EPT main. Couldn't agree more.
Certainly possible. Ruggieri calling this raise from Kite out of the big blind. We see a jack on the flop. This will be the last hand of the level. And it is Kite who is continuing into top pair. This pot very likely to end the level on a loss for Kite.
And something to note, Joe, is that Ruggieri needs to be a bit careful about his lack of time bank chips. I believe he gets 30 seconds, and if those run out, and if he's not aware, if he has a tough decision, so he needs to be kind of like on it, right? In a situation like this, you obviously want to balance your timing, not snap call, but you can't take more than 30 seconds, and there's going to be a lot tougher decisions later, so make sure you got to start finding a rhythm. Otherwise, you're just destined to really not be able to make the best decisions. And nice. This is going to be a great opportunity for the Italian to pick off the Norwegian.
Kite bets 1.35 million into a pot of 2.3. We are unaware of what that second card should be, but we are aware that this is not likely to get a fold from Ruggieri. Ruggieri makes the call. That's going to leave him with a smaller than pot size bet left in his stack.
Yeah, and if you were listening, you heard the dealer slowly counting down to 7 seconds there. This is good. This is his new normal, Ruggieri, so he's going to have to get used to it.
River card is the 6 of hearts. Kite does have the ace of hearts, which obviously does not help his hand should there be a showdown, but will occasionally cause a person to try to rep that nut flush and can put Ruggieri to a decision for his tournament life, but Ruggieri has invested a lot of chips in this pot already.
I don't know if Kite can resist here and not go all in with that ace of hearts in hand. Going to recognize that Ruggieri at this stage is going to have a lot of Jack X type hands. Is he prepared to fold that with the game flow of what's been going on so far? I do have the ace of hearts, so...
And you're right, Griffin, that Ruggieri, if he's put to a decision, is only going to have 30 seconds to make that decision. And this is going to be more than a million chips. Not enough to put Ruggieri all in, but dang close. And Ruggieri, as we said, has no time bank, so this is it. Has to make a decision.
Yeah.
Call.
Got him.
Come on.
Ruggieri makes the call and is good. Is going to nearly double up. And that is going to change things a little bit. Headed to break.
Wow, Storm's out with the jacket.
Needs some fresh
Hero
air
moment.
and a tissue. That is a 10 million chip pot getting shipped to Umberto Ruggieri. Nearly a full double up. Yeah, we don't need to hear what's about to happen on this break. There's going to be some celebrations, I'm sure. And maybe a big exhale. And as we take a look at John Quite with a little bit of trouble on his face, it has been a weird day for him. Came in with over 200 big blinds, with around 70% of the chips in play at one point, and is now the shortest stack. Padraig O'Neill, the biggest stack, and a big near double up on the very last hand of the level from Umberto Ruggieri. These three players all guaranteed over 450,000 euros at this point, 643 for second, and 1,030,000 euros for the winner. We are taking a break, but before we do, I have a special Christmas message from PokerStars, and that message is, O'Neill player poker, the other guys, their cards. Players are going on a 19-minute break. Three-handed poker resumes from EPT Prague. Back in a few. You're watching PokerStars TV.
Blinds 2,000, 4,000. They are not in the money yet. 32 players getting paid.
He's announced the raise, makes it 20,000.
And Callahan opening with eights. Pocket threes for Slade.
All in.
Yeah, it's about 100.
Lee Jones doing chip counts now.
Johnny pushes all his cookies in.
Lodden pushes in all of his cookies. Lee Jones, 2006.
Pat pushes all his cookies.
Oh, graphics error. AJ White has become AQ White.
Ack White?
Now the action is back around to 7-seat Pat. He's invested 20.
Pat O'Callaghan now has to decide whether to call. The effective shove is Lodden, of course.
Patrick of the Callahan. Lets it go. Can't really blame him.
So White is the at-risk player. Dominated by Jonathan Lodden.
And slap him down, dealer.
5 deuce, no suits.
Now I really want to hear this turn card.
It's a queen.
Yeah! Come on, buddy, one more queen, put it home. Now, he will need a king.
Never call for outs for your buddy when they're ahead.
Yeah!
That's a nice deal in there, Slappy.
Okay, so get 13-6 from there.
Nice hand, AJ. Oh, Slappy's gone. But this, James. This could be the one.
You know it's coming, right?
This could be the one.
Lodden raises with King 10.
Connor, would you move the button a little more towards you so which one players that you have?
Slappy meat sloppy. AJ doesn't really have the chips to do anything but move all in.
Pat says he's all in.
Is all in.
I guess we had his name wrong before. It's actually Ack White. I'm all confused now. Luca's got a king.
Hold on to Luca in the small blind. Johnny has to call 32,800 if he wishes to play.
So it's going to be Loddon versus White round 2.
I think so.
Yep. Johnny calls.
Johnny is gambling for most of his stack.
King 10 for Johnny.
White officially the at-risk player here. Ahead, but Loddon has live cards.
We know that one king's been folded.
Pat has flopped a pair of queens. Johnny needs a king to win this pot. Bird us all. Turn card, please. There we go. That changes things. Now Pat has 2 pair. Johnny now has...
I'm focusing on the dealing and not on the cards.
4 out, which are the jacks to win
This dealer's a lot more ginger.
It is a jack.
She tapped the table. She was like, sorry about the bad beat.
Hitting Johnny's gun shot.
Before she turned the river over.
Out of the tournament.
White eliminated.
Did you lose a player?
Yeah, we did.
Okay, congratulations, all the remaining players. We're down to 32 players. Everybody's in the prize money.
Oh, wow, that was the bubble. White bubbled, and now we're down to 32, and now everyone's locked up at least 7,400 euros.
So that was a sorry you just bubbled table tap and then turned the jack over?
Oh. Anthony Holden still watching from the rail.
Like you tell the dealer what to do, there's a computer system now.
This side is so rigged.
A bit like Homestuck.
Yeah. The button is on Luke in the 8th seat. Nick Downey has the big blind in the 2 seat. Rob's going to be first act. He passes.
Folds queen 10 under the gun.
Canvas passes. Connor and Pat.
Round to Luca on the button, king deuce.
Luca passes.
And now it's Slade.
Nick makes it 13,000 total, so 9,000 raise.
Raises with the 6s.
Johnny calls.
Loddon calls with 3s.
Was that a huge raise?
Just to get him in.
I think this is it, Joe, yes.
9, 9, 3.
Let's take it back. The worst flop in EPT history.
Flop is 9, 9, 3.
One more time.
Just to get him in.
So bad. Just incredible.
Oh, full house for Johnny Loddon.
He bets 25,000.
Now, James and I can do that because neither James nor myself have ever made a mistake on television before.
Correct.
Johnny makes it 50,000.
Slade continues. Loddon raises. Oh my God!
Well,
why would you try? What?
Says he's all in.
Just say the words.
It was 2006. It was all about style. That's super embarrassing, though.
So
you don't even get a chance to make your little move with all your chips. You get snap called, drawing pretty much dead.
Yeah, they're checking the stacks here, but it looks like Slade's got Loddon covered just.
The turn is an ace.
So Loddon is at risk, but a 91% favorite with one card to come. But it's a 9 on the river, and Slade makes a better full house. Loddon effectively counterfeited and eliminated in 32nd place.
I should not have said almost dead.
I was playing a heads-up sit-and-go for $50, and I just lost a really simple hand on the river, and I just had enough, and I picked my mouse up and threw it at the screen and cost myself like 400s or something because I had to replace the monitor. And I was like, you know, that was really stupid.
Irish Open 2023 main event champion David Doherty, welcome to the podcast.
Thank you for having me on, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Obviously, we can see numerous trophies behind you, David. What is your poker origin story? I mean, how long have you been playing for? And just to give us an idea of some of the events you've played and the stuff you've won in the past.
I think I started playing when I was in university around 2008 or something. Maybe a little earlier than that. But I just played pretty, recreationally at the start. While I was doing my studies, I was doing computer science. And, I didn't really play for any serious money until, probably 2008. I then luck-boxed my way into a World Series main event. I just turned 21 on April the 7th. It would have been 2008.
Oh, happy birthday, dude. Did you have your birthday during the Irish Open also then?
I did, yeah. I deliberately played day 1B so that I would have my birthday off if I bagged up, and then I bagged the chip lead. So
what a birthday present!
Off. Yeah. Yeah,
dude, your birthday is lucky for poker.
Yeah.
You really seem to have a nice, fair, just sort of cool demeanor about you. And I just want to know, where does that come from, do you think? Because, just the way you explain, like, I realize that I'm like, not a lot of poker players have that same sort of level-headedness. They do at times, but yours seems to be like pretty consistent. I'm just wondering what about your life do you think makes you that way?
I don't know. I'm sure if you asked my dad that same question, he wouldn't know either, because he's the complete opposite of me. He says I was giving him a heart attack while he was watching the stream the other day. So
that could be why. Maybe it's because your dad's a high-strung guy that you're more chill out. Sometimes we go the other way.
Yeah. It could just be an opposite thing, like trying to do what you interpret other people are doing wrong or whatever, just trying to fix it. He's got better at that over the years, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've not always been like this. I'm sure there's been plenty of times where I've maybe busted a tournament and stormed off and just not taken it well. I remember one time when I was maybe early 20s as well, I was in the midst of a downswing and I just lost a really simple hand. I was playing a heads-up sit-and-go for $50 and I just lost a really simple hand on the river and I just had enough and I picked my mouse up and threw it at the screen and cost myself like 400s or something because I had to replace the monitor. And I was like, that was really stupid. So it's not something that's always been there. I've definitely refined it over the years. But I do think it's really, really important to have a perspective when you're playing mass fields tournaments. If I lost heads up to Declan in the Irish Open, sure, I wanted to win the tournament, but it was going to be nearly $250,000. I'm not going to stand there and be like, oh man, I'm so disappointed. I'm so unlucky I didn't win it. I realize how lucky I am to be doing this. And, you can't control the results of certain tournaments. It's either going to fall for you or it isn't. You can just play your best and, see how it goes. So, I think it's just that understanding that you can't really control everything.
Well, let's not forget, David, that one of the reasons that you didn't lose heads up to Declan is because you were rescued by that 3 on the river. You were rescued by a chop pot, and you then gave us what I think is probably the best ever performance of the chop pot song we've ever had on stream, because none of the commentators needed to get involved. We had one of the players sing it for us.
Yeah, you're welcome, guys. I did watch it back this morning, and I saw a lot of the Twitch chat giving me a 10 out of 10, so I appreciate that.
Everyone loves the chop pot.
Is this where the comeback starts? Hamilton is going to be first to act here. Has ace-king. Continues to pick up solid hands. And he's counting out a raise. Opens to 900K, 3X's it again, and ace-queen for Sinclair.
No, no. What a setup for Sinclair.
All in, called, a domination situation. Sinclair at risk and behind, at least he's got a smile on his face. And the way Hamilton runs, I don't see how Sinclair comes back from this.
Come on! Come on, Nate! Queen. Diamond. Come on, come on!
The Sinclair family looking for a queen on the flop. That's his best hope of survival. If ace-king holds, this is over, and Ian Hamilton is an EPT champion. Okay, straight draws for both players. They switch outs.
And now we need a king.
Three cards that Jack Sinclair can hit. Unless we see a king on the river, we have our latest EPT winner. The river is a blank. Hamilton, the hometown hero.
There we go. That's the rail we were looking for this whole time.
Celebrating with his boys as he wins the EPT London 2022 main event. And Jack Sinclair will have to settle with a second place finish. Hamilton gets it done. Goes to commiserate with the guy he just beat heads up. Jack congratulates him and will cash for £414,650. He's the runner-up. But Ian Hamilton is the winner.
Yes. Well done, man. Yes, mate.
Someone's going to be making a reservation at Tiger tonight. Welcome to EPT 2024.
Game on. Yo. Hello, my babies.
Oh, ay caramba.
Jack makes the call and wins.
Count is 600,000 for Alexander, 550,000 per day.
Another domination nation situation. All kinds of paint.
David calls.
So Stevic raises to 85,000. O'Callaghan calls, and once again it's domination nation. And it's a queen high flop.
David checks.
Is now the time for justice.
Justice.
135,000.
Go.
David Coles.
Really tough to tell the size of Stevic's stack with his chips all over the place.
5 queen deuce, turn card.
Oh, this is going to be impossible for O'Callaghan to escape from now.
GNGG.
All in and a call. And for the third time, by my calculations, Stevic is in a position to win this thing.
Three queens, kicker check.
This one feels like the one, though.
Three queens, better kicker.
O'Callaghan
86%, one card to come.
looking for his lucky jack. Does not hit on the river, and finally it's over. And this is the moment that Alexander Stevic became the inaugural European Poker Tour champion.
James, I just noticed a huge mistake. That was a 4-star hand versus a 4-star hand.
Some 4-star hands are better than others.
This is pretty cool though, huh? Look at this emotion.
Crucial information left off the graphics. A great moment. And it all gets ruined by someone knocking over their lunch. Welcome back to Prague and the PokerStars European Poker Tourist 2023. And you probably figured it out watching highlights of Barcelona 2004, that when we go back to Barcelona in the summer of 2024, for the next season of the EPT, it will be the tour's 20th anniversary. Should be a big event. Stand by for more details on that over the course of the next few weeks and months. Meanwhile, we are concluding the final table of the main event here in Prague today. 3 players remaining. The dynamic has changed from the start of the day. John Kite no longer dominant chip leader, no longer chip leader. 3rd place right now with 37 bigs. 53 bigs for Umberto Ruggieri. It is the Irish player, Padraig O'Neill, who has the chip lead right now. More than 100 big blinds at the new blind level, 100,000, 200,000, with a 200K big blind ante. It's James Hartigan alongside Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
And Nick, obviously you were off the last level, so a lot of dramatic stuff happened in the last 90 minutes.
Yes, I have followed some of it, and obviously a bit of a reversal here for Mr. Kite, but O'Neill honestly playing some absolutely stellar poker and very deserving, the same as John and Mr. Ruggieri, of course, as well. But honestly, James, I think that move he made with the ace-3 with the ace of spades, the bluff he made on that river, I think that might be one of my favorite hands of the entire year, let alone this tournament.
10-7 tray on board here. It's Ruggieri versus O'Neill. Blind v blind, unraised pre. By the way, now we are 3-handed. We are playing 45-minute levels in this EPT main event, so we'll have 2 levels back-to-back during this session.
Love to see it. Pick up the pace a little bit here. Still loads of big blinds in play, though, of course, so we'll see if Padraig O'Neill can capitalize on that extra large stack. Yeah, we were saying in the break, guys, as well, I feel like everyone's played very well today. I think John in particular obviously had the chip lead. I think I'm not really seeing too many mistakes made. I think he's playing very good poker, just kind of running into it a little bit, especially in some of those blind v blind shoving spots. Those were very standard in many cases, in my opinion.
No, I hadn't caught up. No. But you have. You can lie now. Huh? You can lie, I won't know.
Let me test your EPT knowledge.
Oh, no.
Nick.
Don't do it.
I'm going to give you an easy one.
Okay.
So we've established several times that Padraig O'Neill would become only the 2nd Irish EPT winner, following in the footsteps of Steve O'Dwyer, who won in Monte Carlo back in 2013. I referenced earlier on that John Kite would become the 4th Norwegian EPT champion. There hasn't been one in 13 years. Umberto Ruggieri. When was the last time an Italian won an EPT main event?
Not the one, huh?
Barcelona. 2023.
Not the one, buddy.
I believe Simon Witziak is French.
No more 10-4 racing.
The year before, 2022.
Well done, Nick,
Sorry,
on your second attempt.
I got my years wrong. That's what it was. Sorry about that.
Unfortunately, you don't win the €50,000 first prize because you didn't get it first go. But yes, it was Giuliano Bendinelli in Barcelona 2022.
Of course it was. Flexinelli. How could I get the years wrong?
Saw Preben Stokken walking in there, 10th place finisher in this event, joining the Norwegian rail.
All day you're not defending.
Yeah, what a way to win as well. Quads over full house is how he won it. See, that's the thing, James. I actually remember the hands so vividly as a player. The names and the faces and the years are what get muddled up in my mind. That's what it does. That's what poker does to you. It's very... You sort of fixate on that kind of stuff and not so much on what surrounds it, but I should get better at that.
It's been more than a year since we heard him say, "I win!
I win!"
Jack 10 for Ruggieri completes. King Jack for O'Neill in the big blind.
7.
Yeah, Tom's right. He was down to less than 2 big blinds drawing dead and chopped to stay alive and then went on to win it. Honestly, that was a crazy year. That was one of my favorite years of EPT. One of my favorite stops in 2022, if not forever, since I've been doing comms. All right, here's a flop. KJ still the best of it. That was the year the building was struck by lightning as well. That was exciting.
Trust me, it wasn't.
Was it not?
No.
No, that's right. It was the year before that.
No, you got the right year, Nick. I'm saying it wasn't exciting.
Oh.
It was struck by lightning, which obviously took out the entire tournament room and broadcast, but also, as someone who was on the 16th floor of the hotel...
That's right.
Feeling that tower sway in the wind, and then to have all the lights go out and hear a loud bang, it was not exciting.
It was more exciting in the basement, yeah.
Right, fine.
Yeah, granted.
Fine.
Sure.
Another walk? Wow.
7.
Hey, shout out to my mom in the chat. She thought it was exciting. She liked the drama. Hi, Lisa. Welcome. Everyone say hi to my mom.
Hello, Nick's mom. Open-ended straight draw here for Kite. A pair of 10s for Padraig O'Neill. It is a post-flop flip.
Love these. Kite, obviously the shorter of the 3 stacks, the shortest of the 3 stacks, I should say, but
700.
Still tons of big blinds. He's going to continue.
$700,000 called. Turn card is another deuce. And O'Neill is now better than a 2-1 favorite. Saying hello to your mother, by the way, is a perfect way of gauging where people are in the world. I think we have like a 60-40 split in favor of MOM over MUM.
Ah, interesting. Ah, Kite. 2 over cards and a straight draw, no good. Post, flop, flip, no more.
600.
600,000.
Never want me to bluff. Oh. Good time. Always a 10, huh?
Always a 10.
It's a pretty good read.
Check queen 9, 9, 8.
Folds it.
Yeah, good fold. Quite a frustrating couple rounds, I can imagine, for John, but he's been around for a long old time, James. Some people in the chat saying he might be on tilt. I think, from what I've seen, just very, very solid poker, just not going his way at the moment. Testament to the blind levels and the blind structure here that he could be in a situation to take so many hits and still be in serious contention for the glory.
No deal discussions yet. They're playing for the advertised payouts. 459,000 euros for third, 643,000 for second, 1,030,000 euros for the winner.
Yeah, no deals. Hand 95. Chip leader on the button with queen deuce of hearts. Must play.
A reminder, the Padraig O'Neill, who currently has more than 100 big blinds, started this final table with 12 big blinds. And Kite with the snowmans.
Num-num.
All in.
Max pressure. It's going to go through, guys. No stress. Mr. O'Neill, man, so locked in, so dialed. The focus is unreal. I'm loving it.
Still three-handed at the final table of this record-breaking EPT Prague main event. 1,285 total entries. The final three players, and the Spraggy for Ruggieri, ace-7 offsuit, complete.
I think O'Neill can probably consider raising a ton here. 10-5 off I know is a pretty garbage hand, but very frequently blind v blind we tend to raise our very strong stuff, we raise our very weak stuff, and then we keep some of our middle strength stuff in that plays well in position as a check instead, so as not to be limp raised off of the equity that we are given in position with those kinds of combos. Here, just check seems good. I don't think anyone's going to be mad at you for not raising 10-5 off in position. One bet from the ace-7 and a quick fold.
Action forwarded to the blinds. O'Neill in the small with 9-3.
Why do I look? Ace of club. Can I show it? Yeah.
Kite hovering around the 35 big blind mark. 50 bigs for Ruggieri. 102 bigs for O'Neill.
Oh. Oh, okay. I knew I said it. I just didn't know.
Believed you. Didn't need to say it.
No, I have to show if you
Our VIP Aaron Paul saying, Nick, the all-in from O'Neill that you loved is the one where he got the fold, and it's really been a turning point since then. Yeah, I agree. That really was quite a defining moment in O'Neill's game and final table success thus far. Let's see if he can retain it. Keep it going.
Calls with Queen 4, Ruggieri with Jack 3.
Yeah, again, like I said, these spots you can do a lot of raising. If you actually look at the GTO spots here.
All right, you're gone. You're gone. Okay.
I went over the place. You've got a room for the extra night over backing up.
And
There you go.
folds to that race.
Yeah, like the aggression here from Ruggieri.
Is he Irish?
He's going home.
Those blind be blind spots, tricky to learn, but getting them right is so important. It's just like you're getting another button, basically, right? Another opportunity to be in absolute position, even if you don't actually have the button, which of course everyone knows gives you the same effect. It's just kind of hard not to be in pots there. With the big blind ante in play, there's just so much more dead money than if we're playing regular antes here. You know, 0.18 big blinds or whatever.
Seven.
C5 goes 700.
Sorry.
Shiraz, watching on YouTube, says, I feel bad for Kite. He's still in. Still has 34 big blinds. And as we have seen today, reversal of fortune is a thing.
Yeah. Also guaranteed nearly €500,000 already. I mean, I don't think he's feeling particularly sorry for himself. I'm sure he would love to take that trophy down, though.
He's also had a couple of walks the last couple of orbits.
It's always nice. Yeah, John's just a guy who's been playing poker for a long time, been on the live scene a long time. So, you know, these accolades, these trophies mean a lot to him outside of just the money.
O'Neill raising the button. Blinds of 100,000, 200,000. He makes it 400,000. Ruggieri calling with sixes. Queen, Jack, 7. And we don't know what O'Neill's other card is. We know he's continuing. Ruggieri calls. 7 of spades pairs the board.
$8.5.
63, but 850,000.
You need to be a little bit careful with that statement, don't you, James? 8.5, somewhat ambiguous when 8.5 million is not a ridiculous stack for anyone to have at the minute. Nice and clear. Just try and keep it clear there. Imagine he says 8.5, the other player just goes, yeah, call. Oh, I thought you meant 8.5 million. You got to be clear in those spots. That's definitely dangerous territory.
I believe in those situations where a verbal declaration is unclear, if the floor will be called, it will always be the lowest possible amount.
Interesting.
So the lowest possible amount would be 850,000.
Right. Yeah, quite right. Yeah.
Obviously, it can't be 8,500.
Yeah.
Ruggieri versus O'Neill. Queen 3 versus 7-4. Unraised. Queen 7-4 on the flop. Top pair versus 2 pair.
Oh, man. This could get spicy.
Susan Olsen says, truly one of my favorite final tables I've ever watched. O'Neill is playing outstanding poker. Agreed.
Yeah, hard agree. It's really good poker all around, to be honest.
O'Neill betting 300,000 on this flop. And Jerry calls. $10 on the turn. Doesn't change anything right now.
So, James, these guys are quite deep, and I think that under these circumstances, when you kind of got them on the line on the flop, you got to start going big on the turn if you want to win, you know, max from a queen, maybe max from a hand like pocket jacks that might have been played a little bit trappy pre-flop or something like that. So I'd like to see a big bet here, potentially even an overbet. Okay, never mind. Decides to go for 800K. Still good. Still enough to pump up that pot and hopefully get some more value on a later street. You got to think as well, maybe he's adjusting down under these circumstances because he's expecting a lot of queen X to just bet flop. Because you're going to bet this flop as a bluff quite frequently, I suppose. And so under those circumstances, maybe he's thinking he wants more crying calls from some 4X and 7X. So maybe the 800K is better. Honestly, the way O'Neill's been playing, he's probably right to size the way he does here.
River card is a 9. 7s and 4s still good. Ruggieri checks. O'Neill bet 300,000 on the flop, 800,000 on the turn.
James, if he can get like 2 million here, that puts Kite and Ruggieri at a very similar stack depth. That would really change the dynamic here. Once he calls twice, a 7 and a 4 probably is going to call, so I think big on the river now makes a lot more sense, right?
Oh, he's gone big.
Yeah.
1.8 million.
Yeah, I mean, once you get to this point, you're targeting probably a lot of Queen X. 7X is a pretty bold hero call, but not completely out of the question. Just playing so good at the moment, O'Neill. Obviously, a really advantageous situation, too. A nice hand for him as well.
There's the call from Ruggieri. And now, Padraig O'Neill is going to have the kind of chip lead that John Kite had earlier on at this final table. He's moved up to 23 million. He's got 115 big blinds. And you're right, Nick, the gap between Ruggieri and Kite is now pretty insignificant. 8.2 million for Ruggieri, 6.8 for Kite, 41, 35 big blinds respectively.
This is just outstanding stuff from O'Neill. We used to have a saying back in the day when I started playing poker, James, it was don't go broke in a limp pot. And there you go. He has 100% of his range, 7-4 off included, obviously uncapped. Now, obviously an unlucky spot for Ruggieri, and you know the way these guys are playing, absolutely could find some bluffs there in that situation too. But really nice spot for O'Neill. So we're playing about 40/30 big blinds effective, depending on who's going to go up against the O'Neill monster stack.
O'Neill raising small to big. Kite with ace-6 of hearts. Just calls. Jack 10-6. So both players with bottom pair. Kite with the much better kicker. Also has a backdoor flush draw. has now picked up not just the flush draw, but also a straight draw as well. 89% equity. Checks behind. 3 of diamonds on the river. Well, pair of sixes with an ace kicker, still good. Oh, look at this.
1.8 million.
1.8 million. Same size as the bet O'Neill made against Ruggieri in that last hand. And if Kite can find a call here, he'll move ahead of Ruggieri on the leaderboard. Only has a 6.
Really lucky today.
He folds the best hand, Nick.
Yeah, and another pot for O'Neill. Kite down to 29 bigs. Wow, just an unstoppable force right now.
O'Neill now playing 24.5 million, more than 120 big blinds.
Ridiculous, this run off.
Action will start with, oh, hold on a second. That's a fold out of turn.
Every time it happens.
It's bad for me, I think, right?
Yeah.
Sit 8 actually set 3 called out of the storm and sit 8 is 400 gross.
It's not okay when it happens multiple times. Have to let the floor know.
Floor?
Oh dear. I mean, three-handed, it's significant, Nick, that Ruggieri folded out a turn there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if that's accurate, but Kite kind of raising the point, this seems to have happened a couple times now in the heat of the moment, but it is, as O'Neill says, quite bad for him, because now it's easier for Kite to steal from position, which is obviously very advantageous for Kite.
Times in your turn, so pay attention, right? If you want to happen again, you could have a penalty, right? So act in time, right?
So Ruggieri has received a warning, and he's been told if it happens again, he could receive a
And
penalty.
it happened when you rivered straight as well. And both times had a good hand.
Yeah,
huh?
I was going to trigger that, but you did have me pretty crushed.
Last time we both made a good hand when you had ace-5. We made second ace.
You had ace-deuce?
Yeah.
Her deuce?
Yeah.
Yeah, you said good hand.
Yeah, but...
Optimistic.
So for the avoidance of doubt, while the action was on Kite on the button,
the best hand to bluff there.
Umberto Ruggieri folded out of turn.
Pre-flop, like
Apparently he's done it more than once. The floor was called. They told him it does affect the action. You're receiving a warning on this occasion. If it happens again, you could receive a penalty.
That seems fair. That's also quite fair of Kite to say as well, because he could just be quiet and say like, yeah, hey, keep it up, buddy. You know, just always know when you're folding, and I can just play in position a much wider range. No more gin and tonics allowed. Pay attention. The Dom on Twitch chat says the penalty is no more gin. That'll teach him.
Blind 4 of hearts for Kite in the small blind.
Tea with milk, huh? Always.
Had a few beers every night though. It's been working.
Seems like.
Not too many.
The penalty, by the way, which would be determined by the tournament staff, is normally a set number of hands that they would not be allowed to play. So the blinds would still be posted, but they would not be allowed to play the hands.
Jerry does seem to be a big fan of like checking top pairs blind v blind, and I'm not sure I dig it. I feel like you're going to want to bet these boards a lot as a bluff, so the checking just tends to end up being like showdown quite often. Sort of medium strength hands. Sometimes, I don't know, from what we've seen, I mean, a lot of his ace highs just end up just betting a board like this. So if I'm O'Neill, I'm probably going to call turn. You're looking for a gutter ball, but also an opportunity to bluff. I mean, diamonds aren't unreasonable to try and bluff if a diamond comes on the river as well, if your opponent slows it down. Okay, well, deuce of diamonds is there.
Drew, 3 hands, no play. How is that a penalty? Means you don't lose any blinds. What part of you will still have to post the blinds while not playing the hand do you not understand?
Ruggeri's just going to bet the river, and I think O'Neill's going to put it together. Like I said, if you end up checking flops too frequently in these spots, you're just going to end up with like 8-9 here. You're just going to end up with like king deuce here. You're going to end up with, you know, even a hand like 8-7 once in a while. I don't know. I think he probably semi-bluffs that on the flop, given what we've seen so far. But yeah, really nice fold there. Obviously, queen high, not the hardest hand to fold. But what I'm saying is, even if he had like an 8 or something, I think he might put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah.
When you start missing those leads, things start to get a little bit unbalanced. 47 bigs, though, for the Italian.
Meanwhile, Kite's got 26 bigs, so significant distance now between Ruggeri and Kite, and a lot of distance between both players and this guy.
Thank you.
Porrig O'Neill, chip leader, with more than 23 million, 115 big blinds. Blind v blind again. Oh no, Ruggeri's raised the button. Apologies, ace-jack. Kite, king-queen. 2 solid hands here.
Yep.
And just a call from Kite. And it is a queen-9 tray flop. Top pair for Kite, 4-1 favorite.
Now you'll notice the dynamic with the ace of hearts blocker that cost Kite so much against Ruggeri just now. Doesn't want to c-bet, picks up a straight draw on the turn. If I'm Kite, I want to lead big here. Like 900K. The flop is going check, check. The time is to get value now. All right, goes a little bit closer to half pot.
Oh, that's a raise.
Cheeky.
1,450,000.
Blocking king jack. That's a hand that might want to raise the turn. You have to imagine King Jack might bet this flop though as well, a little bit more often. Makes the call so far still good, 77% going to the river.
4 million in the middle. Kite with 3.6 million behind. 7 on the river. King Queen still good. Top pair still ahead. He checks. The semi-bluff from Ruggieri on the turn. Do we get a pure bluff on the river? He checks it back. And interestingly, as the cards are tabled and Kite wins the pot.
If I push the river?
You should push pre-flop, you call.
No.
No.
How
60 big.
much of Ruggieri's decision-making is affected by the fact that he doesn't have any time bank cards? He had 5 seconds there to make a decision and elected to check it back.
Yeah.
If he was able to play time bank cards, he was able to think about it more, maybe he does bluff in the end.
Yeah, it's definitely a factor, definitely a dynamic that we need to look out for.
These two are now evens, Stevens. 37 big blinds each.
Yeah, there's a little chat there afterwards though, James. He was saying, I should have shoved pre-flop, then when I got the full double. And he's saying, oh, I wouldn't have called. You're not going to call the 25 big blind jam with ace-jack there? That seems a little bit unusual. I don't know if it's a speech play, perhaps.
Speech play. He's calling in that spot.
I think that seems like a pretty clear one.
How you fold when you both have a good hand? Such a good timing. There's an Irish guy here. Is he rooting for me or you?
It's Macker, it's me, I believe.
Huh?
Is it Macker?
Mark, yeah.
Papa Tangy in chat asking, how do O'Neill get so many chips?
Is he a good friend of you?
By winning pots. Thank you for your question.
Huh? Maybe he likes you better.
No, I know him for many years, but...
Maybe he's rooting for you, yeah. I don't know.
But is he a good friend of you, or?
I've known him a long time, yeah. Just from poker.
So Ruggieri completed. O'Neill raised. Ruggieri's now called. And these two are going to the flop. Which is Queen 5 deuce. O'Neill with a gut shot straight draw. Ruggieri ahead with King high.
Semi-bluff all day long.
Continuing for 300,000. And a fold from Ruggieri, who is now officially the shortest stack.
Whoever he says, he can only be on that winning for me. You know? Sure. The other guy wins, then he's not allowed into the picture.
Small number of spectators watching the final table.
Yes, indeed. I was actually stood out there for a little while as well on the rail. There does seem to be a congregation there. Some people spotting, some people just following the action in stream time and real time. Some friends, some family. It's a big spot.
Feels nice, huh?
You did this for 5 days.
Me?
Yes.
That's how I know it feels nice.
Hello to Plinio, watching on YouTube, who writes, all in, 6-3. We're from Brazil. Thank you for your comments. Kite versus Ruggieri. Ace 4-3 on the flop. A bet and a fold.
Check.
Is Jack 8 the best hand?
So James, talking about that unbalanced blind v blind dynamic, King Queen 6. Gonna bluff this a ton, right? Ruggieri's gonna lead at this a ton, especially when he has no hand. Alternatively, we've seen him checking when he has top pair, and this is the kind of dynamic that I think does start to get a little bit murky. Jack of spades in hand, though. Not the most ridiculous 2 barrels if he wants to try and rep the spades. Does actually have the draw to go with it as well, so I suppose it is a bit of a semi-bluff under some circumstances.
That is a jack high flush for Ruggieri.
Street flash potential. Not in this hand, of course, but I'll take it.
$1.2.
1.2 million.
A lot of people predicting that O'Neill has a spade. Well, it needs to be the ace of spades or the king of spades in order for him to win this pot.
I think you bluff? King. I think king of spades.
No, you think you bluff? Wow.
10 of spades. When call, all not with me, all bet.
Oh, you weren't bluffing? No? Oh. Nice.
He was shaking his hand.
Yeah, thought I was.
He thought he had jack of club or something.
It's close.
So Ruggieri moves ahead of Kite again in terms of the chip counts.
I think king and 4 with king of spades. The only hand they call the flop and call the river. I don't know what do you have. 10 jacks with 10 of spades.
I'm playing too loose.
Funny guy.
Hello to Davis, who says, I'm very excited to play in Paris. Got the 50-cent Power Path Silver ticket. Will you guys be there? Counting the days for my PokerStars Silver Pass experience. We will be there. Generally speaking, we arrive in time to stream the EPT main event. Obviously, the Silver Pass is going to get you to the FPS main event, but we might cross paths. As we see O'Neill raising here, small to big with ace-4, Kite with kings.
King's top 3 hand. Pre-flop, taking it down.
Or 9-10 with 10 of spades. 10-8 with 10 of spades.
Any spade.
Yeah, but when you call the flop and 2 spades in the flop.
Ace queen for O'Neill on the button. Fold from the small blind. A call from the big blind. Ruggieri has an 8. There is a dealer change incoming, and when we change dealer, we'll change the deck. We suspect that one of these 3 players, not going to point any fingers, is peeling their cards a little bit too aggressively and is damaging the RFID chips in the cards.
Oh. That's no good.
Apparently a storm in Sao Paulo has knocked out our Brazilian transmission. So welcome any Brazilian viewers unable to watch the local language stream who are trying to make do with the English broadcast. Good to have you with us, and I'm sorry for everything.
Obrigada.
For example, that. Well, let's bring Joe Stapleton back into the mix. Do you know any words of Portuguese, Joe?
No.
Unlucky Brazilian viewers.
No, I was saying I think no is the one word I know in Portuguese.
Oh, I see. So we've just rolled into level 33. That means the blinds are up. 125,000, 250,000 with a 250K big blind ante.
Welcome, Brazilian viewers. I'm going to guess bienvenido.
Did I get the ending wrong, guys? Was it obrigado instead of ah? That's probably what I got wrong, huh?
I'm sorry for the Brazilian commentators who will never get this audience back after they've heard us. Ace-7 off for Ruggieri. Some people call it the Spraggy. O'Neill folds 9-7. Deuces for Kite. We've seen people play deuces pretty aggressively, and we have not seen it work out. This is going to be the biggest win. This one's going to work.
The deuces might not loses this time.
The deuces are going to wins. Unless Ruggieri somehow. No. Does in fact fold.
Yeah, seems good.
Christian on YouTube says, all Brazilians speak English, but we like to speak in Portuguese. I'm American, so I speak almost one language.
Almost.
Almost no English. I do. Kite, second in chips with those 36 big blinds. Ruggieri with 25, and it's the real deal O'Neill that leads the field. 89 big blinds. Folds. 4 high in the small blind. And we get a walk for Ruggieri.
I want your call.
Yeah? You
Yeah.
did, huh?
Good hand to play in position.
Yeah. Good hand hold now.
Everyone guaranteed 459,000 euros at this point. Nearly 100K jump. Excuse me, nearly 200K between third and second, and nearly $400,000 difference between second and first. 459 for third.
All the time.
Oh no!
I see the button.
Third time. Just folds.
Ruggieri folded out of turn again.
It's influenced action, you know?
Yeah, but...
Gives him an easier spot to open. And
like, it's so easy. 3 times I can just open button because he folds.
Yeah, because I see the button.
So, Jared, did you?
And I think I'm the button.
Did you see this earlier? He got warned about this.
Yes, I did.
Okay, sorry. It's an advantage for you.
It is an unfortunate situation where he clearly is not doing it on purpose, but it does have major effects when you're three-handed and playing for this much money.
It also has the effect that O'Neill might perceive that the open's going to be wider, so he might three-bet more aggressively against
It really mucks things up.
Yeah, it does.
Like, when he folded, I would have opened my hand. But
I believe that is going to be the actual last warning given to Ruggieri.
He's still in the hand.
You wouldn't.
No,
Yeah,
but when he
okay.
folds, I would open.
Yeah, I
100%.
understand.
So I just gave you the walk instead.
Give him the walk, fair enough.
Like heads up, I can never fold his hand.
All right, Ruggieri this time did not fold. It would have been his turn to fold right away. But decided to play King 10 off and has run into the pocket jacks.
1.4.
And once again, we see O'Neill player poker. The other guys, they're chips.
Yes, indeed. 3-bet engaged.
And was that Jack 9 suited folded?
And, you know, we've seen Ruggieri here getting quite sticky in some spots. Might think that the chip leader's trying to bully him and stick around with the King 10 despite being dominated pre-flop. Yeah, there it is.
We are gonna see a flop. With 3.3 million in the middle. And that flop is 6 tray, fist pump for jacks.
I think you can continue really small here, Joe. Something like a quarter, maybe even a little bit less. Great board for jacks, of course. You want to keep in some over cards that are going to get sticky, get some more value here. You want to bluff like this as well, too. Ultra dry board where you're trying to get certain combinations to let it go. 800,000 is the bet into a pot of 3.3.
Just under 20% of Ruggieri's remaining chips going into the middle. Ruggieri with less than a pot-sized bet left behind, just about 5 million in the middle. An ace on the turn. You said it, Nick.
Yeah, so obviously not bad for O'Neill directly, as we can see, because we have the cards up. But obviously that's some of the stuff that you're kind of trying to get to call on the flop, too. So might be a tricky one. I think I check here because there is a concern that there's an ace, but also because it's a card that a lot of hands like King 10, Queen Jack, Jack 10 would still fold to a turn bet. So it's kind of to your advantage to actually slow down because you might run into it, but also because it gives Ruggieri the opportunity to think he has the best of it, or indeed improve in a way that you can get value on a later street as well.
Check, check. That river card is another 3, so full house for O'Neill. Still isn't beating an ace. But Ruggieri hasn't done much in this hand to rep very big.
Yeah, I mean, you got to ask yourself, would you miss the opportunity to bet the turn with an ace when your opponent can have kings, queens, jacks, tens, all this kind of stuff? A lot of players would not check back an ace on this turn unless they had a pretty poor kicker, and some of those just fold pre-flop to the initial 3-bet.
Time bank card going in.
I think a blocker bet is best here, Joe. I think just a
makes sense.
Cute little blocker bet is nice because you still get value from some of the smaller pairs and stuff, and you have to slow down the action against some weaker ace combos that are probably sweating you having, you know, a big ace yourself. Obviously, an ace will be a chop here, but that's...
Is it a blocker bet with the absolute intention of folding to a raise, or is it a blocker bet and then reevaluate if you get raised?
It's tricky, but it looks like O'Neill agrees with me.
That is it, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that 1 million?
I think kind of the point here, Joe, is kind of like there's a ton of stuff that he still wants to call with that will call this small size.
Mm-hmm.
None of that will bluff. And then if he has an ace, probably just going to call anyway. So a raise on this river, yeah, starts to look pretty fishy.
Jacks.
Absolutely stunning spot for
Jerry
O'Neill.
makes the call with
against eights or something.
the nothing. But it's going to show down the loser as O'Neill continues playing poker. That's right, mighty Enor. O'Neill player poker. The other guys, they're chips. Crispy Slim 91 says, I just wanted to confirm for you that, in fact, O'Neill does player poker. The other guys, they're chips. You're welcome.
Love that line, honestly. Really, really cool stuff from O'Neill.
O'Neill still over 100 big blinds. Kite with 34. Ruggieri down to 12.
Ruggieri just sticky, and it's costing him some chippies.
Can he put it in 20? I asked him 5 seconds ago. For the 30th time in the tournament, or 29th, I'm not sure.
And Ruggieri has had a hard time keeping his chips and stacks of 20. I think in general, Kite's starting to get a little annoyed.
Yeah, and actually, in fairness to Kite, before we shuffled people around final 3, they were sat directly to, you know, left and right. And he asked them politely several times, please stack in 20s. I need to know how many chips you have. And that's fair. You know, at this point, at this level, that's very standard. Dirty stacks, not cool.
I mean, the phrase says it all. The other guys, they're chips. That's what they're talking about. Ruggieri not stacking his chips. 10 on the turn. Kite has got this locked up. And the bet on the turn gets it done for Kite. Ruggieri still on 12 bigs.
26?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, Marching with a great point. Maybe he meant the other guys, they champs. Possible. No, it wasn't a sneeze smell. I was trying to stifle a laugh so I wouldn't have to explain what I was laughing at, but I'm still not going to. Kite limps in with ace-5 suited.
Check.
O'Neill's going to take a free flop with 10-9 off. The Wish.com Grafton. And flops 9 high. Oh no, top pair for O'Neill. Trips for Kite.
Great time to find a limp here. Probably still gets to the same flop if he raises button anyway, but check it a check.
Ooh, now there's 4 diamonds out there. Well, not out there. 3 diamonds out there. 4 for O'Neill.
O'Neill probably wants to lead this a bunch, especially when he goes check, check, flop. Plenty of high cards don't want to take aggressive action in position here. Kite doing a good job of balancing that up when he has the trips here as well. I think both players kind of aware of the fact that Ruggeri's headed towards the danger zone here, Joe.
Yep, so let's just keep it cool.
Yeah.
5, 6, 7. Okay, trips is still the best hand. Is O'Neill going to get value cut here with top pair? Seems like yes. And another relatively small river bet. This one like 1/10 of the pot.
I think under these circumstances, Joe, a lot of the raises on this river probably represent a lot more strength than in the previous spot when you were saying, you know, am I gonna block or bet here with the intention of folding? I don't think the stuff that John checks on the flop that you're beating with the 9 doesn't raise the river, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Figures that an 8's probably not going to bet so small. Doesn't have much else to worry about.
Yeah, and I also think alternatively that if O'Neill did have a big hand here, probably going to go for more than this size quite often. But, you know, O'Neill, obviously really experienced player, might actually have some balance in there. Maybe he does do this when he's got the 5X or when he has the straight or something like that. Trying to induce a little river raise.
O'Neill obviously does have a decision, not an insta-muck, given that he's using time banks on this. So much pressure, so much actual money on the line in every decision. O'Neill makes the call. And mucks. Kite is going to get a little back there. A slight bit of breathing room. Up to 46 bigs again.
And just like that, Joe, dynamics change once more. Gary got to be feeling a little bit like the odd one on the island now, right? 12 big blinds, pretty significant gap between himself and Kite.
And it's Ruggeri who is in big, big trouble on the button this hand. Hopefully he's got something he can play with soon. Anyone know when break? We've got a break coming up in 28 minutes.
750.
5-3 suited for O'Neill. Looks like Ruggeri's already folded. And take it, says Kite. Next hand. Next.
Can you change for him?
Yeah. Here's 200. Thank you.
Can you just put a stack of 20 so we can see? You have 2.5?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
A bit more, yeah.
2.5,
3 with blind.
25.
Thank you.
All in.
You're all in, yeah?
Ruggeri shoves. Gets it through.
No coaching allowed.
After the open from O'Neill.
It's not coaching, I just want you to call. Come on, bro, you know it.
It was a good fold from me, I think. just about. I think he had the better hand.
Yeah, of course he had the best hand. There's no point. No. Really feel like you had 9-7 that time.
9-7.
Should just go bet.
Ruggieri, don't fold. It's not your turn. Ace-9 for Kite. You know, you should try to drink that gin and tonic again. I bet some of the ice is melted. Ooh, okay. A little loosey-goosey here from Ruggieri after Kite limped.
Ugh, Joe, yikes.
We get to go 3 ways to this flop.
No.
Even at a discount?
I really don't like this.
King 10, trips for O'Neill. A lot of trips being flopped today.
I mean, yeah, he's getting a good price, to be fair. I just, just hard to realize equity with this combo, even from even just for half a big blind.
But it could
more.
come 3-5-6.
It could. You're right. Absolutely true.
Devil's Cards asks, Joe, is it possible for you to explain to me O'Neill's style of play compared to the other 2 players? Yeah, let's see how this hand plays out, and then I'll take a crack at it. I mean, ace high is pretty strong here. And that pretty strong ace high wants to see a turn and is very likely to be drawing dead on that turn. Dead indeed.
So 39 big blinds behind Kite. If you want to win them all, you got to continue betting here. You've already played aggressively on the flop. Still value to be had from some 10x, some spades, some straight draws, some combination spade straight draws.
O'Neill bets 1 million chips. And Kite appears to be struggling not to station with ace high.
If you're calling the flop, you kind of got to call the turn, Joey, just because you're thinking, okay, still beating those semi-bluffs that could check raise me here. And just some pure bluffs as well, I suppose, once in a while.
Board runs out with the 6 of hearts. 4.6 million in the middle. Kite with just under double that behind.
I bet you Kite feels really different if he has ace-9 with the 9 of spades. Definitely a card you'd like your opponent to have.
2.8.
If they are semi-bluffing.
Kite immediately does look a little suspicious at this point.
Flopping trips again?
Gonna need some more time with this one. This is what happens when you're playing against excellent poker players. You have to consider stationing 3 streets with ace high here. We know that it's no good, but
yeah,
it often would be.
I think that's where the disconnect exists as well sometimes, Joe, from our audience and then watching them play at this level. They're like, my game, I definitely fold ace-9 here. Well, your guys are never bluffing in these spots.
Or at least not running the bluff in this exact same manner.
Well, exactly, right. And, you know, like you say, if you're playing against really high-level players, they put you in really tough spots, and part of the game is to make some really tough calls. On this occasion, he has the hand, though.
The proverbial it is had by O'Neill.
If you have it, you must really think I'm strong.
Oh, some double leveling going on here. Kite must not have used many time banks yesterday. He's got a whole pile there.
You always have it, that's the problem. Always have it.
Lockjaw on YouTube is right, trying to talk himself out of it.
Block some backdoor combos.
Kite makes the call, another massive pot. Huge chips changing hands between these two.
I'm not sure.
And O'Neill's gonna scoop a 10 million chip pot. Holy moly. Kite on the business end again of a tough spot.
O'Neill's got to be over the moon though, Joe. Oh, wow.
Twice in 1.5 hours.
He's up 27 million from the start of the day. 27 million.
What is that, just like 14x what he started with?
10, 5,
Came into the day looking to survive and now finds himself nearly 29 million chips. Way out in front, 115 big blinds, second biggest stack, Jan Kite with 22 big blinds.
Yep, 22 big blinds for Kite, 13 for Ruggieri. And do you get to work some ICM pressure now in this particular situation, or no?
I think under these circumstances, both of the shorties just like, all right, I guess we got to duke it out.
7 tray suited for O'Neill.
John definitely going to be sweating that super short stack of Ruggieri, trying to get his opponent to bust without any risk to himself, but both players now looking pretty shallow. Definitely an opportunity to exert some pressure, but I think John and Umberto both know that they're going to have to do something drastic to make this a reality and try and get back in the game against Patrick O'Neill's ginormous stack.
Queen, queen 6, 2 clubs. Now this would be a situation where if Kite were to station down with a high card, he would be right. Let's see if O'Neill does try to rep a better hand than what he's got, and so far is betting 450,000. And Kite does call correctly so far. Turn is the deuce of diamonds. 2 flush draws out there. And O'Neill slows it down, pumps the brakes. Kite takes the river, which is a 6, so king high with queens and 6s. And it feels pretty good on this board too. It is the best hand, and it kind of feels like the best hand.
Yeah, double paired boards, you kind of immediately start to think about high card combos, right? Lots of these sort of ace high, king high spots are going to be good. With the check on the turn, there's an opportunity for O'Neill to still kind of do something scary. It looks like he's going to reach for the aggressive line. And actually, this is, it's an easy call when you have that combo, obviously. But I think what O'Neill's trying to say here is, did you miss your flush draw? Okay, cool. Oh, you didn't? Okay, that's fine. I'm willing to lose a little bit. But he wins a big pot when Kite just got like a really bad flush draw on that river, right?
Yes, and it just goes to show you that that call down with ace high, like we said, was going to be correct sometimes, just like the call down with king high was correct this time.
Yeah, I mean, look, if the ace-9 call down is completely freaking you out, I understand that. I understand that perhaps in the games that you play, these spots are just always nuts or nothing else, and nothing else. In the games that these guys play in, you know, tons of semi-bluffing going on, tons of pure bluffs going on, tons of bluffing with backdoor equity and all kinds of weird stuff on king high and queen high boards. It all goes into the strat here at the highest level, so can't fault the bravery because it takes a lot to make a call like that on a feature table like this today.
Brewju says Nick is poker player while chat is playing chips.
That's pretty much, yeah, I say it on stream all the time, yeah.
By the way, I like that phrase, and I want to keep beating the joke into the ground because the more it makes people mad, the more I want to do it. However, I don't want to insult the other players at this table because I don't think that O'Neal is the only one playing poker.
No.
I think that every single player that is still in this tournament has had some absolutely stellar hands of poker that they've played.
Yeah. Oh, hello. What's this?
Ruggieri got in the mix with 7-4 off. And now he is big card, low card, 3-bet bluffing pre-flop.
Crapbait says, poker Nick is played chips chat.
Any combination of those words would work for me.
Hacks Club says, Nick is player poker while chat is chips. Yeah, I agree with all that. 100%. Good analysis. So, Umberto, 15 big blinds. Kite, 29 big blinds. O'Neal, 106. The heat is on, Joe.
The H is O. Zhao says Ruggieri is setting up his AA so that they will call him. If you can make that happen, I'm all about it. 10-9 suited for Ruggieri. 15 bigs. King, queen off for O'Neal, and Ruggieri limped in. Price of poker's going up. You want to play? It's another 450,000. Ruggieri jams.
It's a call.
O'Neal makes the call. Ruggieri behind and at risk. Is going to have a decent amount of equity. Wow. Kite calling for the hold.
Yeah, I think the shove is correct here. 9-10 suited. Slam dunk push at this stack depth. Can't blame him. Just running into it. O'Neal is going to be slight favorite.
Kite not keeping his feelings to himself. Wants to see the end of Ruggieri here, probably for obvious reasons being money and maybe some of those irritation reasons of folding out a turn, not stacking his chips, but both of these players, whether they express it or not, are hoping that king high holds here to the flop. I see a 10. A 10 is a good card for Ruggieri. Now the favorite.
Still a lot of percentage, though, Joe, for the king, queen, including backdoor spades.
Gut shot, backdoor spades. Ruggieri does have backdoor hearts, but is ahead for now. Turn card is a 4 of diamonds. That's as bricky as it gets. Ruggieri just has to fade the river for his umpteenth double up in this tournament.
O'Neal prepaying there, Joe. You see that? Trying to get an extra bonus EV.
Needs to fade paint.
Oh.
Sherwin-Williams. O'Neal spikes the king on the river. Ruggieri put up quite a battle. Held his own in this tournament. But does, in fact, succumb in third place for $459,240. More or less half, excuse me, not dollars, euros. 459,000 euros. Close to $500,000 there. We'll call that $500,000. And the Italian rail no longer need be present in this room. They can go buy some presents. It should be an extra special Christmas in the Ruggieri household this year. 459,000 euros. See Stocken blocking in the background. And we're heads up, my babies. There was a thought this tournament could have been ended quickly, maybe even before the first level today when Kite had all the chips and we were five-handed, but here we are hours later and we're finally down to the top two. And it is not Jan Kite who has the chip lead anymore. In fact, it is the opposite. Padraig O'Neill with more than 120 big blinds, Kite with just shy of 30. Not a supreme danger zone stack heads up, but Kite is gonna have some work to do. And if there's ever been a time to put the work in is now, because they're playing for nearly 400,000 euros between second and first place. $643,000 for the runner-up, $1,030,000 for the winner. We're gonna take a break a little early. 20 minutes time, we will be back for the heads up of the 2023 EPT main event.
So now we're down to 5 players, and yes, Joe, I can confirm 8th, 7th, 6th, all knocked out by Sweetie.
Oh, this is sick.
If you raise 375.
Blinds at 80,000, 160,000. Joseph Klinger opening with King, Queen of Hearts. Makes it 375,000, and Sweetie's got kings.
Do you have to? Do you have to? Do you have to knock out Klinger?
More blind toss. Big blind toss.
Hopefully they just silence that bit of the replay rather than deleting the entire video.
How much you had, like 5.8? Okay.
Here's the flop.
Oh
my goodness.
Dear.
I should have saved it.
He checks.
Top pair versus top set.
Nicholas bet 700,000. Pepe call.
A bet of 700,000 called by Klinger, who picks up the flush draw on the turn.
Okay, all right.
A little bit of hope.
Pepe check.
Man, no matter what happens here, it's going to be bad for somebody. That's what I hate about these spots.
1,375,000.
Somebody is going to lose a huge pot with a strong hand. Somebody is going to get coolered. 82% chance it's going to be Klinger.
And here's the river card, 4 of diamonds.
Board bricks out for Klinger. It's a full house for Sweetie.
I'm all in.
Bet all in.
Sweetie shoves on him. It's all in to call. And if he calls, he's out.
I don't think I can fold this. What improved? Deuce 5, 5-7, and a 4. All of the 4s.
Pepe pass.
Finds a fold. Stop cheering, I wanted a call.
I am not good enough to fold there.
I love the fact the Lebanese rail is celebrating. Sweetie's like, guys, I had a full house. I need him to call there.
It's still a big pot, though.
It is indeed. Not that he really needs any more chips. He's got the rest of the table covered by...
I really would have liked to see this table in its entirety. I mean, not that I would want to invest so much time, but with the stack that he has, he can just kind of raise every pot, I think.
Mike McDonald railing Andrew Chen, who is all in for just shy of 2 million.
Good pass. Mini class pass.
Because Schwede's got like 15 million. Everyone else got between like 2 and 3, right?
Oh, and Klinger calls Chen's shove because he's picked up kings. Well, this could be a situation, Joe, where we see a player eliminated by someone other than Nicholas Schwede.
Okay, 7-9 of clubs in the only hand for Andrew Chen.
Well, 1/5 of the time, Chen's going to survive.
Here it is, 10.
And this is not looking like one of them.
Well, he's flopped a gut shot straight draw.
8 for straight. Happy leading with king. Let's see the turn. It's a 5 of diamonds, no help.
Only an 8 on the river saves Andrew Chen.
Let's see the river card. It's a 9, no help.
9 is not enough, and Joseph Klinger's kings hold. Andrew Chen eliminated in 5th place, cashing for 400,000 euros. And I would like to point out, Joe, that Hervé Costa has folded his way to 4th place and has guaranteed himself at least €500,000.
Has folded his way to 4th place from 22nd place.
I didn't think he would gamble with kings. He clearly didn't. Whereas
now we are down to 4.
Please.
This is good. He should be raising a pretty wide range. King Queen certainly falls within that.
Costa on the button has ace-9.
Again, not knowing exact chip stacks, but assuming Costa's the shortest.
Yeah, and he's really short now, really short. Regardless of whatever 2 cards Nicholas Schwede has, he has to call.
820,000, the all-in raise from him.
Easy fold of 5s here, I think. Oh, it's Cara Mazzinas too, right?
Yeah.
Queen.
Nicola makes the call. Fairway is all in with ace of spades.
Roi dame. King queen versus ace 9. Yeah. King baby. Let's finish it.
Il vaut 5000. Il vaut 5000 là, ça.
Now, this will be quite the story if Costa comes back.
Allez ma petite. Queen deuce king. Queen deuce. Queen deuce. King.
Unbelievable.
This is the best poker player I've ever seen. Jeffrey Hakeem on the rail. Love that dude.
Good luck.
Well, I still salute this guy for laddering like a pro and locking up 500,000 euros for his 4th place finish.
Hell yeah. Well done. He's the real Klinger.
What a run for Nicholas Schwede, though. As Hervé Costa is congratulated by his buddies.
And there goes the rail.
To bust. Now you're.
We've still got the Lebanese rail. They're loud enough.
I was best. You wait for him to bust, now you're free rolling. I didn't wait for him to bust. I had 20 big blinds, it's more than enough to make a move. How much you have?
All right, buddy.
It's 2...
I have to say, poker strategy with Dominicus Kamazinas is becoming a little bit tired as a format.
All in.
Nicholas raised all in.
I think you have to call.
Call.
And call.
There it is. Finally commits his chips.
Ace of diamonds.
By the way,
Sweetie's knocked out everyone but one so far.
correct. Also, okay, Kamazinas has his opponent dominated. Okay, he's got 63%. There is no way he wins this hand.
I don't see, I mean, he's really supposed to win this one, but I guess it's a pretty high chance to chop with ace-6 versus ace-7 too, right?
No. Sweetie outright. He knows it, look.
Got Tony G on his rail, repping Lithuania.
Flop comes 5.
Very good flop. Very good flop. Why don't you
There's Tony
why don't you shout now? Shout. Come on, yeah.
Beware the premature celebration, Dominicus. Boom. I knew it.
Oh my God.
You just knew it was coming. There was never any doubt.
Come on.
Domination, Karmazinas.
Domination, rotation.
4?
Nicholas Sweetie KOs another player. Dominicus Kamazinas out in 3rd place. Cashes for 700,000 euros. We're going heads up in Monte Carlo in April 2010. Nicholas Sweetie versus Joseph Klinger.
$350 total.
Oh my God, now it's aces.
And Klinger's got snowmen's.
I'm all in.
Call!
This most certainly is the dead man's hand. Aces and 8s.
All in and a call. And Sweetie could close the deal here.
Klinger's gonna need a humdinger.
Come on, one ace.
Nicholas Sweetie has been on an incredible run.
Let's see the flop. And here it is. 9, 10.
I'm surprised it wasn't an ace-ace-X flop.
Unfortunately, I do not think him calling for cards when he's ahead is going to punish him.
One ace.
Here comes the turn.
Ace.
Yes!
This is over unless an 8 hits the river.
One more card to card.
Don't dig in.
Remaining 8s in the deck. Any other card, we have a decision.
Send it to Lebanon. Come on.
All the way.
Aces hold, and Nicholas Sweetie from Lebanon wins the Season 6 EPT Grand Final in Monte Carlo. 1.7 million euros, a 7-figure score for Joseph Klinger, the runner-up.
I mean, $1 million is still pretty good, and I don't think we've seen much from Klinger since, so hopefully he went and retired on a beach somewhere.
Good game, great game.
So can you tell me now what you had in this one big pot?
Kings.
You have kings? Queen of hearts.
I know.
I have 4 hearts on the turn. Really, you have kings full house?
Yeah, you can see it on TV.
Yeah? Wow.
$400.
Raises to 400,000. Michel Detani in the big blind. Has ace-5 suited, artisanal sourdough in action, and a call from Detani. And we will see a flop. And that flop is ace-10 deuce with 1 club.
Oh, James, this could get expensive. Both players making top pair heads up. Obviously, Datani with the backdoor straight draws and backdoor clubs as well. Even more incentive for him to stick around facing some aggression on the flop, and I don't think Neves ever misses a continuation here.
No, Datani checks to Neves, who bets 225,000, and Datani will make the call, taking us to the turn.
4 of clubs would be ridiculously spicy.
How about the queen of clubs?
That'll do as well. Now Neves with the gut shot to Broadway as well.
Yeah, Neves still 62% favorite. 11% chance of a chop as Datani checks for a second time.
850.
And a bet now of 850,000 into a pot of 1.4 million.
Yeah, really sizing up now. Really wants to punish. Datani's not going anywhere, though. There's a 0% chance he's folding this hand. I mean, I can think of a few rivers that would get really ugly here, James.
Calls again. We are going to the river. We have a pot of 3.1 million. The river card is the 3 of clubs. That is the nut flush for Datani.
Oh, and a quick check as well.
Checks a third time.
Snap checks with the backdoor clubs.
$2.1.
Neves goes big. 2/3 pot, 2.1 million.
Oh, he's fallen right into the trap, James.
And just double checking, Datani has the nuts, so has to raise. The question is how much?
He's got to go for all of it at this point, right?
And I mean, if he does that, there's some flush, 2-pair straight combos out there. Neves doesn't have to call this off.
No, absolutely not. However, there are plenty of combinations that probably feel inclined to do so every time, so you just go for all of it.
That's a time bank card.
That was a very flamboyant time bank card. I honestly think, given the action, you just got to go for max.
All in.
He does pull the trigger. Datani shoves, and it is all into call for Pedro Neves. But as we were just highlighting, Nick, there's a lot of hands out there that beat him.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, plenty of just like ace-deuce, ace-3, that kind of thing. But the thing is, James, they probably would just flat on the river here, right? They wouldn't be check-raising this river. They'd be too concerned about king-jack, ace-10, ace-queen, aces, queens, tens. He's going to have a very slim range here. And it's going to be strong a lot of the time.
Well, to use the time-honored quote from Scotty Wynn back in 1998, you call it's all over, baby. Neves calls here with just top pair. It's over. And the trophy will be presented to Michel Datani. All the time bank cards. All the time in the world.
Can I get a gif of that, please, immediately? That is a meme in the making right there, James.
How many is the spin?
Seriously though, chat, somebody please make a gif of that. I absolutely must have it immediately. What a moment, pushing all the time banks in.
Datani willing a call. Still has a few time bank cards to burn through. Big decision. Neves is counting how much he'll be left with if he folds. The answer is 6.83 million, and he'll still be alive. If he does call, he'll have no chips left. He'll be the runner-up.
I think the fact he just won $1 million might also play into this call somewhat, James, if he decides to make it.
Well, guaranteed better than second place prize money.
Yeah, absolutely. Massive score already.
He locked up 1.18 million in the deal they agreed. He's got a single chip in his hand. He makes the call, and that will do it. Datani has done it. He is the champion of the PCA 2023 main event.
Did you?
Two Portuguese players heads up for the title and trophy. Having agreed a deal, they are playing for an additional 50K, and that money, plus the title and trophy, will go to Michel Datani. Freelancers Online, he is the champion. Welcome back to Prague and the PokerStars European Poker Tour, the concluding stages, the final chapter of the 5K main event here at King's Casino at the Hilton Prague, because just before the break, we got heads up in the main event. That's right, 2 players remain from a starting field of 1,285. Those players, John Kite from Norway and Padraig O'Neill from Ireland. And it is O'Neill who will come into the heads-up battle with a significant chip advantage. 31 million plays 7.3 million. 124 big blinds versus 29 big blinds. We have got to play out the last 10 minutes or so of the 125, 250 blind level before we roll straight in to level 34. We did start the day with the Norwegian having most of the chips, 2/3 of the chips in play. But right now it's advantage Ireland, but as today has proved, anything can happen. And a significant difference in prize money, about 400,000 euros worth of difference. The runner-up will receive 643K. The winner will receive 1,030,000 euros. As the players return from break, they did indicate to the tournament staff that they would be interested in looking at the numbers. So tournament director Toby Stone is about to arrive on the main stage so he can show the players what a deal might look like. Here's Toby.
So, the first thing you need to know is that you have to play for 10% of the remaining. Yes. So you both get second place, and then whatever's remaining is basically this. So it's 38,700, which we ask you to play for. You can increase that if you want. That's not a problem. Just don't decrease it. So there's your chip counts. Padraig 31,075, Christian 7375, and this would be the pure ICM with this remaining. Playing for 38,700. So you see that there? So I'm going to let you look at those numbers. I ask you to, if you want to talk about the deal, just do it here rather than off the table.
So it's up to him, it's yes or no.
Yeah, it's very low. Like,
it is low. Do you want to play for 100K? Are we able to do that? Would that be enough for you?
Like I have to lock up more if we're doing a deal.
Do you want to play for 100K rather than 38? You can win more then, I guess.
Yeah, no.
I can change the 38 to 100 if you want.
Just a sec. You're shaking your head, Mark?
Mark, I don't think it's gonna happen. So he was asking me what's happening.
Huh?
He was asking me what's it happening.
I mean, if you give me 725 and we play for 100k, I'll take that.
What are you asking for? After moving
7.
You're asking for like 15k?
And play for 100.
All right. We're gonna play.
Huh?
So I said 0, you know?
Yeah.
Yes or no? Like. So it's a no.
Yeah, you just don't want to...
I don't want to give you 15k.
No. That's understandable. All right. If we double up, it's more relevant. If I double up, it's more relevant to look.
Well, that was simple.
All right. Yeah, good luck.
Good luck. Nice try.
Yeah.
No deal. We saw that on the breakdown. The
It's
deal.
a little between 709 and 6.
I understand where you're coming from, yeah. Just that's what your stacks work currently, but yeah, you can double.
Do a handshake, I guess.
Okay. Sure.
It looks like we did a deal, but we didn't. But,
No deal. Well, this isn't awkward at all.
That's good.
Okay, that's good.
Good luck.
Good luck. Good luck.
So Kite would have got about 709,000 euros.
I'll be honest.
He wanted
I didn't want to play for
725.
400K, but
O'Neill said
Gambler,
no.
He was like, let's do it.
Yeah, I can't lock up like 60k or something. It's too little. Yeah.
So we play on, playing for the advertised payouts, which is a difference of 400,000 euros between second and first. It's a 400k heads-up battle, plus, of course, the title and trophy are on the line as well.
So I'm assuming using this one? Yeah, sure.
And there's about 12 minutes left to play of this blind level, 125, 250. First hand of heads-up play. A good start for Kite. Ace, queen of clubs in the big blind.
850.
He raises, and O'Neill will quickly fold. By the way, it's James Harshkin alongside Nick Walsh.
Hello. Thank you for having me once more.
To be fair to Podrick O'Neill, he made it clear before Toby came to the stage with the laptop.
I put them too far up.
It's up to John whether he says yes or no. I'm not giving up any money.
No.
He can look at what's there. If he likes the number, he can take it. If he doesn't like the number, we'll play on. He didn't like the number. He asked for an extra 15k. Podrick said, I said 0, I mean 0, let's play on.
Yep, straight shooter. Dig it. And with the 30 big blind effective stack now, James, it's basically a spin and go.
You are loving it.
You know I love any opportunity to say that, guys. That's all I've got. That's all I've got left.
It was so nice that the Italian guy didn't have any time banks. It put so much pressure on him when he had to think.
He had some moves. He was good.
Yeah.
He was good.
O'Neill calling on the button with 10-8 of hearts. And if Kite raises from the big, I think he's more likely to call with these suited one-gappers.
$825.
So we do see the raise from Kite. And there is the call from O'Neill. So we are going to see our first flop of heads-up play. And that flop is 5 tray deuce. King high still ahead. Continuation bet of 600,000, and not really enough on that board for O'Neill to be excited about, Nick. Just the one heart makes the fold. And we play on. Playing for around 400,000 euros, so 643,000 is the advertised second place prize money. More than $1 million for the winner, 1,030,000, plus the title and trophy. The last EPT title, the last main event trophy of 2023. A reminder, EPT 2024 starts in Paris in February.
Yeah, looking forward to that. New venue and everything. Had such a huge turnout last year, wondering how big we can make that event. Put it in your diaries now. Come and join us. Come and take part. Don't forget, Power Path is also an option to arrive and enjoy Paris with us.
$500,000 apiece. 6-4 versus 6-4. O'Neill free rolling though, with a couple of hearts in his hand. Kite was the pre-flop aggressor and continues for 400,000. And with that flush draw and some potential backdoor straight outs, O'Neill makes the call. 10 of clubs on the turn, that's a bit bricky.
Kite might be tempted to two-barrel here, but maybe some better combinations to use than 6-4. Heads up, you can really get a little out of line here, though, if you want. Yeah, I don't mind the check here.
Heart on the river, that's the flush for O'Neill. Grant says, not sure if I recall correctly, but I think there was an occasion where a chip leader refused to deal and lost. There have been multiple occasions where a chip leader has refused to deal and lost.
I'm sure it's happened more than a few times, yeah. All right, yep, of course he makes his flush. He's going to lead here.
But by the way, I am not one of those people who thinks, oh, well, that's karma. No one should feel compelled to do a deal. If the numbers don't look right, if it doesn't work for you, you effectively take the decision to play on. And of course, there's a bit of a gamble with that. There's a gamble in poker. There's variance in poker. Just accept it.
Yeah, I completely agree. I like O'Neill's style in that, right? He's like, look, I'm willing to play for it, but I'm also willing to be reasonable and look at the ICM and just take it from there. But, you know, here we go, guys. We're heads up. We're going to battle.
So far, Kite...
It's fun to play heads. Instead of just chopping, go home, you know, flip for a trophy. Oh, they make us play anyway.
Yeah,
you have to play.
38K, like, yeah.
Yeah.
Too small for you.
So action starts with O'Neill.
5.
Raising with 7 deuce of clubs. Kite with Jack 10.
Yeah, I got to say, James, I am pretty happy as these two to make it there. Nothing against the other players at all, nothing personal, but just really, really loved how O'Neill played all throughout this tournament. And also, Kite, as I said, just been a part of the community for so long, very vocal on social media platforms, you know, sharing a lot of poker experience and behind the curtain of a professional poker player. Really, really lovely guy. So seeing these two battle it out just feels right to me.
O'Neill continuing for 300,000. Kite with the best hand.
825.
And decides to check raise to 825,000. A quick fold. And Kite checks, or rather chips up. Well, at this point, we can welcome someone else into the mix, Nick. Some people would say better late than never, but I would never be that rude. Finally, joining us live via satellite, it's Maria Ho. Hello, Maria.
Girlfriend only.
Very good.
Hello, the wonders of modern technology never ceases to amaze.
Nice.
Yeah, thank you.
The main thing is, Maria, you're making a contribution. You've left it until we're heads up on the final day at the final table after 6 days of live coverage, but you're here now.
Yes, and I mean, I'm actually kind of bummed that I missed the lead up to this because I know yesterday, what a day for Marley. And, you know, obviously now these two players getting heads up is still something that the poker community is really excited to see. But I mean, this was a really fun journey up until this point.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you, knowing that there's a huge time difference between where you are and Central Europe, I thought this might be over by the time you woke up, because we started today with 5 players, and one of them, the guys on screen right now, had 2/3 of the chips in play.
That chip distribution was insane, but of course, as we know in poker, you know, you never want to count your chickens before they hatch. So, you know, a little bit of an uphill battle right now, but still can be done.
And one thing I can tell you, and I'm sure you'll back me up on this, Nick, as people who've watched this tournament over the last few days, both players have been very impressive, but I have been particularly impressed with the demeanor and the decision-making of Padraig O'Neill.
Yeah, and the composure, right? Great table presence, not getting overexcited, very even keel all throughout. I'm loving it. I'm loving this action. There's so many memorable hands. This might be one of my favorite stops so far this year. O'Neill might have played one of my favorite hands that I saw, that ace-3 river bluff earlier today. Just honestly on fire. And yeah, pretty standard 3-bet there from the ace-king. Now 36 big blinds for John Kite.
So Maria, I know you've been following the Prague main event from afar, and one thing, and I don't want to keep hammering the point, but we were all pleasantly surprised to see a field of 1,285 entries.
But you don't like
we didn't think, considering how cannibalized the poker economy has been this month, that we would break last year's record, but somehow we did.
It's amazing. I think it's just, again, a testament to the fact that people love playing PokerStars events. Everybody knows that you guys run the best events and that you care a lot about the player experience, but not to mention the prestige of an EPT title is just something that people are gunning for. You know, I was talking to Dylan Lindy the other day, and he keeps telling me that on the top of his list in terms of poker accomplishments is that he hopes one day to get the Triple Crown. And through that, you know, that would mean winning an EPT title, which he says he has yet to do, but he will keep showing up until he does.
Yeah.
And, you know, for a player like Dylan, I have a feeling he'll get there.
For sure. And also worth remembering that Europe's a big continent, and there's a lot of people who maybe would rather not travel that far and have to go to the Bahamas or to Las Vegas at this time of year.
Why would you want to go there? Weirdos.
5.
Tight is right.
Tight is
I learned
right.
that from an Irish guy once, like a few hours ago.
Well, I can tell you that John Kite has done a decent job of chipping up by a couple of million.
I think I saw him drinking a beer.
That would sound about right.
It's never too early to celebrate.
Oh, it's not a celebration, it's fuel.
It's called bluff sauce.
The drink of choice at this final table has mostly been gin and tonics, as sampled by third-place finisher Umberto Ruggieri, who would consume said gin and tonics through a straw right down to the last drop. He'd wait for every single ice cube to melt so he could slurp that gin and tonic to oblivion.
3-3, huh?
GNT, taking a page out of your book, James.
He didn't specify the gin.
130 bigs in play.
You know, you got to be choosy if you're going to make G&T your drink. By the way, Brazilian friends, we have very much enjoyed your company, but if you would prefer to have commentary in your own flavor, the Brazilian stream is back up and running. A storm in Sao Paulo took out our local language stream, but I've been told the guys are back up and running. So if you want to go and watch those guys, if you want to go and watch the Brazilian stream, it is now running again. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us. We're better.
Are you a Hendrickson tonic kind of guy, James?
Do you know what? It depends on my mood. Sometimes I prefer Bombay Sapphire with a little bit of lime inside. Yeah.
Spicy James, Partigan.
But mostly Hendrix.
Yeah, I'm a Hendrix guy too.
Ace on the turn. The wheel draw now for Kite. Instead, he rivers the 4. Domination, rotation.
And is willing to go for just a little bit of value here with that river pair.
How did you know?
So yeah, he's closed the gap a little bit, but obviously still a dominating lead, a better than a 3-1 lead for Padraig O'Neill right now. Dragoda says, we miss the sweet situations. Can you please hide the other's player's card? Oh, sweat situations. No, we can't, but thank you for your question.
600.
Transmission says, I've not seen a laptop. You weren't paying attention. We had tournament director Toby Stone on stage to make sure that any deal negotiations would be smooth and controlled. He brought his laptop with him. We looked at the numbers, but the numbers were not to John Kite's liking. He wanted a little bit more, and Padraig O'Neill made it abundantly clear he was not giving up any money whatsoever, so we play on.
So flop, flop, check, check. I think you can check again here. King high, plenty of showdown, and of course the draw as backup. If not, 2 overcards and a straight draw. And still the best of it. Does O'Neill want to try and turn his king high into a bluff at this stage? Feels weird. Checks, and I think John probably does the same.
Check.
King.
King 10 is better than King 3.
We need a king on the board.
Some momentum on Kite's side right now. Even though, you know, they're small pots, they definitely add up, and you don't want to give this man more ammo.
I was going to answer Daoji's serious question on Twitch. If the deal would have happened, would they have not played on? Who would have won the trophy in that case? So in an EPT, they do have to play on. So not all the prize money can be chopped. They would have had to play for at least 38,000 euros and the trophy. And in fact, they did briefly discuss playing for 100K. They talked about playing for a little bit more, but still, Kite was not happy with the money that he'd be guaranteed, and that's why they carried on. King 9 tray. 8 high is still ahead.
And although O'Neill did limp this pot, of course, you know, you want to be balanced with your limping range in position. So certainly can have some strong hands in the mix. At the texture and take it.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially as we start to get shallower, way more limping sneaks in. Starts to become a very different game, especially heads up.
In case you missed it, blinds went up about 5 minutes ago. We rolled straight into level 34, 150,000, 300,000. With a 300k big blind ante, we are now playing 45-minute levels. So in 40 minutes, they'll go up again to 200,000, 400,000. After that, we're meant to take the dinner break. Will we get to the dinner break?
It's a great question. I mean, look, anything could happen at this stack depth. And if Kite could find a double here, James, are we even Stevens in big blinds? Just about, right? So, you know, if that were to occur, I wonder if they would talk about numbers once more, James. That's, of course, still a possibility.
Multiple deal negotiations. That's why we're here.
Give the people what they want. Deal negotiations. Lengthy deal negotiations.
Players always feel safer, of course, you know, when the tournament operator is willing to facilitate this because, you know, it just ensures that they're going to be able to get their money. I feel like a lot of times, you know, I've avoided making deals simply because you don't always have that much trust in the person sitting across from you, and rightly so, because I've seen things go awry too many times.
We say it every time, Maria, and I get the fact that there's a significant percentage of the audience that doesn't like the fact that deals get done. They feel that it takes the drama out and that they shouldn't be allowed. But the reality is, even in tournaments where they won't facilitate deals and advertise no deals are allowed, it goes on all the time.
Right.
But as you say, when it's not
you know,
orchestrated...
a little talking over the urinals.
Yeah, I was going to say behind closed doors, but yeah, you put it much more graphically.
You don't close the door when you use your urinal streams?
Well, no, because you're not in a private...
Back on topic.
I'm now concerned that Maria's had to do deal negotiations surrounded by urinals. It would be very on brand for a poker player to expect a woman to go into the gents to negotiate with them.
It's okay, I have my eyes closed the whole time, guys, don't worry.
He's with you there.
He goes back and forth. Alone, that's for you. With Norwegians, that's for you.
Okay.
No, I'm joking. But he has so many Norwegian friends, actually. He lives in London.
Raising the button with 7-4 here. Just checking on what's happening in the 10K EPT high roller. They're down to the final 4 players. Juan Pardo recently departing in 5th place. Antoine Saut and Scott Margerison. Agro Santos are among the final 4. Playing for a first prize of nearly €500,000.
It would be better for TV.
You're right. You're right.
No, it's like, boring.
I know, it's hard to make a pair.
When are they getting ace, king to queens, you know?
It's hard to make a pair.
It's boring.
Okay, let's answer Rodrigo's question.
I find it difficult.
Rodrigo on YouTube writes, commentators, that's us. Do you reckon there is clearly more luck involved in a 1 versus 1 situation, or is it basically the same amount? Heads up, more or less skill, Nick.
It's hard to break that down because luck represents and manifests in many ways, right? Do you mean, is there more all-ins? Well, it depends on the stack depth. Do you mean luck as in do you need to make more hands in order to succeed? I think probably my instincts say that there is more skill heads up because a skilled heads up player has more opportunities to conquer less experienced players. And players that don't know how to play heads up tend to get eaten up very quickly by more skilled heads up players in general. However, when we get heads up, we tend to be quite short stacked, and therefore there tends to be quite a lot more variance because there's more all-inning, especially when there's two opponents that are equally matched in skill or similarly skilled, and they know that they need to be all in a lot in order to succeed. Would you agree with that assessment, Maria?
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself, honestly. I feel like, you know, it's a little structure dependent, of course, but certainly the deeper stacked you are and the more play there is, I think the skill level becomes, you know, even more significant in heads up play, if anything. And just the idea of there being nowhere to hide, right? You really can't be backing down from confrontations. When you're playing full ring, you can certainly, you know, find spots to sit out, so to speak. But here, there's just not going to be any of that, or else you'll get eaten up alive.
My take on the situation, I am terrible at heads up. I can't win heads up, so it must be because there's more luck involved. Rodrigo, the answer to your question is yes. Thank you for your question. We've got sevens here on the button for Kite, who's open to 650,000. Jack 6 for O'Neill in the big blind.
Yeah, we saw O'Neill just fold Jack 6 to a raise a couple hands ago when Kite opened with the 7-4. So it looks like that's the part of his range that he's choosing not to defend. I mean, I think I'm a little bit surprised by that, just because I think now they're still deep enough where I feel like he can maybe mix in some calls, or if he doesn't feel comfortable calling, I always say, you know, if you feel like it's a borderline call, but you do feel like maybe your opponent is opening at a pretty high frequency, then yeah, maybe mix in some 3-bets, then just maybe take a stand in that way. But so far it does feel like O'Neill just doesn't feel like that hand category is strong enough to continue with. But again, I think the momentum is shifting a little bit to Kite, just getting away with a few raise and folds out of O'Neill.
King 5 versus 5-3, but it is suited.
1,450,000.
Oh, he's re-raising.
Beautiful stuff, beautiful stuff. Yeah, definitely at least a mandatory call. Any suited hand, you need to be calling their heads up. However, obviously the opportunity to 3-bet presents itself. And John just randomizing, deciding, is this the time? And it was well-timed indeed. Now up to 36 big blinds.
Slowly but surely closing the gap. King 4 clubs. Raises to 625K. 6 deuce of clubs for Padraig O'Neill. And a 3-bet from O'Neill. Looks like he's changed gears slightly, Maria.
Yeah, apparently, and interesting time to do it, because Kite certainly could consider defending a suited king. Just depends on, you know, how wide he wants to go. Certainly, you know, I think if you're a little higher up in terms of King 9 suited plus, then I think that's going to always be a defend at this stack depth. But looks like King 4 suited just a little too weak for Kite, and probably because he hasn't seen a lot of 3-bets out of O'Neill yet, so gonna give him respect for having something much stronger.
Nick, thoughts on this comment from the heretic? Brah, that should not be a fold.
Thoughts. Brah, I think he can do whatever he wants. Thank you for your question. Is that even a question? Thank you for your statement.
Also, your user handles just reminded me of that god-awful Exorcist sequel, so you're banned. Oh, that's a raise.
Wow.
Jeez, these guys getting spicy with it.
And I know this is early goings. It does feel like Kite might be a little bit more aggressive heads up than O'Neil, just really picking spots to just amp up that aggression, where O'Neil, I feel like, is playing a little bit more conservative so far. But of course, you know, there's going to be a little time to adjust. You want to make sure the thing about heads up play is that you're adjusting and adapting fast enough to your opponent's tendencies. You know, the way that they were playing six-handed is going to be, or five-handed is going to be different than the way that they play heads up. And it's all about who's going to be able to come up with a counter strategy fast enough to combat what they're doing profitably.
Yeah, couldn't have said it better myself. Absolutely spot on there. That's what it feels like at the minute. Ooh, could see some fireworks here, Maria. King 9's got to be a player here. And does make the call versus the initial open from position.
Ace 8-4 on the flop. King Jack high still ahead. The 9 on the turn. It is domination rotation in O'Neil's favor. Action goes check, check. 8 on the river. So this is O'Neil's pot unless he folds.
I believe this is a value bet from O'Neil. Obviously, you'd expect plenty of ace combos to, you know, continue turn. Probably never going to miss a bet at this level. So 1.2 million was the bet into a pot of 2.4, so exactly 50% pot. Does Kite want to find a hero call here? If you do call with King Jack, you probably want there to be more flush draws on the flop, that kind of thing where your opponent can have a misdraw. Looks like he is going to look him up regardless, though, and that pot is going to go to Mr. O'Neil.
I'll answer this question from
kind of bluffing when you call flop. Nah.
Bald 42,
No.
who I'm going to assume is bald and 42 years old. Is that an older feature table with those holes for cams? Nope,
well,
it's
that's
actually a new table, or newer table. We've been using it at most events for the last couple of years. If we televise, if we make TV shows on the EPT, or indeed in the Bahamas, we do still have the cameras, because those shots where people look at those their cards are cool. So, for example, when we shot the big game in Vegas, when we shot the Mystery Cash Challenge in Monte Carlo, when we shot Barcelona, which we're making TV shows out of, That will include shots of people peeking at their cards. That's right, Jess. Got to get those angles. Ace 5-3. Mr. Certainly says, did I just hear the big game? Where have you been, in a cave? You brought back the big game for NAPT Las Vegas, the big game on tour. We have shot it. It's in post-production. You'll see it next year. That's a straight, Nick.
900.
That is a straight. Well spotted.
$900,000. And a fold.
Information for players in the Super Hyper Turbo. New price pool has been confirmed. There were 51 players in this tournament, generating the total prize pool of €48,950. We're going to pay the first 7 positions. The bottom price will get €2,550.
Reborn X Saint, I'm going to assume you're trolling, and therefore I'm not going to address your question. Question for you, Maria, from Andrea, who asks, any plans on starting streaming poker? You used to stream poker. You had your homies, right? Maria?
Maria!
Maria! Bloody satellite's gone out of range again. It's that Musk guy with his Starlink nonsense. It interferes all the time.
1 million. Elon Musk has got a lot to answer for.
You're telling me. That is 2 pair now for O'Neill. Obviously, we're missing one of Kite's hold cards.
I think it's safe to say that O'Neill is winning this hand currently, James. Bold prediction, I know. Pretty bold prediction. Does O'Neill want to continue flatting, or is there going to be a raise?
Oh.
Keeping it cool, keeping it cool.
I think this might be the biggest pot so far of heads-up play. 6.35 million in the middle. O'Neill checks his 2 pair on the river.
I feel I should value bet, but just check.
Oh, thinks he should value bet. What does he have?
Okay. Very good turn.
What did Kite have? I guess we'll never know. Jack 6, one assumes?
I guess we'll never know. Jack 6, one would assume. Yeah, that would make sense.
Maria, I understand the satellites come back into orbit.
Yes, thankfully. I mean, who knows what would have happened to Elon Musk had it not.
Good check. Huh? Good check. Good check.
So there was a question from Andrea asking about if you're ever going to stream poker again.
I heard, and I don't know, you know, I used to do it way back when, and
Yeah.
I have so much respect for streamers that do it full time because it is definitely exhausting. You know, you're just between playing and of course interacting, it takes a lot out of you. And I just remember, you know, feeling really spent and being like, oh, I don't know if I can stay with a consistent schedule, but I miss my homies. So there's always a chance.
Do you remember in Paris when I nearly made Hayden walk to the top of the Eiffel Tower when I told him he had to take a special PC unit so that Maria's satellite uplink would work?
Yes, I do remember
And he was
that.
terrified of heights. So
Very
I'm like, no, dude, you've got to do it.
Very fondly.
And you're not allowed to take the lift. You've got to walk up the steps.
Yep.
Because I said there'd be electrical interference in the elevator that would interfere with it. Oh, God, I can be an a-hole.
I think hazing is an important part of any working environment, James, so I appreciate that.
That's right there. He knows I'm big blind.
So I was going to say back to where we started, but actually,
Yeah.
O'Neill has a bigger advantage than he had at the start of the heads-up battle. It's now 32 million playing 6.5 million, and that means we're playing 21 bigs effective.
Yep, getting shallow. These are definitely stacked depths where we see a lot more sort of limp shoving, 3-bet shoving versus open. You know, kind of like what we were talking about earlier. So there was a question about, you know, how much luck is there heads up, and, you know, you need more luck to win it heads up. I think once we get to these stack depths, we start to see a lot more gambling. I don't know if that means you need more luck, but you certainly need to be lucky if you're all in order to win at Showdown.
Yeah.
So Kite definitely trying to look for an opportunity to get some chips in the middle and find a double and get back in this game with about a 5-to-1 chip disadvantage.
1 million.
Ace-5 versus aces. Kite just calling, facing the raise from O'Neill.
This is certainly a hand I could see Kite getting aggressive with.
Decides just to call in position. King, king, jack.
Ace high could certainly still be good, especially if you give O'Neill some credit to, you know, attack some of the limps pre with the weaker hands.
600.
It does also seem like the type of board where the pre-flop aggressor is going to naturally find a continue.
Yep, absolutely must continue on this board pretty much with your whole range. And wow, Kite just gives it up. Gives him a lot of credit there, Maria.
What?
What do you call them?
Well, it's now 33 million playing 5.5 million. 18 big blinds for Kite, and the blinds going up in 15 minutes.
I think Kite, with so much live experience, does have a good feel for the reads, does have a good feel for, you know, reaching into the using the force and filling out situations. I mean, a fold like that definitely has to come from somewhere in that realm, because I think a lot of players just find at least one continue on that board with the ace high, especially having under-rep their ace pre-flop significantly by playing it as a limp as opposed to a raise, which I also agree is actually a good line.
Yeah, that's the part, I think, of live poker that you never want to discount, is there are certainly players that do have a little bit of that extra edge because they are able to, you know, intuit, whether it is from tells, reads, game flow, to maybe not take a standard line or not to feel like something is a mandatory play.
I really feel we would have flipped if I jammed. Maybe you had a bluff.
Kite is starting to move towards the danger zone.
Danger zone!
King 3 off.
600.
Michael Glantz asks, why is there not more than a trophy, like a bracelet or a ring? One entire jewelry collection, why not several necklaces? How about some earrings? How about a belt?
I think we should do a nice tie, you know?
Oh yes, a championship tie.
Something you can wear for all occasions.
With a pocket square.
So it begins.
Then we flip. Whenever you call.
I think I'll get in good.
You're gonna get in good?
Yeah.
Okay.
James presents you with a hot dog. EPT themed hot dog.
But I don't want to flip with you. You're pretty good at rivers this tournament. Yeah.
Yep. Until today.
Till today, yeah, you are unlucky today.
This is the shortest stack Kite's had for a long time.
Mr. Awesome says, I'd prefer a championship bicycle. I mean, on your bike has a very different meaning under those circumstances.
King 10-5. Second pair for Kite. Kite just calls. Oh, this is the best suggestion so far from Martin on YouTube. A PokerStars tattoo. Congratulations for winning this tournament. Now bend over.
But where did this bend over part come from, James? Like, why couldn't you just get a tattoo in a place where you don't have to bend over?
Nope. It has to be on your ass.
Okay, it's aggressive, but you know, I'd be in.
I'm afraid we can't sign over the cash until you've got your tattoo, sir. And no, you cannot show it off. People will not be aware of it unless you want to show them.
The 9, a pretty effective card to take this line with from O'Neill. I wonder if Kite is going to be able to look this up. You know, maybe hasn't seen O'Neill do this too often. And of course, we talk about it, right? The bet, check, bet line. Very rarely a bluff. Does happen to be one in this particular instance. And could work to great effect just from maybe the image Kite has of O'Neill so far in this heads-up match.
Good call.
No.
Beat that one.
Oh, that was 10-5 for a sec. Nice hand.
You thought I neutral you?
Yeah.
You could have ace queen, but
You did a bit.
Huh?
You did a bit.
I neutraled it. Now?
I think so, yeah.
But the jack is so bad. What do you mean neutral? I had so many good hands. I guess you didn't have as good hands as I did.
Keita now playing 22 big blinds.
Neutral third pair. No kicker.
You're just not playing enough hands.
Huh?
You're just not playing enough hands this tournament.
King 5 of diamonds.
Check.
And O'Neill checking his option. King, King 6. Can you imagine if it's King 7? He's got King 7, Nick.
It's pretty unlikely, but you never know.
I don't think it was King 7, Nick.
Seems even more unlikely now, yeah. Unless the live reads are getting out of hand here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
7.5 minutes left on this level, then we'll play level 35. Blinds will go to 200,000, 400,000 with a 400k big blind ante. Now, in just over 10 minutes' time, the last mini EPT Prague tournament gets underway. It's the second of the mini main events. And remember, both main events today have gold power passes going to the winners, added to the prize pool. Silver passes for the runners-up. We want to give you the chance to win a gold power pass and use it for an EPT Paris package and join us at the first stop of the 2024 season of the European Poker Tour.
Are any of our winners getting tattoos, James?
I'm going to suggest that this becomes a thing.
Yeah.
I'm willing to negotiate on where the tattoo is because I appreciate my solution is a little bit hardcore.
Okay.
But yes to the compulsory red spade. Section 54, Clause C2 of the PS Live Terms and Conditions. You will not be able to receive any prize money until you can visibly demonstrate that the tattoo has been applied.
I think that hand was nothing versus nothing. But your nothing beats my nothing. That's the problem.
That's right, Night Copper, just like the movie Hostel. You can't leave until you get the tat. I think there was more Hostel 2 than Hostel 1, but whatever.
Check.
Toby comes onto the stage with the laptop. You still have to play for the prize money, and you cannot chop the trophy or the tattoo.
You cannot chop the tattoo. I mean, if they got like 1/2 of the spade each, whenever they hung out, they could like reunite the spade like a friendship bracelet.
Oh, actually.
Yeah.
I think that's a really good suggestion.
Like Tenacious D.
I was going to say you're not, and probably worse than me at mine, but you didn't look happy there.
I was not happy.
Black cards, queen high.
You said I looked unhappy or happy?
Yeah. Unhappy.
Unhappy, yeah.
Unhappy.
I was. Where's your queen of hearts?
Yeah. Queen of clubs or something. I don't remember. Six.
I surrender. This hand. This hand only.
There's been a glitch. Maria, were you affected by the glitch? You still with us?
I am here, but I think I was talking and maybe it seemed like you couldn't hear me, but I'm back, right? Am I back?
You're back. We've got you now. I mean, we lost the entire transmission for a second, so your participation wouldn't have been heard even if we'd been able to hear you. That's right, Turin. It probably was Maria's fault.
It's always my fault.
Maria, you got to hold the satellite dish higher above your head, okay?
You think Maria holds it herself? She has people for
I
that.
don't really have like the... I don't have the upper body strength for it, to be fair.
Six.
Okay. O'Neill's drawing to a chop here. And this is going to be a chop if it gets to showdown, which I think it probably will. Okay, Nick, we're going to pause because we have to account for the satellite delay, okay?
Okay.
So, Maria, as soon as you hear the word say, you go. We're just going to take a beat.
All right, I'm going to look for your nod.
Okay, this is the ever-dreaded Chop Pot song via satellite, but I'm going to give it my all. As I always do. Stapes.
I promise not to throw you under the bus.
Thank you.
I'm going to throw her under the bus.
$1.4 million.
Bet of 300,000 from O'Neill, raised to 1.4 million by Kite. O'Neill counts out the call, makes the call, both playing the 8 in their hand. This is going to be a chop pot. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot.
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Every time. Every time.
Has Maria started yet?
What is that supposed to mean?
Surprised of my check back on the flop, huh?
Exactly, Shadow Dan. Shame on Maria.
Straight under the bus, huh?
And then 1 million back.
105 big blinds plays 20 big blinds for the next hand. And then the blinds increase.
Getting spicy. Kite has been really battling. I mean, honestly, putting in a great heads-up match here, but needs to put in some work to try and get the double.
This is a fair review, by the way, from Curling Master. Maria did sing beautifully, but unfortunately had zero overlap with the other singers.
Yeah, but still, it was a great
Zero overlap? Really? I'm going to have to listen to it back. I don't believe it.
Considering what we had to deal with yesterday with Sam Grafton and Griffin via satellite, you got nothing to worry about, Maria. Nothing to worry about.
You know, I could always count on Griffin to take the heat off of me.
I know, right? That's why we keep him around.
Makes everybody look good.
And Sam Grafton gives new meaning to the phrase dialing it in. Okay, that was the last hand of level 34. What comes next? Level 35. Blinds are now 200,000, 400,000 with a 400k big blind ante. And at the new blind level, John Kite is going to have 17 big blinds.
New deck again.
And I hope these players
A lot of new decks.
know their
Yeah.
shoving and calling ranges.
Yeah. I kind of feel this level, one of two things will happen. Either we'll see Akite double up, or we'll see the end of this tournament.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we do see the double up, if they will revisit numbers. Patrick was pretty clear on his stance when we discussed deals earlier, but obviously dynamics change. Stacks get more even potentially, but you know, perhaps he's more willing to revisit if things change in favor of Kite.
Yeah.
And certainly, you know, even if you felt like you coming in had a skill edge,
wouldn't have a clue.
when the stacks get shallower, of course, that skill edge is going to be greatly diminished, and you're more inclined to make a deal then and maybe settle for less of a premium at that point, because the luck factor is going to be a lot higher.
Sorry, I'll get it. Yeah,
I can get it.
O'Neill first to act. Playing 18 bigs effective. Calls with King 9. And Kite checks his option with Queen 4. And flops best.
Yeah, check.
$800.
Nice turn card, gives O'Neill more equity. Of course, he still has that overcard to the board, but now included with that is the gut shot straight draw. I feel like this is going to definitely be a card that you're going to continue on.
TJ asks, why is there no shuffle machine in the table? Because the dealer shuffles the cards. Thank you for your question.
The old school shuffle machine. People.
2.2 million. Should have checked, huh?
So Kite chipping up 23 bigs.
I was probably going to check.
Alright. And like ace-9 or something. Oh.
Does feel like Kite's having a little more fun than O'Neill is right now. Just maybe wondering, you know, when am I going to be able to finish this person off and close this out? It's just been a long slog of, you know, playing day in and day out.
Yeah.
And then the emotional investment here is so high at this point. It's hard to not feel that anxiety or that anticipation.
Ace-8 tray, that is a pair of eights. Jean Kite. A bet and a fold. Turin 313 how long have they been playing? I mean, today? We went live with the final table at 1 p.m. local time. It's now 20 past 8 in the evening. But bear in mind, this is day 6 of a 6-day multi-table tournament. Days haven't been super long, but haven't been short either. Mental fatigue does take its toll.
Anytime I bust a tournament, you know, day 4 or so, it's when I start feeling like I'm just in a haze. Like I don't even know where I'm going. I don't even know, you know, what's going on around me. I have no awareness of my surroundings at that point.
Call from O'Neill with Queen 8, the raise from Kite with Jack 4 suited.
Yeah, I think Queen 8, pretty reasonable limp call here, especially how aggressive Kite has been from out of position here. Very willing to ISO very wide and play pots out of position to try and create some dead money and take it down, either at showdown or non-showdown. And we're going to go to a flop.
That flop is Ace-8 deuce, so it is O'Neill who flops best.
Interesting dynamic here. If O'Neill does limp an ace, quite a few of them are played as a limp raise or a limp shove.
1 million.
And therefore, Kite probably gonna discount O'Neill having some ace combos and probably very willing to attack the ace high board as a bluff, not only on this flop, but also on some turns. Potentially a 3-street bluff here when your opponent is going to be somewhat capped.
Bet of $1 million called by O'Neill. Three of clubs on the turn, so O'Neill now has second pair, queen high flush draw. However, Kite has picked up a wheel draw on the turn.
Yeah, and as Nick mentioned, you know, this does seem like the type of spot that Kite would have likely barreled off anyways, but now turning that additional equity makes it even more enticing for him to just continue to follow through.
Yep, hit the nail on the head, Maria. Queen of clubs, not going to make it any easier to get folds from the second pair. In fact, it's significantly harder when he knows he has what is very likely going to be a good flush draw with the queen of clubs.
Yeah, a little club check there from O'Neill, and you see the sizing here that Kite is taking and certainly setting himself up for what could be asking for all of it on the river. Should the right card roll off, you know, for Kite, there might be some very naturally bad rivers where he might end up giving up.
10 of diamonds. Kite does not improve. 9.3 million in the middle, 5.2 behind for the Norwegian. Checks it. O'Neill checks it back. Pair of eights is good. And that is a big pot that'll be going in Padraig O'Neill's direction, leaving John Kite with 13 big blinds.
Queen 8 spades instead. That will be more fun.
Well, let's bring Joe Stapleton back into the mix.
Hello, my babies.
Got about 35 minutes left on the level, and then we will take the dinner break.
And Jan Kite is up against it now. 12 big blinds. Rodrigue O'Neill.
Stapes, you weren't
yes.
listening like 20 minutes ago, right? Or maybe not even 15? You weren't around to hear
Probably not,
Were
no.
you?
I
Okay,
assume
good.
you were talking about me because you're obsessed with me.
No, no, definitely not that. I just didn't want to take any more of your snark for perhaps a little bit of a failed chop pot song on my
okay.
part.
No, that's fine.
Allegedly.
It's at a distance, whatever. I can't really. It's when we have no excuse. Kite all in with ace straight. O'Neill, not a hand he can call with. Yeah, it's okay, Maria. I miss you anyway. So you're gonna get a little.
Oh, so you're just going to be nice to me for
Probably. I don't know.
At least 30 minutes.
It depends. I'm getting hungry. Anything could happen. All right, Kite up to 13 big blinds. Don't call it yet another comeback.
$13 big blinds. Things are going to start to get real pushy now. I think O'Neill has a pretty clear limp here. You're going to want to play a very wide range still. You're going to limp nearly 100% of hands. You're going to play at least nearly 100% of your hand. And what sort of facilitates that is plenty of limping with hands as weak as 6-3 off all the way down to sort of 9 bigs. Once we get to sort of 10, 9 big blinds, you'll start to take out some of your weaker offsuit stuff. But especially with the big blind ante in play, you really don't want to be giving up in position too frequently. And that means we need to introduce some limps as both traps and, of course, also with some weaker stuff, too, to balance that up.
I was wondering about that. Thank you.
You're still going to limp aces and stuff like that here as well, Joe.
Pair of queens for Kite is the best hand. O'Neill, the one firing. And pretty easy call there. 4 of those black chips, 400,000. Turn card, 6 clubs. So O'Neill does pick up a pair.
I think it's a check turn scenario. And Kite potentially with a value bet river. Again, I don't know if an ace having limped pre misses a turn bet here. Potentially, I don't think it's that crazy, but I think John probably does want to put more chips in here. Going to have the best hand a lot. Can still obviously get hero called by some 8x, 6x, maybe some trapped pocket jacks, maybe some trapped pocket 10s, maybe some trapped pocket 9s. The list goes on.
2.5 million.
Yeah, I don't love this sizing, though. I just think it's a little bit too greedy in terms of getting called by those hands that you spoke about, Nick. I feel like, even I think King High probably isn't going to find the call here, but would have for a smaller sizing. And, a lot of those types of hands, right? Perhaps some King Jack, King 10, those things that O'Neill could have fired once and check back the turn might not be calling here for this sizing, especially because they block all of those draws.
Yeah, and I think I think this size, like you said, Maria, as well, is kind of something you want to do when you can have some ace combos, right? Because you want to have these sort of polarizing sizings when you have like monsters or nothing, right? But I don't think he's going to have tons of monsters here. So I agree with you 100%. Yeah, I think probably if you were going to bluff in this situation, you could probably do it for a lot cheaper.
O'Neill, a couple of time banks deep. 2 used thus far. And hero calls, both correct and incorrect, have made all the difference in many of the hands in this tournament.
I suppose the point of this ultra big size is also like, maybe if Kite has like 9-10, he wants to really put like...
O'Neill does make
wow.
the call.
Yep.
Kite gets paid the $2.5 million on the end, wins a $7 million chip pot.
Yeah, worked in his favor. Fantastic stuff from Kite. The bigger size does get paid after all.
Perhaps just a little bit. Yeah, perhaps just the perception that O'Neal does have of Kite, a little bit of the image building that Kite has been able to do throughout the tournament.
King high? Pair. Oh, you got a pair.
Yeah, it does really well to get the extra cash there, but
so
interesting discussion on the river sizing for sure. Taking it sort of outside of this specific scenario.
Kite up to 22 big blinds after that hand.
Back in the game.
Let's see.
Not such a shorty now. A lot of people coming back to the stream, having tuned in earlier. Surprised to see it still going. Shouldn't be that surprising to see Kite heads up, but probably pretty surprising to see that he's got a 3-1 deficit at the moment. He's got a dominating hand this time around. King Jack against King 8, and we are seeing more limping. Seven-5 tray. King Jack high, the best hand. O'Neal checks. Kite checks. 5, 6, 7, 8 for both players now. O'Neal checks. Kite checks. Sorry, not 5, 7, 8 for both. Excuse me, folks. Just for one of them. Just for O'Neal, who is losing now to King Jack high.
Always the better king. Except
Showdown.
King 9. Then you hit. Open under there, buddy. Huh?
And a couple of more big blinds headed John Kite's direction.
You never get the king when you both have it.
Gotta stay hydrated. Never know how long this is gonna go. It's
Yeah,
been a
feels
while
like
since
this
we've had
could go on for a while.
It's been a long time since we've had a massive marathon heads up. Both these players are fighters. Jack 10 suited limps in. Tyler Koala asked, what does King Jack high mean? It just means that they're high cards. That's it, no pairs. So that you play the two highest cards.
Yeah, I'd say there is a 0% chance O'Neal is folding versus the ISO.
That's right.
Minimum a call. I think Jack 10 suited
Queen
plays
eight off
so
again?
beautifully in position. You just kind of call here most of the time. No need to turn it into a bluff when you obviously can not only have the best hand pre-flop, but you're usually going to have tons of equity even if they do have you slightly pipped.
Flop is king, 8 deuce, 2 diamonds. Not much fun for Jack 10 of clubs.
I do think the problem, though, with, I guess, O'Neal's approach so far is that against a player like Kite, you know, you obviously want to be able to continue with those hands like Jack 10 suited, which is maybe why you find the limps so that you don't bloat the pot too much pre-flop, because obviously if you raise and Kite 3-bet, then it gets a little bit uncomfortable at that stack depth, even though you have such a pretty hand. But you have to be able to find ways, I think, to win pots even when you whiff. You can't.
When I have less chips than you.
Okay. Not yet? Okay. Let's see. Let's see.
you can't just let Kite's sheer aggression wins out, right? Because when you limp a lot and Kite continues to attack those limps with raises, you can't just be giving him credit for, you know, having the top of his range in those spots. Clearly, he's going to be raising more because he sees that O'Neal has been taking a little bit more of a passive route pre. So I do feel like, again, it's just about making these little adjustments against the type of player that you're up against and the way that they've been playing so far in this heads-up match. I feel like Kite is definitely somebody that you want to be able to have some floats in position even when you don't hit the board.
Well, speaking of passive pre-flop, O'Neal does just call with Queen Jack. Flop comes 9 high, top pair for Kite. And O'Neal mucks the 2 overs. So again, sort of speaking to what you're just talking about, right, Maria?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit maybe of that shift from playing, you know, 5-handed at the start to getting heads up. You have to realize that your ranges have to get wider. You have to float, you know, especially in position or out of position or whatever. You just have to find ways to continue.
Have to consider the next 20 minutes. Okay.
Discussing the looming dinner break. 22 minutes from now.
Consider. Survive for 20 more minutes. You know?
What are you going to have, Stapes? Maybe a hot dog and some mulled wine?
They don't offer either of those things at the free buffet. So, unfortunately, no. But maybe later, if we can get out of here before everything's closed. The dinner break's going to be 45 minutes, Thurin. And it's going to happen in about 22 minutes. Oh, boy. Club on club on club on club. 2 clubs on the flop. Are we going to get to the dinner break?
Yeah, this might be costly. I think a club is pretty much disaster for Kite. I just don't see any way that he doesn't do his whole stack if both players manage to make the club flush. But pretty hard to make a club flush with this many clubs out of the deck, Joe.
1.3 million.
Yeah, but nobody else folded any.
That's true. They're all still in there.
And they're not clubs. They're 3-leaf clovers.
Sorry.
So they only favor one of the players in this heads up. O'Neal's bet of 400,000 has just been jacked up to 1.3 million, and he is making the call. This pot's getting big in a hurry.
Only call, huh?
3.8 million in the middle. Turn is the jack of spades. So O'Neal with a strong pair now.
Kite picks up a gut shot as well, Joe, just to add to his incentive to continue semi-bluffing.
That's right. Belly buster.
$2.7 million.
That is most of the pot. Kite firing hard. No shot, O'Neal folds. And I think we all know what's going to happen if a club hits the river, but what if it doesn't?
Yeah, we saw Kite, you know, give up earlier, but that was a little bit of a different situation. Now he has a pretty relevant blocker. I mean, obviously doesn't love the fact that he's blocking, you know, a missed flush should the clubs not come off on the river, but, you know, 10-9 certainly could be in here.
Well, this pot is absolutely mahoosive. 9.2 million. River. It's black, but it is not a club. Board pairs. Spades come in.
Man, the river action here are going to be so crucial to the outcome of this heads-up match. Does Kite find the bluff with the 9-10 blocker?
I mean, how could he want to show this down?
Exactly, he doesn't. So really, is he going to give up, or is he going to blast off? Can he convince O'Neal to fold?
think all this time is going to end in a big, big bet.
7 million.
7 million
Wow.
out of a stack of 7.8. Leaves himself 0.8 behind.
Is O'Neal gonna find the call here? Hasn't really quite been put to the test too much in heads-up play in terms of the river. You know, Kite hasn't necessarily followed through in every spot, but this one.
Oh, man.
Incredible stuff.
Oh my gosh, doesn't even really. Ooh.
O'Neal
Does he not have any more time banks?
lays down the winner. I think he has time banks, but I don't know how many. Just came.
I feel like that. I would have liked to see him take a little more consideration with it if he did have some time banks.
So, Maria, can we talk about the mind game of betting nearly all in, heads up? Like, he bets like 7 million with 0.2 behind or something like that. Like, what's going through your head when you see somebody do that heads up for pretty much what is effectively tournament life, but just a few bucks behind?
You can try. Maybe I have King 9 if you have King 10.
That's right, and these two are now pretty close to even Stevens. 51 big blinds
Yeah.
for Podrig.
It's me.
42 for John.
No time, huh? $800.
I mean, I think it's very easy. I agree with Maria that maybe take a little bit more time there, think it through, but I do think it's very easy to go, you had the best hand, you folded, what a donk. That decision, incredibly difficult in that moment.
Absolutely, and you know, by no means am I saying obviously it's easy for us to see. We can see all the hole cards, but I just think that given the fact that this was essentially, effectively, to a degree for Kite's tournament life, I would have liked to see O'Neal take
exactly the same, nearly.
a little more time there on that decision.
Told you I have the numbers.
Oh, wow. O'Neal standing firm on the numbers.
I have 20. You probably have
a bit less. Yeah.
18.
Yeah.
It makes me so uncomfortable. That's why I laugh.
No haggling.
I hate negotiating.
8.
Yeah, I staying firm though. No haggling. I'll do the numbers.
Well, a psychological component to that, right? You don't want to now at this point give in a little bit, because I think that's just something that Kite will even pounce on in game as well, that, oh, O'Neal is willing to maybe give me a little bit more, even though he wasn't earlier. Maybe he's feeling the heat, and he's also recognizing that perhaps I'm the superior heads-up player now. And you don't want that to happen while you still have a lot of game left to play.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Straight draw for O'Neal.
Deuce on the turn. Does not change much.
There's definitely been plenty of times early on in my career where, especially where I wanted to do a deal and I just refused to be the first one to say it, because I always felt like the first person to say it seems the weakest, right?
Yeah, of
seems like the
course.
most desperate to do it.
So do you ever try to
So,
like,
I always held out.
do you ever try to like get the person to bring it up by like subliminally saying the word deal to them a lot? Like, hey, what's the deal? What's the deal with airline food? And then you incept it into their head, and then you have the stronger position.
Yeah, you start saying stuff like, I think we're in agreement that we both love pizza.
Check, check.
Be like, dealer.
That's
It's
right,
time
yeah.
to shuffle up and deal.
Shuffle up and deal.
Okay, now you have more.
What's the deal with Joe Stapleton? We can both agree he's a Greek comedian, right?
Podrig ain't wrong, by the way. John Kite, I guess I should say Jan Kite or John Kite. Now the slight lead. A complete comeback from 12 big blinds heads up to 47 big blinds now.
We have the same. 19.
Yeah,
I just have over 19.
Yeah, we have the same. It's up to you.
So if
you
they
have
look,
me feeling pretty good right now, so maybe you don't want to.
I mean, no disrespect to you, but I wouldn't do ICM.
Oh, okay.
I would want something.
Okay, okay.
So I guess you don't want the same. So, or I guess you don't want to give up something. So then there's no point.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Kite raising, queen tray suited, king tray suited for O'Neill. And we are going to see a flop.
Let's just find out who gets ace king and who gets queens.
9-6 deuce. One club, one heart. Who's gonna crack open that back door? Nobody. Back door shut. King high ahead.
$500.
Kita with the Cinco. Gets a fold from O'Neill. So now a couple of big blinds separating them. It was more or less even, slight advantage for Kite, but Kite now the distinct chip leader. Don't joke the joke, guys. Don't joke the joke. I don't need you. I know what I said. Ace-4 for O'Neill. And is gonna limp in. 9 deuce off for JK.
One and a half.
Okay. I assume O'Neill was limping, hoping for a raise? Hoping for a raise to 1.5 million?
Well, at minimum, I would imagine he's going to be continuing, but, you know, perhaps sometimes can mix in a limp 3-bet. Again, you know, Kite raising at such a high frequency. At some point, you do have to start shutting the door on some of these raises with some 3-bets with hands that, you know, are sometimes hard to continue with post. Because once again, you know, when something like this happens and you get a king high flop and you whiff with the ace-4, if you're not willing to continue, then maybe taking the path of being the pre-flop aggressor allows you to be in control a little bit more.
And Kite does take it down. That 1.2 million bet on the flop.
Yeah, I tend to echo kind of what Marie was saying. It does feel like there's just a little bit more of an advantage going towards Kite. Does seem to be navigating this heads up in a slightly more aggressive manner that seems to be working in his favor for the time being.
Demetrius on YouTube says, guys, these two are the top players. After so many hours, mistakes happen. It's easy for us to talk about a hand, but we all see all the options. I agree. Some very harsh criticism.
Who knew there were such reasonable people on the internet?
I know,
these
it's
days?
weird.
$850.
850,000, the raise from Kite with 10-4. Ace-queen offsuit for O'Neil. And we're finally going to see a re-raise. 1.4. 2.4, excuse me.
2-4. After the
You
match,
do have to be
you're gonna
careful.
like, how did he have all these good cards? But this time, you have the best hand.
He's not wrong.
You do have to be careful that you're not just 3-betting, you know, the top of your range, right? Again, you just have to be balanced. There, it didn't really matter because Kite didn't have a strong hand. But, you know, if Kite had a marginally strong hand, he's going to be able to basically fold tighter against your 3-bets.
Oh, look at that.
Because he's going to give you credit for having strong hands if you're not balanced there.
Zheng Zhao on the rail. Final table is back.
And you still don't do a deal.
To sweat the heads up.
I'd like to do a deal, yeah. But you want more money. You're too good.
And do I see a holiday jumper in the mix on the rail? Love that.
I just hate.
Yeah, that's
like,
Kite's brother, I believe.
They should be illegal.
O'Neil limping in. 5-3 offsuit. And Kite also the 3. Suited to booted. Jack 9 deuce, 2 hearts. Kite checks the best hand.
A good one.
Yeah.
Pre-flop as well? Or just a good board? Guessing a good board.
Driver asks, can someone please explain what the deal at the beginning of the heads up was supposed to be for? Was the deal to decide the winner without playing anymore? I'm semi-new to playing poker. You're close. They were going to make a deal for the money. Sometimes you can just divide up the money based on who's in front, or they can agree to chop it evenly, but they always leave something to play for. So they're not exactly deciding the winner.
$850.
Kite has a hand now. Been playing a very wide range, very aggressive style, and that's kind of what you're setting yourself up for, to get action when you do have the hand. Queen 7, I think you got to at least call. I think you're probably not going to 3-bet this combo too often. Almost always call heads up. Obviously, we can see dominated, but of course, Kite will be raising a very wide range at the stacked up heads up.
9, 6, 5, 2 spades. So a gut shot for O'Neil. Backdoor spades. Ace queen winning for the moment. And that went check, check, king of clubs on the turn.
It's an opportunity for a lead potentially from O'Neil, but the king obviously isn't the most comfortable leading card when your opponent can check back king X combos on the flop. And ace on the river for Kite gives him the best hand. Was winning all along, but now going to feel a lot more confident to potentially value bet.
Well, I don't see why you wouldn't. Aces is one of the top pairs you can have.
Yeah, it'll be a card that he's likely to try to represent as well. So I think that also makes it so that O'Neil would be looking him up with the weaker part of his range. Just Queen 7, I think, too weak. But, you know, it's hard to not feel at some point that perhaps Kite is just leaning on you too much. You're like, he can't really have this many good hands, can he? Is he perhaps exploiting me to a certain degree? And when those thoughts seep in, you know, you want to make sure that you're making the adjustments at the right time, because maybe when O'Neill decides to take a stand, it's going to be the time when Kite's really running hot and actually picking up big hands.
Mm-hmm. Who will be the next player to run hot and pick up big hands? Only a couple of minutes left on this level. And then we are headed for a 45-minute dinner break. 7 trays suited, and we're going to see a raise. Man alive. Deuces for Kite. I think we've seen deuces shoved more than any other hand.
Yeah, absolutely.
Over the last 5 days.
I think we might be a little bit too deep just to see the jam. Not super confident on my 40 big blind heads-up ranges here, but I think that, you know, just slamming in deuces seems like a little bit of an overplay when we can actually just call and set mine, etc. pre-flop quite effectively. For example.
For example is right, but O'Neill could potentially just be taking a stab on this monotone board, but probably will end up slowing down a lot on future streets if Kite decides not to fast play here against the C-bet.
How much? $1.6 million.
Heyo. That's what a set of deuces will get you. Unfortunately for Kite, nothing for O'Neill.
This is the most disappointed fold I had all day.
Yeah, I bet.
I don't have any value.
He still wins the pot, though.
Where's your king?
O'Neill probably not super amused.
Where's your ace king with ace of diamond, huh? Mamma mia, we're all in.
But Kite's certainly in a better mood now that he's regained the chip lead.
You're so quick with the clock. Like, before announcing the bet, before we were looking at the cards, like now, like every hand.
Queen 8 for
800.
John. Gonna min raise to 800. 10 deuce off for O'Neill. Let's it go.
How many floors do you think we had in this tournament?
Floors?
Yeah, today at least 5. Different floors.
Oh, I don't know.
Everyone's like, yeah, we can take half an hour each. Come up.
Well, it's gonna be 5 more if you guys keep playing
huh?
into the night.
We had so many. I don't even know the name of everyone. Huh? No more. Small girl, Nicola, short hair, gray.
All right, we get it. You're observant.
Yeah, and
I think this is going to be the last hand.
Yeah. At least 4 or 5 that spin here. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Jack 7 for O'Neill.
Talk and play. I like Oliver too much. That's the problem.
Limps in. Kings for Kite.
1.5.
1.5, and the clock has run out. O'Neill's folded, but that's it. It's break time.
All right.
Saved by the bell.
Yeah, I guess it's time for food. Why not? You are.
Has Kite been running hot the whole tournament? No. Thank you for your question.
Yeah.
Is running slightly hotter
there's too much
than Padraig O'Neill right now.
Just don't fuck up and say, I miss 25K again.
Kite has fought his way back from being down to 12 big blinds just about 40 minutes ago and is now
nearly leading 2-1 over Padraig O'Neill. When we get back, the blinds are going to be 250,000, 500,000. Both players locked up $643,000 in prize money, but they're playing for $1,030,000 for first. So that is a difference of nearly 400,000 euros. I wonder if they're gonna have dinner together. Huh? Maybe talk about a deal again when they get back? Who knows? They're going on dinner. We are also going on dinner. 1,285 players started, 2 remain, 1 million euros to the winner. We're going on break for 43 minutes, and we will determine a champion when we return. You're watching PokerStars TV from Prague.
The Grafton, 10-9 suited. Mike raises from the button, from the small blind. 650,000, which seems to be the standard open at this level. 4-3 off for Leonard. He calls. We will see a flop. 10-7-5. Top pair for Mike. Action's been checked to him.
Heads up when you're going to be opening a decent percentage of the time from the button. Obviously, the ranges are going to be a little bit wider, and you're going to have a lot of different board coverage. So that's why it's just really hard to fold any type of equity. But this bet, pretty sizable. Couple of draws possible, of course. Definitely puts this gut shot straight draw in a tough spot.
He's played one time bank chip so far. Okay, he decides to check raise.
Yeah, and I definitely can see, you know, the thought process behind this play, because you're not going to have any showdown with 4 high. So if you're able to check raise here and get a fold out of Watson, this is going to be a really nice pickup. But if you get called, of course, you do have some equity. And on certain turns, you would just shut down and give up.
Yeah.
So lots of possibilities. You're certainly not going to like it, though, when Watson does call.
Yeah. And obviously calling here with top pair, which is a very strong hand, heads up. Okay, ace on the turn. 7.55 million in the pot, Maria. Mauer has 7.55 behind.
Yeah, a little bit dangerous, because sometimes Watson is going to have these ace-X type holdings when he calls a check raise. You see Mao checking it over, maybe hoping to get a free card with the double gutter.
Mike Watson checks behind, and it's the 7 of spades on the river, pairing the board. So Mauer does not get there. He is left with 4 high. Nope, he's playing the board. Mike Watson, 10s and 7s with an ace kicker. And as we highlighted on the turn, Mauer has pot behind.
Could he be thinking about trying to bluff in this situation after Mike Watson checks back that turn? Might he see an opening? He does.
He bluff shoves the river for 7.5 million. It is a pot-sized bet. And Mike Watson wants a count. Okay, there was that ace on the turn, but Mike's hand is still pretty strong.
It is, and you know, from out, he feels like if Watson had an ace, he's gonna most likely be betting the turn because there are so many draws from the flop that you want to protect, get some value against. But for Watson, he's just wondering, would Mao check raise the flop with middle pair? Would a 7x type hand want to be check raising the flop? And again, so many draws that have missed from the flop, and Watson doesn't really block any of them. I mean, he blocks 9-8.
Yeah.
But he doesn't block the hearts. He doesn't block the exact type of, you know, gutters or, you know, the 8-6 combinations, the 6-4 combinations.
I'm not saying for 1 second this is in any way an easy call. And if you call and you're wrong, momentum shifts again, and suddenly the advantage is with Leonard Mauer. Equally, if he can find the call here, it is over, and he has won his second EPT title. He's played 2 time bank chips so far.
Yeah, and still have plenty of time bank chips to spare. Certainly worth mulling over this decision. It's really just about, you know, what type of hands would be willing to check raise the flop and then check the turn and now shove the river. It feels like it's very obviously polarized to trips here, you know, perhaps some boats, not 10s though, because I think he would have heard from 10s pre-flop, you know, so more like 5s full potentially. But again, so many missed draws from the flop.
Understandably taking his time over this decision. Remember, each time bank chip is worth 30 seconds. He's played 3 so far. Playing a 4th. And considering making this hero call, which will give him the win.
And I like to think that against a less capable opponent, Watson might not even give it this much thought. But against somebody as good as Leonard Mao, you have to be able to be open to the possibility that he's able to make this play without it.
5 time bank chips played. So Watts thinking this through. Can he find the call? Can he end it on this hand?
I feel like Watson is going to be able to. Oh.
Yes, yes, he makes the call, and we have our winner. An incredible call from Mike Watson to win the PokerStars EPT presented by Monte Carlo Casino and become a 2-time European Poker Tour champion, joining a very select club. And like that,
wow.
It's over, and no one can quite believe it. He's done it. He's a winner. Leonard Mauer, the runner-up. Mike Watson, the champion.
Certainly the PCA, I think, is more big names probably that people know, but you know, the Monaco final table was maybe lesser known names, but all still very strong players as well. So, you know, neither one felt easy by any stretch.
First question, I guess, how do you feel about whether or not, when we're counting 2-time EPT champion, should we do EPT online? Should that
Feels
What's
like a
your
different
vote?
thing to me, but I don't, you know, I'm not the record keeper. I'll let other people make those decisions. It's obviously a massive accomplishment that I think I pulled off anyways.
I know, that's the part. Like, look, my vote is yes, only because I think whoever decided that should have thought of it ahead of time. And
They
been like,
did.
okay, right. So
it was very clearly advertised that this is an EPT main event being played online. It counts as an EPT win with an actual EPT trophy. You can't not count it.
Of course, and I think that obviously it was just kind of bad luck, or not bad luck, great luck and a great accomplishment, but that the same dude won it twice in a row, like that's crazy.
Yeah.
Remarkable. But yeah, sounds like it counts. I'm convinced.
I think it's fair to say, Mike, that no two MTTs are alike. How was your 6-day journey to victory in this one? Did it feel like a grind? Did it feel like, yeah, I'm kind of like among the chip leaders the whole way? It's a bit of a roller coaster ride. How was the experience of playing down to the final table, first of all?
Yeah, I think I had a little bit of both. You know, like my day one, I made 1,000 chips. So that, you know, didn't start out on fire or anything like that. But then day two, I really did go on fire. Like that was probably, you know, the day where everything went like kind of the purest for me. I think I went from 30 to like 700 or something. And then, you know, things continued going pretty well from there until I guess I got really short. And then I had the queens against ace king hand where I was, you know, dead to the queen on the river and hit it. And then again, at that point, it just kind of like the roller coaster went up again and I just started winning pots.
So when you're going from 30 to 700, what is the inner monologue? Is it do you still have like a wee, or is it just muted?
I mean, no, you're definitely feeling good when you're winning every hand like that. You're winning, you know, the all-ins, whatever, you know, all these pots that I was winning. You're definitely feeling really good, feeling confident, but you know, I've been in enough to know like, oh, this is day 2 of the tournament. Like it just, you know, I'm probably going to cash or whatever, but this isn't really like matter that much yet. You know, there's a lot of work to go, a lot of days ahead. And so on the one hand, you're feeling good, you're excited, but on the other hand, you're like, okay, like you got to stay in the zone and keep playing for another 4 days here if you're lucky.
Yeah. Obviously, the previous event you won on our tour was the PCA main event back in 2016. So that's like a 7-year gap between those two. And I know obviously you've won a hell of a lot in between then. But if you compare the two, which did you find easier? I know it's a really crass question, but what is your recollection of that PCA main event that year?
Yeah, I feel like the PCA was one where I kind of just was in there, but I didn't really have a big stack. I wasn't like one of the chip leaders early on, as I recall correctly. I remember maybe it was day 4 or something. I was, you know, in the money, kind of deep, and then I finally won like a big pot and doubled up. I think I made like the nut flush or something in a big pot and got a full double. And then there was like this really, really crazy Brazilian guy who had like some outrageous percentage of the chips in play with like 2 tables left. You know, like he had like average stack with like 4 people left with like 16 left. And then he ended up getting like 12th. And I just played this huge pot against him where I just hero called him down and had him beat by like 1 pip or something. After that, I think I kind of felt like, okay, maybe I can really like win this. That was the first time I had like a big stack where I was really in contention. But you know, both were tough. Both final tables, when I look at it, it was all good players. I mean, certainly the PCA I think is more big names probably that people know, but you know, the Monaco final table was maybe lesser known names, but all still very strong players as well. So you know, neither one felt easy by any stretch.
Over 200 women applied for the PokerStars X Poker Power online bootcamp. 10 of those qualified to come here to EPT Cyprus for the trip of a lifetime and a tournament that saw the winner get a package to the main event in Prague.
Yvonne Mai, Sabrina Chavan, Katerina Novosad, Katie Hopkins, Drea Renee, Patrice Gordon, Louise Ulrich, Jenny Larson, Laura Lubey, Inette Lafont, leadership expert, licensing trainer, actress, finance business partner, founder, massage therapist, associate general counsel, content creator, student. I was intimidated by poker generally because I thought it was a male-dominated space. I heard from my friend about Poker Power. They are planning to teach 1 million women how to play poker, and I was like, you know what? There's a safe community. Why not try it? Had never played poker, didn't even know I knew it was a game of cards, but I took classes through Zoom 1 hour a week. Each section is broken up into 4 classes. So in the beginner classes, you're really learning about poker, but besides poker, you're learning decision making. You're learning to be resilient. You're learning that there's always another hand ahead. And those skills are what I've really transferred into my day-to-day life.
PokerStars bringing everyone out here is so amazing. I still can't believe it. 10 of us here, own rooms, food, everything covered. I mean, it is beautiful.
Didn't quite believe I'd win this trip, but I'm here and it's amazing, and I really feel like a winner regardless of what's going to happen in the actual showdown.
The package is a ticket to the main event for EPT Prague.
And not everyone comes by that kind of money. So if you win that, that's a huge chance to win life-changing money.
We're here and we're all having a great time, and like we're watching all of these big boys play for like 6 million euros, and we're like, where are the rest of the women? We're like, right, we need to come in and we need to get around these tables.
It was quite overwhelming when you walk into the big room and there's all these tables there and there's a lot of people concentrating very hard.
It felt amazing to be in the same room as all those poker pros, and it felt like we were really special.
Oh, I'm actually here and I'm actually participating. Someone pinched me. Once you know how to play certain people because you get to know them, it becomes a little bit of a mind game, and you're trying to put the puzzle pieces together, and once you do that, it's like you're like, yeah, I got that. And you're like, oh, okay.
I just had this moment where I felt so blessed and grateful for this experience, and I still keep pinching myself because I honestly can't believe it.
My company has a fundraiser on Friday night, and it's poker night, and I'm the only female registered, so I am ready to win it.
Can't believe it. Felt very clumsy on the practice table a couple of days ago, but today managed to focus on the cards. Pretty exciting at the end. Wow, really enjoyed it. PokerStars have done us proud in terms of the glitz, the glamour they've given us and the trips they've taken us on, and now I get to do that for real in Prague.
Action folded to Wagner on the button.
1-7 now. Right.
Ace-5 offsuit.
Same thing here, Nikki.
Yes, gotta go, gotta go.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Huh?
very clear push.
Like 1-7, something like that.
Oh, as a short stack. O'Neill's definitely getting this in though. So just Kite to act behind. He's all in for sure.
All in.
The reshove from O'Neill.
Kite with queens?
No.
This time I can fold, it's okay.
So it is Wagner at risk and behind. So Wagner on the verge of being the first player eliminated today. Unless he can get lucky and spike an ace. That is Dan Wilson, Podrick's friend. You may know him as Nuke the Fish on Stars.
Yeah, quite the player himself.
8-4 deuce on the flop, 10's holding. Additional equity because Wagner stood up. Turn card is a jack. No additional outs for Wagner. An ace or a 3 required. The river is a queen. 10's hold. And we lose Adam Wagner, the last local player in the EPT Prague main event.
Thank you.
Eliminated in 5th place.
Thank you.
Cashes for 271,660 euros.
Check. Out.
A6. Didn't call.
Yeah, it's like, what do I do now? What do I do with the rest of my life?
$250,000 though.
The 8 of spades on the river.
Not irrelevant. And if O'Neill should choose to try and represent something with the ace of spades in his hand, it could put Zhao in a tough spot. That being said, Zhao has not checked the river. He has bet.
Wow. Was not expecting 3 streets from this hand. Flop and turn maybe, but continues betting now. O'Neill, guys, let's not forget, ace of spades in hand.
Yeah.
Can still represent the 5.
Do it.
This is actually a huge spot to just bang it in his face.
Not just a smidge, all of it.
This would be unbelievable techers from O'Neill. Can you imagine making this move on the final table? If he pulls the trigger here, I will be so unbelievably impressed.
All in?
Yes!
Oh my God, unbelievable stuff from O'Neill.
This hand is not over yet.
Zhao does have the best hand. Top pair with the 5s on board. If he calls, wins a huge pot. If he folds, he'll leave himself with 16 big blinds.
Look, no matter what happens, this is an absolutely beautiful play. Put Zhao in such a tough spot.
We've seen Zhao putting his opponents in lots of tough spots over the last few days. And I think we've seen Zhao mostly make the big laydowns. Would you read into the checking of the cards again at all, Nick?
Yeah, it's a tricky one. I've asked a couple, of our guests throughout the week about that. Very mixed messages about how frequently checking cards is actually a sort of reliable tell.
Because to me, it looked like he wanted to see if he had the ace of spades.
Some players would be checking to make sure they got 2 spades before they make a huge mistake on a final table.
Absolutely.
So yeah, that's why it's a little bit
Or make
inconsistent.
sure that they have 5-6 offsuit.
Exactly. This move from O'Neill, honestly, I don't care what happens. He's already won my heart. This is just stunning poker.
Oh, folds the best hand.
Hell of a play.
Great move from Padraig O'Neill, who's now playing 7.7 million, playing a 64 big blind stack. Zhao now the shorty with 16 bigs. Kite first to act. Ace King. Well, I hope Zhao doesn't try and make it 3 in a row, because it's not going to get through.
Kite card rack. Now available for purchase. YonKite.com.
Meanwhile, Ruggieri seemingly has a decision. No. Zhao with ace queen.
Oh, no.
Oh, there's no way out from here. Mandatory. Mandatory all in.
He is going to do it 3 in a row. And it might be his last hand.
Oh, dear.
Does indeed shove. A fold from O'Neill, the snap call from Kite. Domination situation in Kite's favor. Zhao at risk.
S-konge mot S-dame.
Team Kite. Excited but nervous.
Just sit there, relax.
Not in the hand, so
Huh?
not in the hand. I'm cool.
Zhao taking his mask off. This whole table is sickness.
Reminder, Zhao came into this 5-handed final table, second in chips, the only player other than Kite with a playable stack. But he's on the verge of elimination right now, looking for a queen on the turn or river.
They catch a club on the turn.
I would give him additional outs, but it's a spade.
Always like a shot for chop.
Not a club, not a wheel card.
Is the chance of a chop with a 4 on the river. Queen for the win. Does have outs. The river is a blank. He is Zhao here.
Good game. Well played.
Cheng Zhao, 4th place finisher in the EPT Prague main event.
Warmer up here than down there.
Yeah, it feels warm. Yeah, it does feel warm.
Can't wear a hoodie here.
No.
And just to address a follow-up question here from Kashif on YouTube, who says, so an Indian player can't play in the EPTs? No, of course they can. Just because it's a European poker tour and goes to destinations in Europe doesn't mean only players from Europe can play. We normally have many Americans, Canadians. We had a Chinese player who made the final table. I'm just saying that Steve registers as an Irish citizen using his Irish passport, but he also has a US passport, but his results go towards the country of Ireland.
Yes, all players welcome, and we would love to see some more Indian players on the tour, surely.
Very strong turnout from Japanese players during this festival here in Prague.
Yeah, awesome.
Bree Shalen says, can you ban people from watching the stream? Sadly not. Adrian 555
Quite a mixed
says,
strategy.
The commentators never read Twitch comments. Why? You shouldn't need to ask. Jack 9 on the flop. That's 2 pair for Kite. Wow. Ruggieri with the flush draw.
Yeah, and a straight draw. Very disguised sort of mega draw here for Ruggieri in an otherwise innocuous limped pot. You know, yeah, I'm not thrilled by this raise at all from Ruggieri. I understand what he's thinking. Like, this is, you know, Kite is going to bet his whole range here. You know, I have a straight draw, I have a flush draw. I'm prepared to go all in, so why don't I just raise? Well, the problem, Ruggieri, is that you never have an ace here. You know, you would have shoved this ace pre-flop or raised it. So what you're representing doesn't really make any sense. So Kite is probably going to fight this pot with whatever he has, and it looks like it's a quick click back, and they're getting it in.
Wow.
And here we go. We get to the point where we have an all-in and a call.
8-7 clubs, add it twice.
Ruggieri at risk, but does have 11 outs.
Good luck. Good luck.
Maybe too many outs.
Yeah. I thought you had like ace-2, so jack-10 or something. I don't know.
10 of spades. Queen of flower.
Queen of flower, I love that.
How about the 10 of clubs? Ruggieri improves to the flush and is going to get another double up unless Kite spikes a jack or a 9 on the river.
And this is technically a street flash draw. I just have to say, James.
He got his flower on the turn. It's the 8 of hearts on the river, and that is going to be a double up for Ruggieri. Real Pokerful sends greetings from Holland, and we will send greetings back from Prague. Olaf asks if there's snow in Prague. Nope, actually it's reasonably mild here.
This is my spring vacation right now, coming from Montreal, where it's -8.
Kite raising small to big with King 10. Ace-6 of hearts for Ruggeri, who calls. Jack 6-3, all diamonds.
Definitely been a bit of a lull in Kite's run good, I would say, over the course of this level. Not really hitting any flops. You know, the one big, as Ruggeri spikes that trips on the turn.
Yeah.
You know, the only time that the Norwegian flopped big and played a big pot was with that Jack-9 against Ruggeri and then lost to that flush. And now a pretty fair fight pre-flop in King 10 versus Ace-6 and is now drawing dead by the turn and a very disguised Ace-6. Might hear from King High sometimes, to be honest. Like, what are you really trying to rep here? That you just have a 6, that you snap check back to flush? You would never value bet an ace high here. So that's why we see the call from Kite. I know sometimes when you look at the cards, you're thinking, what's he doing? Well, not always going to have 3 of a kind.
Okay, we've got a double paired board now. It's the full house for Ruggeri. Kite checking. The irony is, Ruggeri doesn't really need the 6. The ace is good enough.
Yeah, and I think the important thing, if you're in Kite's spot in a situation like this, that's a very strange sort of like sip of the water there as he grabs one of his time bank cards. I think the important thing to remember if you're in Kite's shoes here, when you think your King High might be good on the turn here, is Ruggeri really going to take a big swig of his water, throw at the time thing, nonchalantly, and then find a bluff against a perceived range of ace high, right? Like, Ruggeri is going to think that Kite a lot of the time has ace high here, probably won't be folding very often. So really, is he going to be wanting to bluff here? And I think that's what Kite is going to realize, that this is probably strong. That looks like quite a large bet. So I think Kite is going to find the fold here and be like, really? You just have a full house here?
That is a very suspicious glare.
Yeah. Yeah, there is something in Kite's eyes where he wants to keep Ruggeri in check, but I think this is a very important moment.
Oh, wow, he shoves on him!
Oh, he's ripping the jack! Oh, my goodness.
Ruggeri can't fold.
If you're wondering what's happening here and why Kite is doing this, it's because he thinks if Ruggeri does have it, what he has is a 6, that a jack would have bet the flop. He wouldn't have snap-checked the flop with a jack. So if he does have a very strong hand, like a jack, like a 6, a jack is really the only kind of hand that would do this check shove. This is a crazy move. He's trying to get him to fold a full house. He doesn't, think Ruggeri's bluffing with a better hand. He thinks he has a 6. This is a very high-level poker play. And I don't know if Ruggeri's going to fold, but if you're in his seat, you're thinking a jack makes sense by this stage. Oof. I would caution Ruggeri in that. Do I really think my opponent is going to check a jack on the flop? That's the problem, though, right? Is this story he's telling? Is he going to check a jack on the flop? Is he going to check a jack on the turn? So that would be my concern. That would be maybe why the reasons I would need to give myself to make this big call. Does this line make sense? I understand what he's saying on the river, and it would be very brave to be bluffing here. But is this how my opponent plays a jack? And I think that if Ruggeri can find that, he can make a big call and really throw this three-handed match into a complete, different sort of thing, right?
It will completely change the dynamic if Ruggeri finds a call here. He's just played his last time bank card, by the way, Griffin. He's played all 3 that he had remaining. He has to make a decision in the next 30 seconds. And he calls all in and gets a huge double up. Huge hand, which is going to completely change things at this final table.
Maybe Kite will play her poker here.
$625.
Comment here on YouTube. The oldest tournament in Ireland, the Irish Open. About time one of ours takes down an EPT main. Couldn't agree more.
Certainly possible. Ruggieri calling this raise from Kite. Out of the big blind. We see a jack on the flop. This will be the last hand of the level. And it is Kite who is continuing into top pair. This pot very likely to end the level on a loss for Kite.
And something to note, Joe, is that Ruggieri needs to be a bit careful about his lack of time bank chips. I believe he gets 30 seconds, and if those run out, and if he's not aware, if he has a tough decision, so he needs to be kind of like on it, right? In a situation like this, you obviously want to balance your timing, not snap call, but you can't take more than 30 seconds, and there's going to be a lot tougher decisions later, so make sure you got to start finding a rhythm. Otherwise, you're just destined to really not be able to make the best decisions. And nice. This is going to be a great opportunity for the Italian to pick off the Norwegian.
Kite bets 1.35 million into a pot of 2.3. We are unaware of what that second card should be, but we are aware that this is not likely to get a fold from Ruggieri. Ruggieri makes the call. That's going to leave him with a smaller than pot size bet left in his stack.
Yeah, and if you were listening, you heard the dealer slowly counting down to 7 seconds there. This is good. This is his new normal, Ruggieri, so he's going to have to get used to it.
River card is the 6 of hearts. Kite does have the ace of hearts, which obviously does not help his hand should there be a showdown, but will occasionally cause a person to try to rep that nut flush and can put Ruggieri to a decision for his tournament life, but Ruggieri has invested a lot of chips in this pot already.
I don't know if Kite can resist here and not go all in with that ace of hearts in hand. Gonna recognize that Ruggieri at this stage is gonna have a lot of Jack X type hands. Is he prepared to fold that with the game flow of what's been going on so far? I do have the ace of hearts, so.
And you're right, Griffin, that Ruggieri, if he's put to a decision, is only gonna have 30 seconds to make that decision, and this is gonna be more than 1 million chips, not enough to put Ruggieri all in, but dang close. And Ruggieri, as we said, has no time banks, so this is it. Has to make a decision.
Yeah,
call.
Got him.
Come on. Ruggieri makes the call and is good, is gonna nearly double up. And that is gonna change things a little bit. Headed to break.
Wow, storms out with the jacket.
Needs some fresh air and a tissue. That is a 10 million chip pot. getting shipped to Umberto Ruggieri.
Hacks Club says, Nick is player poker while chat is chips. Yeah, I agree with all that. 100%, good analysis. So, Umberto, 15 big blinds. Kite, 29 big blinds. O'Neill, 106. The heat is on, Joe.
The H is O. Zhao says Ruggieri is setting up his AA so that they will call him. If you can make that happen, I am all about it. 10-9 suited for Ruggieri. 15 bigs. King, queen off for O'Neill, and Ruggieri limped in. Price of poker is going up. You want to play? It's another 450,000.
I mean,
Ruggieri jams.
It's a call.
O'Neill makes the call. Ruggieri behind and at risk.
Oh, come on, hold.
Is going to have a decent amount of equity. Wow. Kite calling for the hold.
Yeah, I think the shove is correct here. 9-10 suited. Slam dunk push at this stack depth. Can't blame him. Just running into it. O'Neill is going to be slight favorite.
Kite not keeping his feelings to himself. Wants to see the end of Ruggieri here, probably for obvious reasons, being money, and maybe some of those irritation reasons of folding out a turn, not stacking his chips, but both of these players, whether they express it or not, are hoping that king high holds here to the flop. I see a 10. A 10 is a good card for Ruggieri. Now the favorite.
Still a lot of percentage, though, Joe, for the king, queen, including backdoor spades.
Gut shot, backdoor spades. Ruggieri does have backdoor hearts, but is ahead for now. Turn card is a 4 of diamonds. That's as bricky as it gets. Ruggieri just has to fade the river for his umpteenth double up in this tournament.
O'Neill prepaying there, Joe. You see that? Trying to get an extra bonus EV.
Needs to fade paint.
Oh.
Sherwin Williams. O'Neill spikes the king on the river. Ruggieri put up quite a battle. Held his own in this tournament.
Nice penguin.
But does, in fact, succumb in third place for $459,240. More or less half, excuse me, not dollars, euros. 459,000
I imagine
euros. Close to $500,000 there. We'll call that $500,000.
Welcome to EPT 2024.
Game on.
Yo. Hello, my babies.
Oh, ay caramba.
Jack makes the call and wins. We play to win here in Prague on the PokerStars European Poker Tour, where we have live coverage of the final table, the main event from the last stop of EPT 2023. We're at the King's Casino at the Hilton Prague for the heads-up battle between John Kite and Padraig O'Neill. It's James Hartigan alongside Nick Walsh.
Hello, we're still here.
And we have seen the chip lead swing. Bit of a comeback story for John Kite, who at one point was down to 13 big blinds, but comes back from the dinner break with the chip lead. 48 bigs plays 28 bigs at the new blind level, which is 250,000, 500,000, with a 500K big blind ante. Momentum also with Kite right now, fair to say?
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely been putting in the work. A couple of very interesting pots. Seems to be slightly more aggro than Mr. O'Neill, and aggregated some chips, and now in the lead, definitely in a place to win this tournament even still.
They are playing for the full 400K difference between second and first. There were discussions about a potential deal, came to nothing. So 643,000 to the runner-up, more than €1 million to the winner, plus the main event title and trophy. Looks like we're ready to get the action restarted. New chips in play, by the way. They brought out the white chips, which are worth 500K each.
Whoa, spicy white chips. Blinds 250K, 500K. And the effective stack here is approximately 26 bigs.
Thank you.
Enjoy your heads up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You didn't have King 10 of clubs?
No.
Huh?
Was
Just
there
King X of clubs. Right? I don't know.
Straight? No, I didn't have straight, no.
Is that straight? No, like 10-9 was a straight.
10-9.
Not
Oh, sorry,
king.
yeah.
Suit 8 price 1 million.
Coming in with the raise. The King 9 suited, definitely a hand that you probably will limp here more frequently than you raise at the stack depth. Definitely falls in the category of those sort of medium strength hands you don't want to get 3-bet out of pots with when you can play a hand that realizes its equity very nicely from position. A limp call, obviously, a little bit more advantageous, but important that you mix it up so you're not always doing the same thing with every combo. Top pair, good kicker. C-bet mandatory MO.
1.4.
1.4 into 2.5. And a quick fold from O'Neill.
This hand I would call all the chips. I had a lot to couldn't be honest with a one key hand.
Yeah, I was gonna see it. Like
Yeah, I was hoping you didn't.
Like.
Oh, the Norwegian rail,
Frozen
frozen in
I'll
time.
get used to them, I guess.
Sorry?
It's harder to count with these chips. Just I'll get used to them.
Yeah. Takes a while.
Suit 3 call.
O'Neill calling on the button with Jack 10. 4 deuce for Kite, who can see a free flop here.
I thought it helps with a hand. I don't know. It's harder to see now.
And it is a Jack 8-6 flop.
Yep, advantage O'Neill. Again, probably going to see bet here a ton. Definitely want to be betting your top pairs, especially with the decent kicker. 10-0 spades. With ranges being this wide, what we find is that kickers are quite important because your opponents just end up with a lot more sort of weak second pairs than you might find if we were playing with more players at the table with different positions. Generally speaking, having to be a little bit tighter, just given the nature of, you know, multi-way action.
Mistake.
No, didn't say mistake. Just looks like you have a black jack. Jack, all black or something. 10-9, queen 10, whatever. Queen queen.
High roller,
Players, please come back to your seats. Tournament is starting in 2 minutes.
Again, probably a combo that doesn't mind a limp here, James.
You heard that announcement in the background, Nick. High roller players being called back to the final table. Currently three-handed in the 10K high roller. Antoine Saut, the chip leader.
Antoine Saut, man, what a force. But yep, ups for the raise. Definitely no shame in that either. I think min raising and or limping probably going to be somewhat close in equity. But like I said, just in distribution, a lot of these sort of pretty suited hands do tend to be limps around 25 big blinds or less. The shallower you get, probably more frequently you want to limp because your opponents can shove a little bit more liberally to try and take it down pre-flop versus a raise. If you get in the habit of raise folding too frequently, can work against you. You end up giving up a lot of dead money.
So we have this domination situation, King Jack versus Jack 8, both players with top pair. O'Neill with the better kicker. Kite, as the pre-flop aggressor, continues flop for 800,000.
Yeah, I don't see how Kite doesn't end up doing a bunch of chips here unless he can improve. Making top pair in heads up is just huge. It is very difficult to make a pair, let alone a top pair. O'Neill should have some check raises here, James. Having a hand this strong on this texture, you do want to check raise some top pairs. We do it with our strongest kickers.
We do see the check raise from O'Neill. Makes it 2.3 million. And the way this is going, we could be playing for stacks.
Yeah, cannot fold at this point, Kite, unless he gets some totally sick live read. Thing is, Jack 8 on this board just gonna be the best hand here a ton. Your opponent can semi-bluff check raise here. They can completely air bluff here. They can check raise you with backdoor diamonds and all kinds of weird stuff. So when you're playing at a high level, you need to call.
3 of clubs on the turn, so opportunities emerge.
Another 3, an ace, for example, would be a chop.
Yep.
It is somewhat bricky, and I think probably O'Neill knows that. Gonna continue here. There's an argument as well, James, that a lot of 3x combos might just opt to check on the flop too. Not always, but some of the time, a lot of times, players slowing it down with some second pairs once we get this sort of shallow. So just another consideration, just another opportunity.
So having check raised the flop for 2.3 million, O'Neill barrels the turn for 3 million. And Kite's going to call. There is the prospect that O'Neill goes for it all on the river. 13 million in the middle. He's got 7.15 behind. And it's a 10 on the river, so O'Neill has a lock on this.
Yeah, and James, I think now you just go for all of it. I mean, 13 million in the middle, 7.15 behind. You're going to have the best hand tons of the time here.
If he does go for it, Nick.
Yeah.
What does Kite do?
You just side call. All the semi-bluffs missed. I don't know. It's so player dependent, right? If this happens and you're playing relatively low stakes against an unknown player, likely they're just going to have a monster, right? At this level.
Here we go. I just want to raise this point that In Through the Window makes on Twitch. Kite could get away, seeing as O'Neill hasn't exactly been very aggro. This does scream extraordinary strength.
Yeah, no, and I'm with you on that. Like I said, it's still a possibility of a fold. It is just so player dependent, and that's a great observation actually regarding the sort of flow of a game that we've seen heads up so far.
7,150,000.
That is the face of a man who wants to call.
Jack 10.
Better than that. Well, obviously Jack 10 will be 2 pair, but as a starting hand, it was better than Jack 10. And it has you crushed.
You do. Space. You say to yourself, you bluff hearts, so you can shove your ace jack.
10 seconds.
All the time bank cards.
I mean, this would potentially be for the win as well, James. Let's not forget that.
Yeah, of course. You make the correct call here, and it's over. But we can see it would not be the correct call, and it would result in the big switcheroo.
Brutal.
Makes the call, and that is going to be a double up for Padraig O'Neill. And we do see another change in the chip lead, and it's a significant change. O'Neill now playing 27.5 million.
More time,
Around 55 big blinds. Kite down to 11 million, just over 20 big blinds.
Yeah, really, really sick one. I really feel for John there. So many reasons to call, you know, perhaps could have just felt it out in the end, but it's just so difficult to lay it down here heads up.
Advantage Island as this heads up battle continues in this record-breaking EPT Prague main event.
So switcheroo, 20 big blinds effective now. Kite the shorter.
Yep.
8-7 suited.
10-ish.
over.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
For O'Neill.
Cool.
C3 call. I check.
Jack 9. Bakite. Queen 10-4 on the flop. So open-ended straight draw for John.
I think you just fire here, small James. Just one big blind is fine.
C3 bet. 500.
Yep, love it. Jack 9, probably strong enough just to flat here, you know, James. Jack high, just probably the best hand here a ton. You don't really want to semi-bluff in spots where you could actually just have the best of it. That's kind of a bit of a rule of thumb.
Ace on the turn.
Ace is obviously a good card for O'Neill to potentially barrel here. Kite will have very few ace combos because they usually shove versus limp pre-flop, or at least raise some aggressive action. O'Neill could potentially put in a chunky bet on this turn. You want to go close to full pot here, though, I imagine.
C3 bet 2.5 million.
Oh, drilled it. Prediction confirmed.
Wow. 2.5 million. Now we can see that John is a huge favorite, 93%. But even if he's behind, he still has that straight draw, and he makes the call. And this hand is going to the river. The river card is the Queen of Hearts pairing the board. And can O'Neill find another bet?
Yeah, this is a weird run out to try and continue bluffing. Obviously, backdoor hearts still a possibility. Imagine if Kite just has 4-5 of hearts here, James. Imagine if he had the queen all along. Now he has trips. Imagine he has a 10. He's probably feeling a lot better about his opponent not having a queen.
Yeah, but how annoyed are you going to be if you check this back and realize you lost to Jack high?
If this was like the deuce of clubs river, I can see O'Neill maybe tripling off here, but this run out is a bit of a dangerous one. You don't want to give up and lose to Jack high, but also you don't want to be too reckless. Yeah, I feel that.
Surrenders. And Jack high is going to take it.
Happy you gave him that one.
Kite now up to around 30 big blinds, narrows the gap between them.
Anybody that plays heads up knows that pain. You have a plan in mind, and then the river's like, it's just one of those. It can't let me unload.
I say. 23.9 plays 14.5. Playing around 30 bigs effective.
looking for reasons to triple, and the river just cripples you like that. Savage.
I don't know.
Nine, 7.
So the idea is 1 million.
Raises to $1 million, gets a fold from O'Neill.
$8 don't get paid much.
Blank on the river.
Well, that's a blank.
No.
Only paired and flush hit.
I don't know.
James, I actually don't like this. Okay, I mean, I like it when he has kings.
Yeah.
I don't know what that fold was about, though. It's your heads up. There's a big blind ante in play. Folding 10-5 off, I think you got to be limping that, at least limping that heads up like 100%.
A lot of the commentary from the audience is a perception that O'Neill is playing possibly a bit too passively.
Yeah.
Is that fair criticism?
Well, okay, let me put it this way. 10-5 off is 100% limp heads up when you're playing heads up for with no antes whatsoever, let alone an entire big blind as well. And that actually stands true all the way down to hands as weak as like 9 deuce off, right, when you're playing heads up. Now, there's a chance that O'Neill looked into his eyes and went, that's the look of a man who has kings. Sure, and did actually avoid some. But if you're not V-pipping enough in position, especially with all that dead money, you're kind of leaving chips on the table, in my opinion.
That's Mark McDonnell on Padraig's rail. Padraig with 8-7 here.
But, you know, no shit on O'Neill, not trying to take a shot at our guy. He's played so exceptionally. Do I think folding 10-5 off is really the end of the world? No. Just surprised to see him missing that out when he's been playing otherwise very, very close to a GTO plus game.
So calls on the button with 8-7 offsuit. King-Queen raises to 1.8 million. Does O'Neill elect to play the flop in position? Yes. Ace, Jack 4.
Sorry, James. Was Kite in position in that previous spot with the kings? He must have been.
Kite was in the big blind. So O'Neill folded 10-5 on the button. Kite showed kings. The very next hand, Kite folded the button and O'Neill showed ace king.
Okay, okay. There you go. Okay, sorry. I thought I misspoke there for a second, but yes, no, stand by what I said. The hand that came after the 10-5 hand was so swift, I thought
it was two walks in a row.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, that makes sense.
Well, it's 20 million plays 17 million. Not quite evens Stevens, but
you know, I suppose not to bang on about that hand specifically, but I think it talks more on just the overall sort of style that we're seeing here.
Yeah.
Perhaps actually folding hands like 10-5 is an adjustment for the fact that Kite is being so aggressive from out of position versus limps.
Yeah, yeah.
In which case, actually, I dig it, because what you don't want to do is start getting in the habit of limp over folding, and if that's what you're going to have in those spots, maybe he is saving himself some chips. So maybe just an adjustment for the extreme aggression of Kite. And, you know, it's just important we think about all these things, right? Not to criticize, but just to consider where they might be at in their heads at this very moment and how they're adjusting for each other specifically. That's kind of the whole point of the commentary, right?
top pair bets 800,000. They're almost level, Nick.
What a battle we're watching here, guys. So much good poker.
Silvio asking how much time is left until the next level. 26 minutes and 45 seconds. 19.6 plays 18.8. Practically even. Raising the button with Jack Deuce. Jack 4 in the big blind.
If I call all in with his hand, it would be like, you bluff and I call and I win. The internet would go crazy, so I'd rather just fold it, right?
That's such a 2022 reference.
You bluff with a flush draw, I call Jack high.
Do you think O'Neill knows what he's talking about?
Not for me.
I think he definitely knows what he's talking about. Sapphire in YouTube chat. Why are 7,000 people watching a $5,000 tournament? This low stakes stuff. What are you guys doing here? We fooled them all. What are you talking about? This is an EPT.
Ace King suited raises the button. O'Neill with 9-4 of diamonds. And it's top pair versus second pair. Kite continues. 800,000. And O'Neill can't be folding a pair of nines here. Makes the call. And we go to the turn, which is the king of diamonds. It is trips for Kite.
Having a 9 here, definitely not great. As we've said before, ranges being so wide, just hands this strong are just so hard to fold. 3 hearts on the board may discourage slightly more to get away from here, or discourage continuing with the hand, I should say, in O'Neill's case.
$2 million each. The river, 4 of spades.
Wait, is that 3 pair?
3 pair for O'Neill.
Okay, we all agree that 3 pair beats everything, right?
No, 3 pair should tie against trips. That's the rule change we're pushing for, but right now, Kite wins.
Oh, when are we going to get that through the court of poker?
Just to be clear, a set would beat 3 pair, but trips ties. That's the rule we're trying to get it through.
When are we going to see that, you know, in front of the congregation of poker royalty?
More importantly, is O'Neill going to call this value bet? Is he going to call here with a 9?
I know.
9.5, is it? Yeah.
9,500,000.
He's gone big. It's an overbet. There was 8.2 in the pot, and he's gone 9.5.
Mine as well.
Time bank card being played by O'Neill. It's a fold. But still a big pot being pushed in the direction of John Kite, who has retaken the chip lead. Another switcheroo. Kite playing 22 million. And Padraig O'Neill playing 16 million.
What's your chips like now? How much you have?
I have 16 and change, I believe.
So I have a bit more.
Yeah.
It's 42 big blinds playing 32 big blinds right now. And blinds up in 20 minutes.
Have a pair.
No hearts?
2 pair even. No hearts, no hearts, no.
Oh. And then 6, I guess. Maybe a 9.
No raise pre. Oh, wow. O'Neill flops a straight. Second pair for Kite.
Yep. Definitely going to see some chips going in here. Just can't be giving up pairs to 1-bet on the flop, like literally ever. Yeah, calls. Lots of scare cards on the turn, though, James, right? Lots of cards that might make it a little bit easier for Kite to get away from.
Lobster says, how far are we from the small blind being a starting stack? Must be right around there. Dude, we went past that a long, long time ago. The starting stack in this tournament is 30,000 chips. The small blind right now is 250,000 chips.
I had a bad feeling about that one. You definitely have a jack in your hand. What else you had? I don't know. Jack 5 or something?
Kite raising the button with 9-5 offsuit. The old Dolly Parton. Queen 9 of diamonds for O'Neill. Calls. And we have an ace, queen, tray, flop. Deuce on the turn. That is a gut shot to a straight for Kite.
If I know Kite, he's going to take that additional equity he's been given with the deuce and continue barreling. And he could go quite big here on the turn, James. You want to price out flush draws. You want to really put the squeeze on the 3. You want to try and put a squeeze on some Queen X, even though they tend not to fold. Wait a second. All right, gonna continue.
Board bricks out for Kite, and can he find a third barrel, and will it be enough to push O'Neill off this queen? We're gonna see another switcheroo, aren't we?
I mean, potentially, like I said, O'Neill really has to call flop and turn here if he respects his opponent at all. It's the third barrel that really changes things, and a lot of players just don't have it. Somebody who does, Jan Kite.
Well, he knows he's got no showdown value with 9-5, duh. So he is going to bluff the river. And this is a big spot. O'Neill with second pair has to decide whether to call this massive river bet. 10 million.
I was trying to end it.
And O'Neill folds the best hand.
Wow.
Okay, so now Kite almost has a 2-1 chip lead over O'Neill.
James, 10 million into a pot of 7.9. Oh my days.
Yeah.
But I thought it would be easier
What a
not to
play.
6, 7, 13, 13.
I have 24. Right. You have 14.
E-Grind on YouTube says, I feel like O'Neill gonna win because he knows how to be R-full.
Very wise.
If you know how to be R-full, that is an advantage in poker.
Oh my guy. John Kite, mate, I'm telling you, this guy is on fire today. O'Neill also playing like a demon, but just a little bit more aggression from Kite seems to be winning out here, James. And I say a little bit, maybe that's an understatement given the size of that riverbed. My goodness.
O'Neill betting with the best hand, snap folded by Kite.
Hard time on Twitch chat says he's folding the keys to the Lambo here, guys. There's a callback if I ever saw one.
Queen deuce raising the button, threes in the big blind for O'Neill.
All in.
Moves all in, and a quick fold.
Yep, seems standard. I think that's pretty much what you want to do most of the time with your pair there. Small pairs very frequently all in versus steal and or limp at the stacked up.
Setup is coming. I can feel it. Stacks getting shallower.
Stacks do get shallower in 14 minutes time. The raise called by King 10, but it is a straight draw for O'Neill on this 9-4 deuce flop, and it's a post-flop flip for these two players. King high, still the best hand.
Sure. I think the jack for me is a pretty clear continue, though, in position here, James. It's an over pair to the board. You can obviously get some flush draws to fold once in a while, maybe some straight draws that are similar to yours to fold. Some 4x to fold, some deuce x to fold, and you have the nice draw. I would just fire a second bullet here pretty much every single time. Seems very natural. Yeah, aggressive poker is good poker. 3 million. Nice size here from O'Neill too. Really like this.
Board pairs on the river. O'Neill has just 5 high. Kite the best hand with king high.
Are we going to see another high card showdown, James? We saw it in that previous spot. O'Neill fired twice and lost to jack high. Obviously, king high significantly stronger, but this run out is feeling a little bit nicer for the king X to get to showdown Or does O'Neill want to fire the third bullet?
It would be a change of strategy. We've not seen him do anything like this yet.
$6 million.
Wow.
6 million.
Bluffs 6 million.
It's O'Neill's turn to triple bow.
I'd be very impressed if Kite could find a king high hero call, but equally I expect and wouldn't blame him for folding.
Yeah. Flop seems reasonable. Turn seems reasonable, especially with the gut shot with the queen. River seems a lot harder.
Seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 3, 2, 1.
It's enough saying 5 seconds. I can count.
But then also have to say.
If you count 10, that's really loud and annoying. Just say 10 and then count from 5. Or just count from 5.
When you don't have a...
I know.
Gets it through. Triple barrel bluff successful.
And we see another switcheroo. Podrick O'Neill is now chip leader once again.
You play much heads up for these kind of stack sizes? 30 bigs for a couple $100K.
It's fun, right?
I'm just asking, yeah, do you play much? 10K hypers or something?
I've played a few.
Oh, lovely.
You're ahead now.
Just about.
That was Kite's last time bank card, right?
Could be.
He doesn't seem to have any left.
Tax.
Raise and a call. Ace King versus Queen 5. Ace King 10. Top 2 for Kite. The gut shot straight draw for O'Neill.
Bet 2.3 million.
Fires again. It was 500,000 on the flop. It's 2.3 million on the turn.
For the queen, huh?
Queen.
Of course.
All right, James, really quick. Raksha has put in a request. She wants me to read this comment from Friendship is Tragic. How many flops would a post-flop flip if a post-flop could flip flops? Almost messed it up.
I think the intention is you're meant to read it like several times quickly.
Yeah. How many flops would a post-flop flip if a post-flop could flip flops? Boom.
Keep going.
How many flops would a post-flop flip if a post-flop could flip? Ah, there you go.
There
you got me. There you go.
He just walshed it.
Just keep going till you walsh it. Thanks, James. All right. Are we having a dealer change?
7 minutes till we roll into the next level. Blinds go to 300, 600. And right now, it is practically evens-stevens. O'Neill with the slight advantage right now.
Yeah, what a stellar effort from both players here. It's been back and forth like a game of tennis. Both players successfully pulling off triple barrel bluffs now in some very key moments.
Ace 8-8 on the flop. Vladimir wants to know, do O'Neill still play a poker? Gonna say yes. Thank you for your question.
Yep, good read, James.
Check to showdown. That's another million chips going in the direction of Porrig O'Neill. Ronald asks, who wants to be the champion? We have reached that point. Who wants it more? It's going to come down to that.
I mean, they've been back and forth so much. I'm surprised they haven't mentioned deals once again, but it's been spoken about so much, James. I just wonder if at this point they're just like, you know what? Nah, well, you got to play for it.
Yeah, yeah.
And they're just, and neither player even wants to sort of entertain the idea of even discussing it now.
Kite outflopped. Pair of fours here for O'Neill. And that pair of fours still good on the river.
Guess I'm losing. Four.
O'Neill playing 21.5 million, Kite 16.9. Ronan asks, are you guys going to Dublin next week?
Do you have... No, I don't have anyone. You can get me after this.
Did you have a specific
We can get more.
I don't think so.
date range in mind, Ronan? Was there a specific event you'd like us to attend in Dublin?
We're not currently en route to Dublin, if that's what you're asking.
We're going home tomorrow, assuming this finishes before tomorrow.
Yep, still a chance.
Oh, to think 9 or 10 hours ago when we were, oh, this is going to be over really quickly. Maybe we'll have to switch to the high roller after this.
Yeah, right.
The naivety.
The next EPT we cover, Emil, is going to be Paris. Yes, that's correct, but still lots of stream content coming from the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. Hopefully, we'll be returning to Sunday Million streams, of course, James, in the new year. That's exciting. Those happen most Mondays when we aren't traveling because I'll be around to help host those. Going to try and release some new content on the Central channel as well in 2024. Very excited to get that out to you guys. If you don't already follow us here on the Twitch channel, give us a follow and you can be notified about when we go live. And then also, if you give me a follow on my social medias, I'll let you guys know about some of that new content and also give you a reminder when we go live as well, pretty much every single time. That way, you guys get more poker content beamed directly to your devices.
Pair of fives for Kite, who's now a 93% favorite.
BMX, yes, of course, more spin streams as well. Fear not. Spinning streams will always be a part of my schedule.
7 on the river, and Kite still with the best hand.
It's your line. I check, but I don't go in.
I'm pair.
Yeah.
Pair's good.
Flop should come the other way around. Would be fun.
Michael the Brave asks, does anyone know when this tournament will end? Is it possible for another day? We don't know when it will end, but it will get pushed towards its conclusion tonight. So the blinds are going up every 45 minutes. And if it gets to the point where it gets super late, the tournament staff do have the option of reducing the duration of the blind levels even further. So it will conclude. I mean, look, it could go till midnight, 1 a.m., but it's not going to go beyond that point.
Even if we didn't adjust clocks, by the time we get to midnight Prague time, James, those are ridiculously shallow stacks. I think we're going to wrap up way before then.
Meanwhile, it is heads up in the 10K high roller. Antoine Sout versus Shingis Satubayev. What hand is this? 205? Wow. It's been a long day.
Yeah, it's a lot of hands, James.
That's a good point, Killer Kojo. The good thing is they both seem to be in good spirits and are able to banter.
Yeah, good vibes down there on the feature table.
No animosity.
Yeah, just keeping it friendly.
Blinds are up. Level 37 has begun.
Oh, sorry.
300,000, 600,000 with a 600K big blind ante. And reasonably even stacks right now. Atakan says, are you folks still doing sweat with during the streams? Haven't seen those in a while. We have never, ever done sweat with hands on stream. Those are in the TV shows. And the reason you can do them in the TV shows is they're post-produced. And you can pick a hand that's interesting from a sweat with perspective. Very difficult to do sweat with hands anticipating in advance.
We have actually had a couple accidental sweat with hands today. The sad part about that is on many occasions we haven't even been able to see what the actual hand was after the hand had completed. So we get a little discounted version now and again via broken card RFID situations.
Accidental sweat withs due to RFID failure, yes. Intentional sweat withs for drama, no. Sugar Falcon, I had no idea sweat with hands was scripted. Welcome to show business, my friend.
Scripted also kind of a weird word to use there. Selected and then produced, perhaps. Scripted implies that we kind of set it up before the hand was dealt. Not the case.
You know, when they're selecting 12 or 13 hands for a TV show, that they actually don't pick 13 hands at random, right? You know that.
So you're saying they're scripted? Joking.
Very good point from John at JC. If this was scripted, it'd be over by now. Correct!
PokerStar is so rigged, ob. You couldn't make it up, that's right. So scripted, you couldn't make it up.
sorry, 19.3, 19.1. Those are the stacks right now. This is very much deserving of an even Stevens mean. Not available to us right now, but just imagine it in the top of the screen. Just imagine.
Sure.
You see it, Nick?
I can see it in my mind's eye, clearer than day. Got a great imagination, you know that, James.
Tax.
Tax. Fair enough.
Give you ace queen there, and we get in.
But I had 5 high, and I was wondering whether I meant to call. You could tell me, probably. Right, just a flip or ace queen beat. You just want it over it. Bit of both.
Congratulations to Sandy Banks. You win stupid comment of the day. None of the pros play on PokerStars. Objectively incorrect. Thank you for your comment.
Yeah, that's just not true, I'm afraid.
So Jack 7 is called on the button. King Queen in the big blind. Raises.
Yep, you got to do it. You just got to do it here. Interesting as well, if you get shoved on there, probably meant to call quite frequently, although slightly deeper.
I reach for the green every button, but then I leave it.
Sorry.
Jack 5 suited for Kite.
So far I've been leaning towards more min raises than limps.
This is going to be a call. 10-4 of spades for Padraig O'Neill.
Like I said earlier, guys, I think both is fine. Heads up, you are going to steal plenty, but as you get shallower, you're probably going to limp a little bit more. And of course, you're going to want to try and mix those up too.
So ace 5-4 on the flop, pair for each of these players. It's second pair versus bottom pair.
1.2.
$1.2 million called. Oh, hello. Jacks and 5s.
Jacks and 5s. Second barrel necessary. I think pretty much mandatory, in fact. 3 million, maybe something like that.
So with this hand, Nick, do you think Kite will play ABC poker? People of a certain age will get that reference.
ABC poker, jacks and 5s. Yes, successful turn. What was the size? 3.5. Yeah, I like that a lot.
I was like, if you have 3 deuce, you win. Win the tournament.
Good. Good.
Now,
that's what I was thinking this time.
Is there water there? Is there bottles of water there? Yeah. Told it was
36 big blinds for Kite, 24 bigs for O'Neill.
You want still water?
Yeah, still just a water. Something. Thank you.
Sparkling and Coke Zero. I was like, if you check like 3 days there, tournament is over. Oof. It's scary limping in this game.
King 10 on the button for O'Neill.
And then he limps.
A call and a check. 5-4 the hand for Kite.
Scary limp.
And 5-4-4 on the flop. The full house for Kite.
What on earth is this flop, James?
Turn card is a 10.
Oh, no. Kite trapping it again. Kite just deciding if he wants to raise and or call. The thing is, James, if he doesn't raise the turn, it's tricky to play for stacks, right?
Yeah. So does raise to 2.75 million.
There are 2 flush draws on board, though, James. So O'Neill's got to be thinking, is he going to have, like, spades here sometimes? Is he going to have, like, hearts here sometimes? Does he have, like, 6, 7 of spades sometimes? So probably going to make the call. Does make the call. Huge pot.
What have we got in the middle? 7.3 million. O'Neill with 11.8 behind. Jack on the river, but it is the Jack of Hearts.
Yep. Yep, not an unreasonable run out.
And I kind of feel that if Kite goes big here, O'Neill could now get away from it.
Yes, I agree. And like I said, if Kite does in fact have some check raise through semi-bluffs with hearts, obviously this would complete that. I wonder if maybe Kite...
Oh, wow, he's gone greedy. He's gone for it all. This is where the heart saves him.
Yet to burn my time bank, I believe. And no heart, any good?
If he calls, it's over. But I suspect he's going to lay this down. And he does fold.
Yeah, he interrupted me with the action there, James, but I was thinking to myself, you know, does he ever, you know, size down here, try to get called by the 10 most of the time, but then he's still going to get action from the hearts, right? If O'Neill rivers the hearts there, if you go for like half pot, they're going to raise. It's not like you miss value from the flush, but Kite tries to go for max, and, you know, like it was 10 million, there was 7 million in the pot. You know, perhaps a little bit greedy, but also we've seen some of these overbets getting paid, so I default to the wisdom of the fantastic John Kite.
Under, or like
that means O'Neill is down to just 17 big blinds.
3.
That's 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And 1 green.
So 6, 9.
Can Kite hold on to the chip advantage this time?
I think you just ship the king queen.
1.8.
Okay, he's going to raise not all in instead. I think Don't know this one exactly, but I feel like King Queen suited. You ISO not all in, King Queen off. You might just jam.
Yeah.
I think raising King Queen off definitely not bad though. Very playable hand. Certainly not a mistake.
This is a swingy game.
Yeah.
Makes it fun. Fun for the viewers. Perfect. Good start. Thank you.
"30 minutes on the clock till the end of this level and the next break."
We're both down to no time bank.
Neither player
should be.
has any time bank cards left.
A lot of tough decisions should be like this.
We should have called the 10 and either the tournament would be over one way or another.
Be honest with you, I didn't think they'd still be playing at this point. I didn't think we'd get to the next break, Nick.
Yeah, but...
Like some tournaments, they give you one extra per level.
Yeah,
that would be nice here, because then you can build up, like...
It'd be too many though, right?
I mean, with 90-minute levels, it wouldn't be that many. But like, now they could just give every second.
We both run out, like, yeah.
Spontant asks, "When is Joe back? I need to tell him something he might agree with." Joe, are you interested in hearing what Spontant has to say?
Is he trying to tell me that O'Neill player poker? The other guys, they're chips.
Trying to get pay jumps, and I gave him a lot. We were at the same table, all three of us.
Took the words out of my mouth, Joe.
You hit the nail on the proverbial head. If you could now actually hit some nails on some actual heads, I'd be very happy.
I usually just end up hitting my thumb.
What about these stack swings, eh, Joey?
Quite the roller coaster, a lot of crisscrossing. These two, a lot of crossing the streams. I've lost track of how many times the chip lead has changed hands.
Kite now a 2-1 chip leader. But we've been here before.
In the 10K? 3-day event?
I think they're heads up or something.
Oh, really? Yeah. Already? Yeah. They catch up so quick.
Jack 10 for O'Neill on the button. Continuing that limping strategy. Queen deuce for Kite. And we have got a 9 deuce 4 flop. Kite was ahead with queen high, has a little stronger hand now with a pair of deuces. Check, check, and it's a jack on the turn. Top pair for O'Neill. Kite checks. O'Neill not going to check this time. To 1.2 million and gets a fold. John is asks, when is the next live event? I just found out about this one. Our next live event is in February.
Think I'm crazy or
EPT Paris.
Something. I don't know. Should never fall with my hand. Just had a feeling.
Oh, what a feeling. When you're dancing on the ceiling, which is what's going to start happening soon.
That's what they call a close-up, right?
Flight of the Navigator. You got a jib in your face.
Champ, is it?
That's right, baby driver. This tournament must end first. Kite with Jack 7 on the button. Ace 7 of clubs for O'Neill.
All in.
He does know how to move all in.
He does indeed.
Should ask for counting.
He does indeed, and
helped me as well.
Mentioning earlier how John seems to be leaning a little bit more in the favor, only very slightly towards raising into the shorter stacked individually here. Raising just a little bit more frequently into O'Neill, and sometimes those 3-bets. Great way to combat that, picking up a lot of dead money there in relation to the stack risked.
Maria, you've been quiet for a while. Anything to add? Still giving me the silent treatment, I see. All right.
Can't believe like how.
Don't ever wrong Maria Ho.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen.
How shallow we are now.
Yeah.
She told me when she wasn't talking to you anymore, Joe.
You know.
Yeah, like 45 minutes matters a lot.
Ace tray of diamonds for O'Neill. And limps in this time. 5 deuce for Kite.
2.5.
Kite doesn't take the cheap flop this time and decides to pump it up. Will O'Neill find the all-in again?
I like it.
You limp the suited ace. It feels reasonable to jam here, right?
So I actually prefer a limp jam here with the offsuit ace.
Okay.
And I prefer to call with the suited ace at the stack depth just because it plays so nicely in position. You obviously will have hands like this. I think limp jamming is perfectly reasonable though as well. It's going to be a big winner against a player as aggressive as John Kite.
Does he just snap it off here with the 5 deuce? You can see he can taste it. He can see it.
Next time I check this one.
Suited aces just play so good,
The hand is like
especially in
what I
position.
should raise, and I still did it. So annoying.
And O'Neill has closed the gap from what was a 2-to-1 chip lead like 2 hands ago to a 33 big blind to 27 big blind match.
Yep. Hero value. What do you think of my assessment with the ace-3 suited? I want your opinion.
Now we have like
Official chat
What
pro.
do I care what some random guy on Twitch has to say?
Oh really?
Well, with
A true chat pro.
Yeah.
Certified chat pro.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
Kite with 9-4 suited makes it 1.3 million. Queen 8 suited for the real deal O'Neill.
Tax. Don't forget the tax.
Sure.
Pretty big pot already here, 3.2 million in the middle. Jack 5 deuce, 2 clubs. Queen high was already best.
1.3.
But this 1.3 will certainly not be getting O'Neill to fold. Almost 6 million in the middle now, and we're going to the turn. 10 on the turn. So O'Neill now with a gut shot to go with the flush draw and queen high being the best hand.
This is a really good turn to barrel though, Joe. If you're Mr. Kite. Overcard to the deuce and the 5, non-club, non-straight card.
3,750,000.
Whew. A man after my own heart. I don't think it's going to work, but that's not to say it shouldn't a lot of the time, and enough to make this a profitable turn bet against range.
And does O'Neill ever just rip it in here?
I was going to say, that's not completely unreasonable either. Turning the turn into a check shove is also ridiculously spicy.
All in.
Ho ho! Joey calls it.
He does. Pulls the cord. Kite scowling. A fun scowl, though, not a real scowl.
A Joe Stapes prediction.
And just like that, it's the flippity-floppity. It's now O'Neill with a nearly 2-to-1 chip lead over Kite. At what point do these stacks become so shallow effectively that it's just like welcome to Flipsville time? Next level?
I mean, it's actually been in that realm for for some time, I'm afraid, Joe.
24, so I should know what you have.
I have 14.
14. Okay.
It's been some time that we've been in that zone, but we just haven't seen anyone finish the job. Lots of bluffing, lots of aggressive poker. Flip, flop. Back and forth like the tennis.
Pocket eights for O'Neal. His turn to make it 1.2. The Snowman's nom. King 5 for Kite. It's almost like the K and the E in his name. Oh boy. It's been a while since we've seen a set. Set of eights for O'Neal and a straight flush draw for Kite. Is this the cooler you've all been waiting for? $800K, the bet from O'Neal. You gotta see one here, right? With the street flash draw?
Yes, you do, absolutely. This is heads up, Joe. You pretty much got to call it any spade, let alone the street flash draw.
You gotta see one. All right, this pot also getting pretty big. Turn card, Jack of Clubs. It's a black jack, but not the one that would give Kite a flush.
$3.5.
Confirmation incoming.
3.5.
3.5. All right. You all got it. Jeez, I was waiting for the graphic.
The only reason I guess that is also because we've seen O'Neal use this size at similar stack depth, at similar, at similar sort of decision points, and I think it's important you keep those consistent.
And we are going to the river. Over 11.5 million in the pot. And that river is the Queen of Hearts. So the set is good, but there is a 4-card straight out there. Kite does not attempt to bluff this hand. O'Neal has been pretty passive. And lots of, let's say, thin spots. I'll give him credit for some of the spots being thin. No, not thin? Okay.
No, I was sorry. I was looking at the spot. I was imagining myself what I would do with eights here. I think I'm going to check as well, to be honest.
Okay.
But no, sorry. Your assessment was also correct, Joe. I wasn't making a face at you.
You were just thinking real hard.
Yeah, I was imagining real hard.
Well, my babies, despite not having any river value, this heads-up match just went better than 3-1 in favor of O'Neal. 48 big blinds playing 13 big blinds. Kite once again in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Yeah. 6, 7, 8 million, somewhere around.
We're in that place now, Joe, the one you were talking about. The
quiet place?
The place where it can go all
place
in.
beyond the pines?
The place beyond the pines.
The place to be. Kite on the button with Jack 6. I like to call this hand touring the capital.
All in.
O'Neal shoves with the ace, gets a fold.
Oh, here we go.
Did more multiple.
Man, what a battle. I feel like they've been battling so hard, Joe, even though O'Neal has the huge advantage. You know what? Fair is fair. Let's chop it anyway, like we always said.
You wanted
Boom.
to play.
Yeah.
Of course.
This could have been over hours ago. They did not chop. Simics. They did not deal. They did not chop. They played on for nearly 400,000 euros in prize difference like a couple of bosses.
The bosses at the end bosses. He's all in.
All in.
Incredible read, I know, chat. Don't worry, comes with the territory.
Well, O'Neill has definitely gotten comfortable enough to start finding that all-in button a little more often. Now has a 5-1 chip lead over Kite. Not gonna lie, it would be pretty cool to have that gold trophy and actually have earned it. I don't mean just have it. I can buy any kind of trophy I want.
Yeah, I mean, when we see deals, so many people in the chat, Joe, are just like, ah, this ruins the game. I don't like when they do the deals. That's not real poker. Play for the win. Well, here we are. This is what it looks like.
You got your wish.
You got
Pocket
your wish.
queens for Kite. Limps in.
Deals should be illegal.
Hero Value calling me out. Subtle brag for being able to buy trophies. Yeah, I got 80 bucks. I got an extra 80 bucks laying around.
You can haggle. Okay, 5 deuce. Has a straight draw on the turn. Queens underrepresented. Limped pre. Checked on the flop. Very unusual. We're going to see a lead.
We're going to see a lead and feels ripe for a raise at this point. What do I know? I can see all the hold cards.
I'm probably going to flat here personally, but I don't think there's too much you can do wrong here.
All in.
Not just a raise, but all of it.
Yeah, that works.
O'Neill.
How much is that?
In the folding position, asking for a count. I don't even think he believes he's going to call.
He's got a grin on his face. He's
I'm
like
expecting that. 5.7. I don't think so.
Ryan on YouTube says folding would be wrong. I disagree.
Yeah, I do too. Also, Didi the noob, he already did the wrong not shoving pre-flop. Also incorrect.
Wrong. I mean, the fold is right. The people,
Check,
you know,
check.
chat pros are wrong. Kite gets a little bit back there, up to 13 big blinds. I know, I can understand the...
Maybe you had 5-6 and you had me crushed.
The thought of being like, I could just put this to bed right now. All I have to do is hit my straight.
To be honest, I would have been just quite suspicious about the check on the flop there. Probably still end up leading the turn like O'Neill does. If you're John, though, yeah, giving a free card as a call feels a bit weird. Raising feels a little bit strong. I don't know. It's a tricky one when you've under-repped your hand like that. But as played, is going to be all in and will take it down. So 13-ish bigs now. John now in the big blind. So started the hand with about 15 bigs.
4-3 suited for the real deal O'Neill. Queen 7 suited for Kite.
All in.
Jam Areno for high folds.
You looked so disappointed. Like,
4 high. 2 connector.
Not 4 deuce off again, like last time? No, 5 deuce off.
5. Yeah, whatever. 5 deuce off.
TJE1 asks, how did O'Neill chip up? Which time?
So true.
There's been more comebacks than Tom Brady.
Who?
Some guy plays plays soccer.
Almost 10 again.
Yeah.
I think.
What's up and down?
You picked up like 5 or 6 bigs. That's what happened.
Ace 2 suited for Kite.
All in.
Bad start.
Shove and take it down. Kite chipping back up to 18 big blinds.
This is wild, Joe. This is really, really a battle. Any of those all-ins could have been traps. Any of those limps could have been traps. Anything could have happened up to this point, but they've just been flip-flopping back and forth, and the show goes on. Kite, the effective stack here, now back in the big blind. Started the hand with 18 big blinds here.
Brutal heads up, no matter what happens.
Agreed.
It's a sick heads up.
I'm happy either way, man.
Yeah, same.
Prove it.
Should have been out on day 4. So.
I'll believe it when I see it.
You definitely should have. I still remember that young kid's face. You did that 3-hour to him.
The king, yeah.
King Jack, Ace Jack, yeah. I remember that one too.
You were at the table, huh?
That's the next table, but I played with him the previous table.
Gabby Guzu says, horrible ending, both play badly. Just gonna Google Gabby Guzu's Hendon Mob. Oh wait, nothing. Check, check, 8, 9, 10, a pair of 8s is the best hand.
Somebody showed up earlier and was like, didn't understand why 7,000 people were watching such a low buy-in event. They're only playing for $1 million? What are you guys doing here?
1.8.
Ooh. O'Neal gonna see a river with the pair of 8s. And that river is a 10. So Kite hits the river. It's a great point, Tom. Can we remind Chet that when people ask why we have 6 days for EPT mains, this is why? This is why we didn't just play down to a winner yesterday? Kite with a small value bet on the end.
Maybe alarm bells ringing here. O'Neal does have showdown, but
I love Kite's ability to go for thin value.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if O'Neal is looking at that smaller sizing and going, would he really do this with the jack? If the answer is yes, then it's nice and balanced. If not, is there an opportunity to exploit and maybe turn your hand into a bluff here? Trying to represent the jack straight. Nah, just lets it go.
Do you have an 8?
Maybe.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And makes the right fold there at the end.
I'm not trying to do any type fold, sir.
You know, what I'm suggesting he should potentially raise here, it's not a suggestion at all, really, Chad. It's kind of just trying to imagine all the possibilities so we can think through and try and get in the minds of these two guys as they're battling it out.
That's what good players do. Imagine all the possibilities. Bad players go, does he have it? Who has the best hand here, me or him?
Yeah. Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Okay, 20-something, obviously.
Pocket 10s for Kite. Has clawed his way back to just a 2-to-1 deficit, no longer 5-to-1. O'Neal again with 5 high.
You like to pay your taxes. Tax is high in Ireland, right?
For poker players.
Oh yeah, that's true. It's free.
9, 6, 5. Bottom pair for O'Neal. Kite with the over pair. O'Neal checks. Kite can go for immediate value. 2.1 million into 3.2.
Interesting size here, though, Joe, right?
Yeah,
like, this is definitely on the larger side for, I mean, it's not exactly a dry board, but no flush draw available. O'Neal's the kind of player that's going to pick up on these different sizings, right? And maybe read into it a little bit. I don't think you can fold the flop regardless, right?
Right.
Even if you're thinking, okay, that it was a little bit out of character. Maybe it's not. Maybe he is balanced in these spots, but just a thought.
Ace on the turn may be an action killer. O'Neal checks.
I think you got to go again here, Joe. Like I said earlier, once you've raised, your opponent is going to 3-bet either not all in or 3-bet jam a lot of their ace combos. So the ace is somewhat of a brick. Kite is going to have more ace combos than O'Neal in this spot for sure. And that means you still want to get value from the 9x, the 6x, the 5x. I think you got to go again here. Because you would go again here as a bluff as well.
1.2.
1.2, so not a check, but does slow the action a little bit in the bet sizing.
Yeah, really interesting approach here.
And O'Neal, yeah, simply cannot fold for that price. And we're looking at 10 million in the middle. River card. It's a 5.
No way.
Trips for O'Neal. Checks. I mean, Kite could. Do you think he ever checks back?
Oh, wow.
It feels like if he was following your plan on the turn, he's probably going to bet this river.
Sure. I mean, just such a rough river. So many things going through John's mind now. And Joey, I think you might be right. I think he is going to try and go for value.
If he shoves, it's over. So he's got 8.6 behind and he bets how much? Just 3.4.
Yeah, he thinks he's milking the 9 or the 6.
Yeah, he thinks he's going to get paid by a 9.
9.4. Yeah.
And Padraig has taken the more passive line most of the time.
Yeah, call.
He just calls. He's going to win a massive pot.
Yeah, indeed.
Kite, obviously, jovially frustrated. Massive pot that once again, oh my goodness, John Kite is down to 6 big blinds. So we've got a 9-1 chip lead right now for Padraig O'Neal.
Wow. Savage run out there for Kite. Down to just 6 bigs. And in the big blind.
Sorry, we've got a different, I guess a little more than 6-1. Looking at the actual numbers. Not sure I came up with that. Probably because the big blind has to go in now.
Yeah, right. Correct.
And that makes that big of a difference.
It really does under these circumstances. So yeah, he starts the hand with 8 bigs.
4, 5, okay.
But has a big blind in and a big blind in the ante.
Correct.
And O'Neal with 5 high again. Kite with 7-9. And at 6, even at 6 big blinds, a shove will get a fold here though, right? Doesn't matter. No need to speculate. We're gonna take the cheap flop. 10-10-7.
Sorry, Joe, you meant if the 5-4 jammed?
No, if the 9-7 jammed over the limp.
Yes, very likely, I would say. Although probably not the one you want to do it with when you can see a free board. I think you just bet 1 big on 10-7-10.
No bet, and it's a 4 on the turn for O'Neal.
Oh, wow.
Which might feel like the best hand. Kite checks. And O'Neal is not going to let another check happen.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable to possibly shove turn here now, but it's always tricky when they check flop. Yeah.
Kite jams.
Yeah, account, please.
O'Neal wants a count. This all-in is for $4 million.
I mean, Kite can be doing this with a draw himself, so 5-4 does get pretty close for such a short stack.
4 million.
O'Neill almost certain to double up Kite if he makes the call.
Good call.
He does make the call. Kite at 95% favorite to double.
Still a 4 in the deck. You just hit the magic.
There are still 2 4s in the deck. If Kite can fade them both, he doubles up and we play on. He's had some pretty unfavorable runouts. River card, it's an 8, safe for Kite, double up. On what might be the last hand of the level, depending on how long it takes Kite to get paid here. 45 big blinds for O'Neill, 15 for Kite.
Before break.
Do we have a break?
Okay. Or take a break. Last time.
Okay.
One more hand.
Ooh.
One more hand.
9-8.
Very significant there, Joe. Not out yet.
12 bigs.
3-1 advantage for O'Neill now.
Maybe even
one more double, and it's really back in the mix.
Yes,
You know?
they're actually completely even Stevens if there's another double.
Yep.
And Kite folds.
Your hands.
9-7. Huh? I had a 9.
All right, so a surrender on the last head of the level. This heads-up match continues. I feel like we need to see a chip count after every single hand, but we're definitely going to take a look at one before we head to break. Kite almost lights out, was down to 6 big blinds and managed to find the double on the second to last hand before this break. People thought this match would have been over in the first level or two today. Kite came in with like 50% of the chips in play with 5 people left and has been up against it multiple times. They're still playing heads up for 400,000 euros difference. 11 big blinds for the once favorite Jan Kite. 35 for Padraig O'Neill, the real deal O'Neill. These two definitely need a break. This has been tense. $643,000 for the runner-up, and that's euros. 1,030,000 euros for the winner. I believe we'll be wrapping this up shortly. 18-minute break, more from Prague when we return. Pocket 8s for Bendinelli. And I don't think it's a spoiler to say that it really can't go beyond this level. 30 big blinds playing 24 big blinds. It is almost impossible for them to get out of this level without the money going in.
Yeah, Bendinelli here with 8s.
It should have ended in the last level mathematically.
The math is broken today, Stapes.
Oh boy, we got a set of 8s for Bendinelli.
Oh no.
Top pair for Guerrero. I said the money was gonna have to go in. These guys have played pretty conservatively and made some tight folds. So maybe it doesn't have to go in right now. But boy, does this feel like it. Bendinelli firing 2.5 million or 250,000, whichever way you want to.
Thank you, guys.
Get it out there. And Guerrero just calls the turn.
is a
Oh,
jack.
wow.
Oh, no.
What a setup.
Oh, such a cold deck.
Cold deck city. Guerrero covered. I think the only light at the end of the tunnel is we've seen a lot of miracle rivers throughout the course of this tournament. Looking for the board to pair, except for an 8. Doesn't know that yet, probably thinks he's got the best of it. Trips versus a full house.
Yeah, and Bendinelli very clearly trying to set up a sizing here on the turn that can make it an easy all-in on the river. Wants to give Guerrero a good price to continue.
Does it ever go in now? Guerrero has no idea what he's up against. Makes the call, so that's 23 million in the middle. Neither player the pot size bet behind. Jimmy really needs to hit this river.
Oh
the
my
board pairs, but it's the 8. It's quad 8s for Bendinelli.
Wow.
This is unbelievable. This is the coldest of decks. It doesn't get any colder than this, Maria.
I'm glad you got a sweatshirt for this hand, Nick.
Insane ending, I assume.
Oh my goodness.
To the most insane EPT I have ever been a part of. A literal bad beat jackpot hand. Jack's full, beaten by quad 8s. Guerrero bets.
Wow.
Oh.
And Guerrero leading. Oh my gosh.
Put yourself in his shoes. He's got quads and you're getting led into on this river. It's the absolute jackpot payday.
How is Bendinelli's heart just not jumping out of his skin right now?
Bendinelli has been so patient, has folded winners. Had a chance to put this to bed. Announces all in. Guerrero hasn't snap called.
I think
There's just no way. There's the call from Guerrero. It's over.
He hasn't even tabled his hand. Table your hand.
Bendinelli shows the quad.
Bendinelli does it.
Guerrero tables the loser, and Bendinelli swarmed by his countrymen. Somebody get that boy his mama. Giuliano Bendinelli is the EPT Barcelona 2022 main event champion.
Absolutely unreal finish to an incredible main event. And the chants will not stop. A nice kiss from Mama Bendinelli.
It's just not even real life, you guys. That is not a real life way to win an EPT. This is this real life, people? Seriously, look at what just happened. This guy came back from one big blind to be here to river quads.
And it's the first time I said that I heard my father cry. So it was a pretty special moment.
Have you been celebrating?
Oh yeah, of course. I've been celebrating in Barcelona, my hometown now, and yeah, I'm gonna still enjoy it a bit more. Just playing the series right now, online too. So I will be in Cyprus too.
Okay.
So I will really enjoy it during the end of the series and before Cyprus. But yeah, it's coming slowly. But yeah, I just see every day when PokerStars post a new YouTube video on the best 5 hands, epic call, or that kind of stuff. You know, it's still a lot of emotion. We still watch it with a lot of surprise and a lot of yeah.
Yeah, it's actually something we noticed is that you watched the last hand back while on the set. I saw you and your pals had like a little tablet on the table watching that final hand moments after it happened. How many times have you watched it since then?
I watch it in French. I watch it in English too. I wanted to see all the reaction of the commentators on all the final table, of course, like a movie, you know.
Yeah.
So I think I watched it like twice entirely, but some part of it, you know, the highlights of that kind of stuff. Every day a bit every day. So yeah, a lot. Yeah.
Having made a call like that, did that make the feeling afterward amplified?
Everything was gathered together to make a special moment, you know. If I didn't had ace queen against king queen against Carl, when you make the king on the flop and an ace on turn, that's part of the magic too, you know. That's moment that stays, what will stay in my brain for forever. So obviously, the hero call, the crew, the pressure, everything in the same time. It's like a perfect ending, you know. It's like you want to write a pitch, and you said, if I would have dreamed about it, with a camera, taking my time to make a big hero call, and being right in this moment, and you can turn back to your crew, and you are like, you are a bit lost. That's precious. These moments are precious, really. So yeah, a lot of emotions, and everything at the same time. If I would have wrote the story, I could have wrote a better one. So yeah.
Yeah. In addition to watching you look back at the final hand on the set, we also saw you make a few phone calls immediately afterwards. Who did you call to tell about your win?
So it was to my father and my mother. They couldn't be here, but if they don't know anything about poker, they were always a bit reluctant about this. Even if they know that I had good years in poker, it's something mysterious, you know, when you play online and you said you spend 10 hours behind your screen, and they don't understand it. And now they see the atmosphere where everybody, even the family, even some friends, even at the marketplace, everywhere is talking about it. So it feels the emotion comes to their in their heart, we can say. And it's the first time I said that I heard my father cry. So it was a pretty special moment. So. It felt really, really special to me. Like in this whole atmosphere, someone gave me the phone, and having them on the phone, I couldn't say anything but I won. Like, so yeah, it was a really special moment to me.
So what you're saying is, it's the kind of the cliched parents who like, you know, our son's a football player, our son's an engineer, our son's a poker player.
Yeah. Really, yeah, that's You said it all. Like they were really proud about the football part, and because they were happy they encouraged me to continue, even if I would have less study. They were happy about it, but I said no. I'm pretty good at math. I will be disturbed to not have a big career. I was thinking, you have 18, you don't know anything about life. You think engineer or it's big career or something like that. And finally, I went to engineer, and then I stopped for poker, and they were really upset. It was really hard at the beginning, you know. They even wrote me a letter to say, stop,
they were like,
please.
can you please go back to being a soccer player?
Yeah, do whatever you want, but please, come on. You make all this study, all of this for nothing. It was not for nothing, because obviously everything in football, everything in engineer, in mathematics study or whatever, helped me to be that good, to be rational, pragmatic, take fast decisions, being responsible, have no fear, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, all this way long was finally to say, okay, now you know that it was worth it, you know that it was not a stupid game, and I hope they will learn the rule of poker one day to follow my stories in if I go in a deep end again.
All right, next hand, Queen 10 of the offsuit variety for Side and Streaker.
Raised to 1.1. Witsiak with 6-5 of clubs.
This is not an unreasonable 3-betting hand, James. I definitely wouldn't mind a little raisey daisy here.
A raisey daisy?
Yeah, 6-5 suited, 8-7 suited. Definitely some frequency of 3-bet there at the stack depth.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 16, 17, 27, 37. I don't know.
Witsyak has played one time bank card so far.
4 million.
And you're right, Nick, he has decided to 3-bet with this hand. And I guess with a hand like Queen 10, with position, Seidenstricker can legitimately call this re-raise to 4 million?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it just plays nicely in position. I don't expect to see a 4-bet here. That seems a bit over the top. But this is a very good situation to try and take it post-flop against an aggressive opponent. Indeed has the best hand, and that's an important part of deciding whether or not you're going to call. How frequently does my opponent actually have a bluff here?
9-5 deuce, so a pair of 5s for Witsyak. Seidenstricker with 2 overs to the board and a backdoor straight draw. Witsyak has the pre-flop betting lead and continues into this pot of 8.4 million.
Yeah, there's quite a few nice turns here for Witsyak, as well as just having the pair right here, right now. But that small continuation in relation to the pot means he's going to flow with Queen 10 here. Queen or a 10 would be very dangerous for Witsyak.
So it was 3 million, the bet on the flop, called by Seidenstricker. Witsyak now slows down, checking this turn card. He is an 86% favorite, but it is Seidenstricker who's going to take over the betting.
Yeah, James, I don't think he's intending on check folding this turn, especially not having picked up a straight draw, right? Even if he's got it completely wrong and he is losing, he still has additional equity with that 4 on the turn, although it's not a ton. I anticipate a check call on this turn loads. A player at Witsjak's level will understand that his opponent will have floats here with 2 overcards, for example, exactly like Queen 10.
3.5 million apiece. The 9 of hearts on the river pairing the board. 21.4 in the million. Seidenstricker has less than pot behind. Action's been checked to him for a second time.
James, I really think that if he pulls the trigger, he could get looked up here. The 9 is actually a really, really good card to see if you have 6-5.
Counting his stack in relation to the pot. He shoves! He bluff shoves with just Queen high, and Witsyak has the best hand. If he calls, it's over. If he calls, he's an EPT champion.
How much?
He asked for a count.
21?
I mean, it's most of Witsyak's stack. It would be a huge mistake to make. You call here and you're wrong. It's over for you.
Yeah, I've got to say, I think the 9 is actually really good because the 9 kind of is what you think Seidenstricker might have when he limp calls here. This run out means there's fewer combinations of 9 remaining, and I think that means he's going to have more bluffs. I really think he might make the call here. It's a huge moment. Imagine making this hero call and claiming victory here in Barcelona.
The former professional footballer, the former engineer, a guy who has been mentored and coached by Antoine Saout, with a decision that if he makes the right call, will earn him an EPT title.
You can do it, mate. I believe in you. I love hero calls.
Playing a time bank card, thinking about this.
I think he's trying to get a live read now, James. Seems to be looking at his opponent a ton here, trying to get some live tells.
This would be a huge call, and it will be a tournament-winning call.
Look at this from the rail.
Plays another time bank card.
I call.
He's made the call!
Oh, wow.
We have a result here in Barcelona. It is Simon Viziak from France who takes the title and trophy. The additional 100,000 euros in prize money and crushes the hopes and dreams of the Brazilians.
Wow, what a call. Absolutely fantastic poker. He's dominated this tournament, and what a dominant call to take the trophy.
He has been chip leader for so much of the late stages of this 5K main event. He closes it out. He takes it down. He'll lift the trophy. He'll claim the single biggest slice of the 10 million euro prize pool. While João Seidenstricker is the runner-up. And a few months later, we find ourselves in Prague for the final stop of the 2023 season of the PokerStars European Poker Tour. And the main event should conclude in the next hour. We're at King's Casino at the Hilton Prague. It's heads up between Parag O'Neill and Jan Kite. And there is once again a huge discrepancy in the stacks. But this time it's getting shallower. It's 35 big blinds, playing around 10 big blinds, 11 big blinds for Kite. And let's see if O'Neill can finally close this out and put this to bed. Or is Kite going to make yet another late surge and yet another comeback? It's James Hartigan alongside Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
This heads-up battle, this final table, has gone the distance. It's defied expectations.
Yeah, absolutely. And there was a discussion about deals very briefly, maybe on 1 or 2 or 3 occasions. No deal was made, so they're playing for all the dollars, and hence the prolonged heads-up battle.
Just to clarify, a deal was briefly discussed, and next they are playing for the advertised payouts. The runner-up will get 643,000 euros. The winner will get nearly 400k more than that. 1,030,000 euros, plus they will receive the main event title and trophy. They will join the history books as an EPT champion. Either Parag O'Neill will become the 2nd Irish EPT winner in history, or Jan Kite will become the 4th Norwegian to win a main event title.
All right, back to the action.
So, blinds are now 400,000, 800,000 with an 800k big blind ante. This is level 38 of the main event, and before anyone asks, the widget had this done by level 36.
After this.
How many is?
If we get there, 20 minutes.
That's sick. Well, yeah.
Yeah, we've been here all day. Yeah. But I think it said 30 online after 45.
O'Neill, Queen 6 on the button, just calls, Nick.
Sure. Nope, I actually think this is a great limp. He absolutely did not want to put any dead money out there to be 3-bet jammed on when he's going to be forced to fold. So you're going to end up limping here a bunch, but obviously you're going to balance that with your super strong stuff too. At this stack depth, going to be limping aces tons, kings tons, queens tons, pretty much any pair in fact. The only pairs you probably aren't going to limp here are like deuces, 3s, 4s, maybe 5s with the big blind ante. Those ones tend to just be all-ins, try and maximize your fold equity pre-flop, sometimes get called by worse.
Well, having paired his queen on the flop, we get the c-bet from O'Neill and a fold from Kite.
Yep, Kite even shorter now.
Oh, they changed it back to 45, the next level.
Yeah, like, I'm not sure we're going to get there.
Oh, probably not.
Yeah.
On the side of...
I'll see you when we get there.
You can knock me
if
out
we ever
pretty
get
quickly,
there.
Obviously.
If we ever get there.
Wow, that's deep. Can somebody write that down?
It's like 8 on the dot, okay.
Oh man, this is bottom of the range stuff. I think flatting is okay, but I think folding is even pretty reasonable at this stack depth. With the big blind ante, it does change things, so sneaking in there, it seems reasonable too. Starting to get real short, and therefore some of the weaker stuff comes out of the range once in a while.
O'Neill checks.
See, now there's an opportunity missed, I think, James. King 8 could be a shove over limp there. Probably going to be GTO-ish as well.
Queen, Queen, Jack on the flop. O'Neill near enough a 4-1 favorite. Checks.
Yep, he's going to put in a big blind here probably. Yeah, that sounds right. If you have King 8 and you haven't shoved pre, though, you probably got to fold, excuse me, not fold, float on this flop. King high, ace high combos, very, very strong here. As I said, a lot of king high combos probably meant to jam versus limp. A lot of ace high combos probably meant to jam versus limp. So we go to the turn, and that might be playing on John's mind at this stage. It's hard to fire again with 7-4 on this texture, though. Yep, feels good.
And a decisive river, the king for O'Neill.
I think O'Neill probably should have a bet on this river pretty much every time. Can still imagine some limped pocket pairs have to call here, especially as it's a missed club draw, potentially, that O'Neill could have. Maybe even a jack once in a while, if we even see that as a bet check scenario. Maybe even some ace highs find a hero call here if Kite is trapping.
10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, check.
Okay, doesn't go for value. Check, check. King is going to take it down.
Another pot pushed in the direction of chip leader Porrig O'Neill. So now
good check.
It's 40 big blinds playing 7 big blinds. Kite is very much in the danger zone.
Danger zone! At this stage, guys, big blind ante in play. Oh, man, Kite's got to start calling real wide. This isn't quite ATC, but it's going to be a hell of a lot of combinations, even the stuff you really don't want to call with.
King 3 suited for O'Neill on the button.
Got to be a jam, James. Got to be all in here. Mandatory shove.
All in.
Does indeed shove on Kite. It's all into call, and he has Jack 5 off.
Oh, with the big blind ante in play, this might be a call, guys. I know it's gross, but that's what I'm talking about when I'm saying wider calls. So much dead money in the middle. Your opponent can shove a lot of stuff that you have beat. Does fold, fair enough. But when you consider O'Neill could be shoving 6-7 suited, 5-4 suited, 8-7 suited, he could be shoving 9-10. It blows your mind when you get this shallow, but we're definitely getting to the point there where you got to start making some bold calls.
4-7.
4-7. Grand. 4, 7, 6. Yeah.
Kite super short now, 4.7 million, hovering around that
Counting it in 600.
5 big blind mark.
That would have been a disaster.
We're counting.
I thought it was the previous level. Never mind.
Oh.
Yeah.
10 deuce offsuit. Call, and he's going to get jammed on here.
100%. Can't miss this spot. Way too shallow to do anything other than a pre-flop all-in. If he did jam, would definitely get called. Basically, this is going in the middle. It's just whether or not Kite's going to limp call. Makes the fold.
Okay, so this next hand, Nick, Kite has got 4 big blinds. 2 of them are committed. He has to post the big blind.
Yeah.
He has to post the big blind ante. That means 50% of his stack is in already.
Yeah, this is what we call ATC. This is any 2 cards, regardless of what he has dealt, he needs to be calling the all in here 100% of the time. Otherwise, you're just burning equity, right? At some point, you have 2 cards that can win pre-flop. All cards can win pre-flop. And given the pot odds of this hand, he's just going to have to go with any 2 cards. Hopefully, he finds a good one to find the double. If not, he's going to have to gamble with worse. That's just how it goes.
Well, it's hand 234 of the final table. There is the shove. King 10 for O'Neill. The call, the compulsory call. Oh, my word, he's not even live. He's got 10-5.
Yep, and look, he's doing the right thing here, guys. O'Neill needs to shove an E2. Kite needs to call an E2. It's just the absolute dregs, bottom
I'll stand for the first
effective stacks.
Well, if King 10 holds, and that will happen 3 times out of 4, we have a champion here in Prague.
That was the turning point.
Yes. Yeah, well, look, it's not over yet.
A good observation.
Can I have a 5 on the river as well?
We've seen a lot of chip swinging in this final table at this heads-up battle. 5 is not beyond the realms of possibility.
It is not, no.
Time to run the board. Deal the flop, turn, and river that will decide their fate. Queen 9-3, king high still ahead. John Kite looking for a 5. Three outs for the Norwegian. Turn card is a deuce. He only stays alive if the river is a 5. O'Neill on the verge of victory.
Can I use my river luck? Last time in tournament.
Been lucky so far.
The river card is a 9. It is over. Congratulations to Porrig O'Neill, the winner of EPT Prague 2023.
Unbelievable stuff. What a comeback story. €1,030,000 euros.
So the guy who came into the final table with 2/3 of the chips in play is the runner-up. The guy who came into the final table with just 12 big blinds is the champion.
Unbelievable stuff. I'm so pleased for both of these guys. An absolutely monster score. Commiserations to my friend John Kite. Could have gone the distance. That heads-up match easily could have gone either way. Both players playing stellar poker. And Porrig O'Neill just clinches it in a couple key hands, and that is that.
Celebrating there with his friend Mark McDonnell. The man known as Smidge online, a very popular member of the Irish poker community. The second ever Irish EPT champion after Steve O'Dwyer, winning the title here in Prague and that first prize of more than €1 million. A long final table, longer than many would have expected. More hands played than anyone could have predicted. A lot of drama, a lot of twists and turns in the narrative. But now we can close the book. Not just on Prague, but on EPT 2023 as the season draws to a close and we prepare to reset for EPT 2024 in Paris.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, big shout out to O'Neill. One of my favorite hands of the year. If you guys go back and find that ace-3, ace of spades, blocker, river, bluff. Such a pivotal moment for him on the final table. So important to taking down this tournament. It's moments like that that you live for in poker, and he did it on the biggest stage.
So this final table is done and dusted. Let's remind ourselves of the result. 5 players came back for the final day. The first player out was Adam Wagner, cashing out for €271,660. Cheng Zhao came into this FT second in chips. In fact, he was the only other player who had a decent-sized stack other than John Kite. However, he became short-stacked. He eventually went out in fourth, cashing for €353,240. We played three-handed for some time. Umberto Ruggieri was 1 point second in chips, then third in chips, then second in chips, and eventually third place finisher, cashed for €459,240. Then came the aborted heads-up deal. At that point, Porrig O'Neill had a dominant chip lead. John Kite wanted to lock up a little bit more money than was promised. I think the deal would have given him $709,000. He wanted $725,000. But O'Neill said, not giving up any equity whatsoever. You take what's there or no deal. So it was no deal. And the conversation never came up again. Even when they got level, even when the chip lead changed. And you saw what just happened. Porrig O'Neill wore him down, got him down to 11 big blinds, 10 big blinds, 7 big blinds. He was pretty much forced all in on that final hand. the start of day chip leader, the man who's dominated this tournament for the last 3 days, eventually busted in second, cashing for 643,000 euros. And then we have Prague O'Neill, a player who burst onto the UK IPT scene back in 2012, had early cashes in Dublin and Newcastle, and then made a final table in Dublin, finishing in 5th place. Since then, he's picked up tournament cashes around the world. He's well liked by many people on the circuit, many members of the Irish poker community, and now he can call himself a European Poker Tour champion. He's going to get to lift that trophy, and he cashes for 1,030,000 euros. And Nick, I've loved the way he's played the last couple of days. An admirable player, a worthy champion.
Yeah, so solid. And what's really cool is he did it in his own style. Some criticism, or at least comments surrounding a more passive style of heads-up play, but he was patient, he waited for his moments, he picked his spots, and ultimately the cards fell in his favor, and he outplayed Kite almost as much as Kite outplayed him. Just an awesome heads-up match, and I love that he did it his way.
And a reminder that he is the last main event champion of 2023. This season has taken us from Paris to Monte Carlo to Barcelona to Cyprus, here to Prague, and very soon we are going to get to do it all again. If you head to the PokerStars Live app, or if you don't have the app, you go to pokerstarslive.com, you will see the full schedule for EPT 2024. And guess what? It was so successful in 2023, it's the same 5 stops again. Kicking things off in Paris in February, going to Monte Carlo in the spring, Barcelona in the summer, Cyprus in the autumn, and we will be back here in Prague just before Christmas next year for another conclusion of what I hope will be another hugely successful season of the European Poker Tour. Of course, you can win your way there with PowerPath, and so excited that PowerPath is launching in France and Spain, and I expect to see a lot of French qualifiers when we get to the French capital in a couple of months' time, both for the FPS main event and for the EPT main events. I can tell you're fired up, Nick.
I'm very fired up, and if last Paris was anything to go by, I think we're going to fill a lot of seats, especially with the Power Path. It's going to be a lot of exciting times, and I can't wait to see what we can get done in Paris.
And of course, once we've packed up the EPT circus, we will be taking it to Paris. The dates are February 14th to 25th. Brand new venue, the Palais de Congrès. Bigger, better than last year. And we will bring you live cards up coverage on Twitch and YouTube. We'll reveal the exact dates very soon, but you know the festival dates, so you know it's going to be in mid-February, and you can certainly expect the last 5 days of the main event. So, not long to wait before we bring you more coverage from the EPT on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. Well, let's head down to the tournament floor once again. It is time for the official trophy presentation. It's time to hear from our winner. Let's go to the main stage and join our friend and colleague, Joe Stapleton.
Welcome to the trophy presentation from the EPT Prague main event final table. Here on stage with me is Vice President of Guest Relations at King's Entertainment, Tarkan Karadas, Live Events Business Development Manager for PokerStars, Julian Liarte, and Tournament Director Toby Stone, and of course, our very fitting winner here. Before we get to the trophy presentation, just want to ask you a couple of questions. First of all, expectations today were a lot different for everyone coming in. What were yours?
I was hoping to come 4th or 3rd at best. I didn't think I'd get heads up, and this is surreal, yeah.
So it was ladder at first. At what point did it start to feel real for you?
3-handed, I thought, right, I'm winning this, yeah.
And you just won 1,030,000 euros. What are you feeling in this moment?
I'm relieved the heads up is over, that's all. I'm tired. It's gonna hit in the next few days.
It's gonna kick in later. Now there's only one thing left to do. Toby, give this man his trophy. Let's get a big round of applause. EPT Prague 2023 main event champion, Prague O'Neill.
Huge congratulations to the second ever Irish EPT champion, Prague O'Neill.
Thanks, guys.
Before we leave, any last words, Maria? She's speechless. Head to the PokerStars blog for a full roundup of what went on down here in Prague, updates and stories from the European Poker Tour. always available on the blog, and a roundup of winners of some of the side events, including the 10K high roller. And a reminder, we will see you in Paris for the first stop of EPT 2024. Join us in February. Thank you for watching tonight. From Joe Stapleton, Nick Walsh, Griffin Benja, Maria Ho, me, James Hartigan, and everyone at the EPT, good night from Prague.
No, the dead don't die. I can feel them now. When I close my eyes, yeah, my chest gets loud. I can feel my breath. I can hear that sound. I won't take no less. Gonna burn this town. Help me up, never let it fall. Help me roar like an animal. Back to the bone. Watch out, cause I'm in my zone. I don't care what you think you got. It's not fair what you think you thought. That's how it goes. Watch out, cause I'm in my zone. Whoa, 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 whoa. Watch out, cause I'm in my zone. Whoa, 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 whoa. Watch out, cause I'm in my zone. Bear me up, never let it fall. Hand me roar like an animal. Back to the bone. Watch out, cause I'm in my zone. And I don't care what you think you got. It's not fair what you think you thought. That's how it goes.